The 1929 outbreak was caused not only by the events in Jerusalem but also by larger circumstances. Some 90,000 Jews immigrated to Palestine between 1921 and 1929. Though the influx ebbed from 1926 to 1928, the presence of so many new immigrants in the labor market and the efforts of the Zionist organizations to purchase land for them made Zionism into a tangible factor in the lives of many ordinary Palestinians. While in 1920 Jews bought a total of 262 acres, in 1925 they bought 44,000 acres. During those quiet years, the Jews purchased a third of all the land they would acquire throughout the British Mandate, though never at such a fast rate as in 1925. By the end of 1928, there were about 100 Jewish settlements in the country. The leading commercial concessions were in Jewish hands and the percentage of Jews in trade and industry kept growing. At the same time, rural Palestine was experiencing an economic decline, giving rise to internal migration to the growing cities, a process that would accelerate in the 1930s. Shanties began to surround the growing towns and cities, providing cheap labor for the urban population, both Jewish and Arab, and their misery could be used to achieve political objectives. Long working hours in inhuman conditions intensified the bitterness and produced pockets of wretchedness that in 1929 could explode into violent action. It was easy to persuade the populace that their misery was caused by Zionism, since the internal migration, the loss of land and employment, were connected to the growth of the Jewish community. This volatile situation was made worse by the activities of the Zionist right-wing movement Beitar, which launched a series of provocations that made the outbreak of violence unavoidable. Yet the first half of 1929 passed relatively peacefully. Despite the tension in the city, Al-Hajj Amin had the leisure to cooperate with an urban project that had been close to his heart for some time, the construction of a hotel to accommodate the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world. Appropriately enough, he named it the Palace Hotel. This not only advanced the development of Jerusalem, it also answered the demands of the Palestinian tourist industry, which watched anxiously as Jews became the principal hoteliers in the city. To pay for the construction of the new hotel, Al-Hajj Amin used funds from the Muslim religious properties. The site chosen was in the heart of the Mamilla neighborhood. This fact provoked a response that is only too familiar in our time. Muslim religious scholars protested that it would be built on top of Muslim graves, as though there were any site in Jerusalem that does not contain tombs. At long last, the objections were dropped and the building rose up. Designed by an imaginative and experienced Turkish architect, it elegantly blended Arab and Western elements. The contractors were Jewish. Engineer Barak Kadinka and his colleague Tuvia Dunya, a well-known figure in the Jewish community, owned a construction company that operated in Haifa and Jerusalem during the 1920s. Early in 1927, Kadinka heard from a Palestinian acquaintance that the Supreme Muslim Council had published a tender for the construction of a hotel, which the acquaintance thought would be a suitable project for Kadinka and Dunya. Moreover, he suggested that they add his name, Ud, to the bid, so that it could appear to be a Jewish-Arab enterprise. To their surprise, the contractors won the tender. As Kadinka recalled, they continued to be surprised during their meeting with Al-Hajj Amin and Hilmi Pasha. They received us courteously, and got down directly to drafting the contract. Other preconceived ideas were dispelled in the course of the negotiations. Al-Hajj Amin demanded that the contractors meet the stiff timetable he had set for the project. An elaborate Arabic inscription was painstakingly carved and placed high on the hotel's facade. The entire building was designed in Arabesque style, expressing the taste of the Turkish architect Nihat. Al-Hajj Amin demanded that the contractors give priority to Arab workers, which they did. As often happens in Jerusalem, on the second day of the project Kadinka came across ancient burials. The worried Mufti asked him to keep it secret, fearing that the work would be stopped. He knew only too well that Raghib al-Nashashivi would not hesitate to turn the desecration to his own political ends. And so I became the Mufti's confidant, wrote Kadinka in his memoirs. He found Al-Hajj Amin a fairly easy person, intelligent, sharp and polite. This was probably the last favorable comment made by a Zionist about Al-Hajj Amin. Al-Hajj Amin came to the site every day to observe the progress and often expressed his satisfaction with the work of the Jewish contractors. He was so pleased with them that he hired them to build his new house in Sheikh Jarrah. It was 1929, Kadinka recalled, and the tension between Jews and Arabs was mounting day by day. But my association with the Mufti had reached the stage of warm personal conversations. Al-Hajj Amin revealed to Kadinka that his financial situation did not allow him to finish his house. The foundations have been laid, but the rest is stuck. After studying the plans, Kadinka offered to build the house cheaply and complete it in 2 years. Al-Hajj Amin's house rose up, as did the hotel, both built by the Jewish contractors. This was not a trivial matter. Dunya was Chaim Weizmann's brother-in-law and friend, and Al-Hajj Amin knew it. Dunya recalled that Al-Hajj Amin tried to send political messages through him, but he politely declined. One message, however, that Al-Hajj Amin communicated to Dunya, though not to Weizmann, was that his opposition to the partition of the country was not personal but political, because it would not be accepted by the majority of the Palestinians. When I stand before the Arab people and announce that I have come to an agreement with the Jews, based on concessions I made them, the entire Arab people would ostracize me and denounce me as a traitor who sold his homeland. At the hotel's opening ceremony, Al-Hajj Amin publicly praised Kadinka and Dunya, and thereafter always invited them to the Nabi Musa celebrations. He also sent them platters with warm dishes at the end of Passover, so they could enjoy fresh risen bread as soon as possible. Dunya and Kadinka repaid him by using the hotel to hide 2 arms caches for the Haganah. 68. But this kind of local and personal cooperation did not extend to the political arena. Tensions rose from day to day leading up to the eruption of 1929. The Palace Hotel, incidentally, lasted for 5 years, then closed when the new King David Hotel eclipsed it as Jerusalem's most palatial hostelry. The Mufti continued to cooperate with the British authorities through the spring and summer of 1929 in the hope of stopping the escalation, and he was bitterly disappointed when it turned out to have been in vain. In the summer of 1929, a new government came to power in London, a Labour government led by the vacillating Ramsay MacDonald. Colonial Secretary Sidney Webb had yet to acquaint himself with the issues. Between them they suspended all British action and initiatives in Palestine, and in the absence of clear directives, the mandatory government dealt only with the symptoms. The Mufti was pressured to stop the Sufi performances near the Western Wall, and when he gave in, he was accused by his opponents, notably the Nashashivis, of surrendering to the British. Seeking to counteract these charges, he started a restoration of the wall near the section where the Jews prayed. Young Beitar men stopped the work and were praised by the chief rabbi, Abraham Kook. However, the leaders of the 16th Zionist Congress in Zurich were less impressed. They asked Jabotinsky to moderate his followers' aggressive behavior, but it only grew worse. 2,000 young Beitar men led by Josef Klausner circled the city walls, proclaiming that they were the Western Wall Defense Committee. 69. In the summer of 1929, Al-Hajj Amin began to feel the ground rumbling beneath his feet. He was less occupied with the Western Wall, but the young men and many other Palestinians anxiously followed the developments there, waiting for the Mufti and other leaders to take firm action. Just before the outbreak, Al-Hajj Amin met again with John Chancellor, who expressed the hope that the Mufti was satisfied with the government's position. Al-Hajj Amin responded that he was loyal to the government but added that if the Muslim community did not receive any substantive proposals, he could not vouch for continuing law and order. At this point Chancellor, who had hitherto been pleasant, frowned and said sharply, "You need not worry about law and order. These matters are my responsibility." This arrogance was one of the reasons the British were taken by surprise in the summer when, for the first time since they had occupied the country in 1917, violence erupted on a large scale. 70. In August 1929, the seeds of disaffection sown the previous winter sprouted a venomous crop. On a Thursday in the middle of the month, a group of young Baitar men gathered in front of Government House and began to march towards the western wall. Facing the Haram al-Sharif, they raised the Zionist flag, sang Hatikva and shouted, "The wall is ours." Rumors about the Zionist demonstration in the Mughrabi neighborhood spread quickly, inflated with the claim that Muslims had been beaten up. Tensions grew higher. The following day, during Friday prayers, they reached an intolerable point. Muslims held an anti-Jewish demonstration, and a Jewish boy who had kicked a ball into his neighbor's tomato patch was murdered. The next day, a Muslim boy was stabbed. The funeral of the Jewish boy was large and forceful. It was organized by the Jewish Agency, which the Arabs of Jerusalem regarded as a particularly intimidating, rich and powerful body. 71 The following week, Baitar held another demonstration, which was met with a mass counter-demonstration by villagers from the vicinity of Jerusalem, to whom Al-Hajj Amin addressed a fiery speech. Unable to contain their rage, the crowd broke into the area in front of the western wall. In the following few hours, they also burst into most streets in the Jewish quarter of the Old City. That Thursday the Mufti consulted with his associates about the developments. He had not forgotten the British persecution of him in 1920 and tried to obtain a visa to go to Syria, but the local consul refused to give him one. In any event, he did not have to confront the British authorities. Testifying before the Commission of Inquiry that would investigate the events of 1929, Al-Hajj Amin stated that he had not asked for a visa to flee the scene but for his regular summer vacation. He had been accustomed to go to Turkey every August, but since he suffered from seasickness, he had decided on an overland holiday. 72. That Thursday Jamal called on Harry Locke, the government secretary, who was trying to arrange a Jewish-Palestinian meeting to cool the atmosphere. But the two sides could not agree, and they decided to hold another meeting the following Monday. By then, however, scores of Jews and Palestinians had paid with their lives for the aborted reconciliation. That Friday a wave of violent unrest swept over the country, lasting a whole week. Al-Hajj Amin was urgently summoned from home by Alan Saunders, the acting commander of the Jerusalem police and deputy commander of the mandatory police. Thousands of Muslims armed with clubs and knives and a few rifles had gathered on the Haram al-Sharif, claiming that the Mufti had told them to wreak vengeance on the Jews. In reality, the Mufti was not responsible for this rumor. When he reached the plaza, he heard the cry Saif al-Din, Al-Hajj Amin. The sword of the religion, Al-Hajj Amin. He and Said al-Khatib, the imam who conducted the Friday worship, agreed that the sermon that day would be a moderate one, to calm the atmosphere. On Saturday Al-Hajj Amin and Musa Kazim were summoned to the house of the High Commissioner, who demanded that the Mufti do more to defuse the tension. Al-Hajj Amin replied that there would be no point in his issuing such a call unless the Jewish leaders did the same. "It's Saturday, the Jewish Sabbath," Deputy Governor Keith Roach said. "They can't be reached by telephone." That day Al-Hajj Amin invited the headmen of the surrounding villages and asked them to calm their people. "The government is looking after the interests of the Arabs," he assured them. But neither there nor on the Haram, nor later at the Nablus Gate, was the Mufti able to stem the irate human tide. Jewish attacks on Sirbar and an attack on the Nashashivi house at Bab al-Sara ignited an all-out Arab assault. A baseless rumor that a Palestinian had been lynched in the Orthodox Jewish neighborhood of Mea Shearim made it into the arena. Thus the first casualties were non-Zionist Jews of that neighborhood, and later of Yemen Moshe, who had always been on good terms with their Arab neighbors. The Mufti's call, "Arm yourselves with compassion, wisdom, and tolerance, because Allah is always with the tolerant," fell on deaf ears. Together with his friend George Antonius, he addressed the crowd. "Calm yourselves, go home and leave me to do all I can. The government is not against you, nor the police. It is the duty of the government to maintain order. You know my feelings and views, I have always advised you to trust your leaders." But his voice was drowned out by the roar of the crowd. Antonius saw that the Mufti's presence stirred the people rather than calmed them, and at his urging Al-Hajj Amin went home. 73. Al-Hajj Amin held talks with the leaders of Nablus and Hebron, but failed to pacify them. This was especially true where the Hebronites were concerned, since Al-Hajj Amin's standing in that town was shaky and they would not listen to him. 74 There the Nashashivis were better entrenched, a fact that contradicts Israeli historiography's dichotomous depiction of the Husaynis as militants and the Nashashivis as moderates. They incited the mob against the Jewish community, with the result that 64 Hebronite Jews were massacred. The same thing happened in Safed, where 26 Jews were murdered. The opposite camp, Zionist and British, was no less ruthless. In Jaffa a Jewish mob murdered 7 Palestinians, and all in all 133 Jews and 116 Muslims perished during that bloody week. Most of the Palestinians were shot by British policemen and soldiers. By August 24, the government had decided to arm 500 Jews, and this contributed to the deadly score. 3 days after this decision, a furious crowd surrounded Al-Hajj Amin's house demanding weapons. Al-Hajj Amin lost his head for the first time. He telephoned Harry Locke and asked him to receive a delegation led by Musa Kazim. Al-Hajj Amin sent Musa Kazim reluctantly, but he felt he was under pressure and in grave danger. At the urging of the delegation, the authorities agreed to disarm 40 Jewish policemen as a countermeasure to the arming of 500 Jewish civilians. As soon as the violence subsided, the mandatory government took harsh measures, blaming the Mufti and the Palestinians for what had occurred. High Commissioner John Chancellor had returned from home leave the day before the bloodshed in Safed. It was 1 September 1929.75 he published an announcement placing all the blame on the leaders of the Muslim community. Later the Commission of Inquiry would exonerate the Mufti and place the blame on both sides, but by then a gulf had opened up between the Palestinians and the British. Thereafter the Palestinian population would judge Al-Hajj Amin by his anti-British as much as by his anti-Zionist position. By November 1929, there were indications that the violent eruptions were due to a mistaken British policy rather than inherent Muslim aggression, as the Israeli and pro-Israeli historiography would have it. The High Commissioner thought as much, and so did the government in London. On November 19 the Colonial Secretary issued a statement promising the Palestinians that the Haram al-Sharif would be restored to its former situation. But this was no longer sufficient. The Palestinians, or at least their political elite, expected a more substantive change in Britain's Palestine policy. 76. Chapter 9. The Great Revolt. The family as revolutionary aristocracy. Family statesmanship, the first chapter. The events of 1929 strengthened the standing of Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni and opened the way to his becoming the leader of the entire Palestinian nation. A British poll published in 1931 showed him to be the leader of nearly 1 million Palestinians. He was depicted as the captain of the 1929 Intifada and the one who had successfully defended the Haram al-Sharif and its shrines. 1 The large number of Muslim casualties obliged the Supreme Muslim Council to organize aid for the victims, and Al-Hajj Amin administered the welfare program. The opposition claimed that he did not do enough with the funds at his disposal, and later historians, albeit Israelis, found disorder and forgeries in the council's bookkeeping. The old pattern of mixing private and public finances apparently persisted. 2. Looking back on this period in the 1950s, Al-Hajj Amin described himself as a fearless opponent of the British, but in reality he was happiest when he did not have to confront them head-on. Even after the outbreaks, he continued to regard them as allies. They might have been at fault, but they were indispensable. This was very different from Ben-Gurion's outlook, which was beginning to take shape at that time. If it became necessary, as it probably would, the Zionist enterprise would succeed even at the expense of a struggle against Britain. Having become a political leader in the mandatory regime, Al-Hajj Amin had 2 tasks before him. Besides material concerns, he had to represent the interests of the Palestinians before the Commission of Inquiry chaired by Sir Walter Shaw, which began its work in March 1930. Now Al-Hajj Amin discovered the value of having Jamal at his side as a kind of Palestinian foreign minister when dealing with such British forums. The 4 members of the Shah Commission arrived by train from El Kantara on October 24, 1929 and were whisked off unceremoniously to the Fast Hotel in Jerusalem. Prisoners, Jews, and Palestinians were at once sent to repair the road leading to the court, where the judge Muhammad Yusuf al-Khalidi presided. A company of armed British policemen guarded the entrance to the court, but there were no demonstrations. The only people who gathered in front of the judge's office were journalists, both local and foreign. 4 chairs were placed on the dais for the members of the commission and a secretary, and representatives of the Zionists and the Palestinians were ushered into the court. Al-Hajj Amin made sure that most members of the Supreme Muslim Council were present at his first public diplomatic confrontation with the Zionists and the British. Later sessions were held in the Customs House in Jerusalem, where the future of Palestine was debated in a small office. Each side had hired expensive and well-known British lawyers to advise them. That was the way of the world in those days. Command of British law became a major weapon in the national struggle. Having toured the country, the members of the commission began to realize the magnitude of their task and had the walls of the stuffy little office knocked down to create a proper hall. The Mufti was invited to testify at the 46th session. In fact, the commission met in his office, and his testimony went on for 5 sessions. Al-Hajj Amin replaced the Christian interpreter Khalil al-Sakakani with the Muslim Musa al-Aloma, not because of any doubt about the trustworthiness of the family's great teacher and loyal friend, but to indicate that the central issue, the fate of the harem, was a purely Muslim matter. Point 3. Al-Hajj Amin used these sessions to conduct a historical review of the injustice done to the Palestinian people by the discriminatory British policy. For example, he noted that the mandatory government paved roads leading to Jewish settlements but refused his request to pave a 2-kilometer road to Nabi Musa. But his main complaint was that the government regularly broke its promises, first the pledges made in the Hussein, McMahon correspondence, then the government announcements made during the 1920s. The lawyers for the Jewish side questioned his claim that there was a Jewish plot to seize the harem. The Mufti's British lawyer was Henry Stalker. A corpulent man who sported a monocle in his right eye, Stalker was over 70 but looked 10 years younger. Stalker got Al-Hajj Amin entangled with the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which did him no good. He had brought a copy of the book in Arabic and French with him, and the Mufti was seen reading it during the sessions. The lawyers for the Jewish side made the most of the apparent connection between the book and the Palestinian claims that the Jews were conspiring to seize the Temple Mount. Point 4. Nevertheless, the commission ended up vindicating Al-Hajj Amin, though it is uncertain whether this was thanks to his efforts or because the commissioners retained their independence. The Shah Commission published its report at the end of March 1930, in which it upheld the basic Arab claim that Jewish provocations had caused the violent outbreak. The principal cause, Shah wrote after leaving the country, was 12 years of pro-Zionist policy. Now it seemed that the scales had tipped in favor of the Palestinians, and under the leadership of a Husayni. Point 5. Furthermore, the Shah Commission did not blame the Mufti for the violent outbreak. Whether this made Al-Hajj Amin feel better is unclear, as a British declaration of his innocence did not enhance his national standing. Perhaps that was why he did not express his approval of the report when it was adopted as the British government's official policy and published as a white paper. The new policy determined that Jewish immigration and settlement in Palestine were to be curbed, which was, in effect, a repeal of the Balfour Declaration. All these developments, before and after the crisis, disrupted solidarity among the Husaynis. Jamal rallied the younger generation, his contemporaries, to support Al-Hajj Amin, while the older relatives considered Musa Kazim's conciliatory approach to be the best policy. Musa Kazim had managed to maintain good relations with the Nashashivis throughout the crisis, and together they evolved a compromise position in Palestinian politics focusing on support for a Palestinian Zionist Legislative Council. The British authorities certainly regarded Musa Kazim's stance as the embodiment of Palestinian moderation, but several of the Husaynis, notably Al-Hajj Amin, thought it betrayed the cause. However, Musa Kazim's position was strong enough to withstand heated criticism in the family. During the 1930s, he and Raghib al-Nashashivi cooperated closely. Perhaps in different circumstances the Palestinians might have benefited from such a dual leadership. It might have helped the families overcome the tension and hostility between them. 6. Though the Shaw report appeared to vindicate Al-Hajj Amin, if one examines British policies in the 1930s, Al-Hajj Amin's position became increasingly insignificant in the eyes of those who formulated Britain's policy in Palestine. Neither moderation nor fanaticism would have enabled the Palestinians to persuade the British to turn against Zionism, certainly not in view of the dramatic and tragic developments in Central Europe during the 1930s and 1940s. Musa Kazim remained in the picture and was still the most popular of the Husaynis among the social elite behind the political leadership. In the spring of 1930, he was again chosen to lead a Palestinian delegation to London to discuss the country's future. This time he was elected democratically. All Al-Hajj Amin could do was ask that his kinsman and confidant Mustafa Kamal al-Husayni be included in the delegation as a representative of the paper Al-Jama al-Arabiya. Plump, jovial Mustafa Kamal did not have to act against Musa Kazim because the delegation returned empty-handed. On this visit to London, Musa Kazim saw for himself how paltry the Mufti's achievements were. A crushing proof of the Palestinian leadership's insignificance in British eyes was the reception which met the delegation when they arrived at Victoria Station. Instead of an official representative, 3 elderly English ladies met them waving a Palestinian flag enthusiastically. They were the only supporters of the Palestine cause during the talks in the British capital. 7. Sitting around a big square table under a dim ceiling lamp in a government office in Westminster, the delegates recapitulated the Palestinians' demands. The British officials hardly referred to the Shaw report but put forward a private proposal made by the British Arabist and best-known agent on the Arabian Peninsula, St. John Philby. It was an anachronistic compromise solution based on most of the former British government proposals that both sides had already rejected. Inevitably, it would suffer the same fate. 8. Musa Kazim returned to Jerusalem immoderate and impatient. The British attitude had left him angry and frustrated. He decided to act more decisively in warning the Palestinian public of the Zionists' plans. Together with Munaf al-Husayni, editor of the family-owned newspaper Al-Jama al-Arabiya, he launched a campaign in 1931 to convince the Arab public that the Zionist objective was the same as what it had been in 1929, namely, to take over the Haram al-Sharif. Musa Kazim went to Gaza to get the local newspaper to publish his article on this subject, A Call to Palestine. 9. Any biography of the Husayni family covering the 1930s as well as the 1920s must focus on the political presence of the 3 leading figures in the family, Al-Hajj Amin, Musa Kazim, and Jamal, in this order. Yet Jamal really came to prominence only in the 1930s. Palestinian historians would agree that his contributions ought to be included in the finest chapters of Palestinian history, because there were few to match them at the time. Jamal was above all a gifted diplomat. During the later stages of the British Mandate, the diplomatic skills of both sides were decisive in the struggle to win the country. Jamal was the most eloquent spokesman of the Palestinian cause and one of the few who tried to counteract the endless stream of reports and articles published by Zionists in the popular and even the academic press from 1929 on. Jamal's first article appeared in November of that year. 10 Written in response to Zionism's most eloquent spokesman, Chaim Weizmann, it opened by drawing a clear distinction between Palestinian attitudes towards Judaism and Zionism. The Palestinians, Jamal wrote, were not opposed to the Jewish people but to Zionist aggression. Moreover, he went on, the struggle against Zionism did not mean a struggle against the British. Though the Palestinians were unhappy about Britain's policy, especially failure to keep promises to the whole of its Arab nation, they nevertheless considered themselves the British Empire's allies. Jamal was one of the first Palestinians to recapitulate the history of Palestinian nationalism. One of his articles stated that 1908 was the year when Palestine emerged as a distinct territorial entity within the Ottoman framework. Had it not been for the Great War, this geopolitical entity would have become a democracy within the Ottoman Empire and later, like Greece, an independent state. This was an important argument, because it countered the Zionist claim that it was the Jewish demand for a national home in Palestine that made the country a distinct geopolitical entity. This was a direct answer to Weizmann's claim that but for Zionism the country would have been divided amongst its neighbors. Jamal was also the first to try to systematically undermine Zionist claims by juxtaposing the demographic reality in Palestine with its political structure. Ever since the 1920s, he argued, 93% of the population had had no share in determining the country's future, while the Jewish population was overrepresented in the political structure. Their representation was buttressed by the appointment of pro-Zionist individuals to senior positions, among them the general prosecutor, the legal secretary of the government, the administrator of the immigration department and the head of the land registry office. The article also noted that even before the country's future was determined, the Palestinians had already paid with their taxes for the Jewish national home. They paid for the entrenchment of an alien and hostile presence, the revival of the Hebrew language, a separate educational system and the salaries of the immigration department intended for the Jews. The article was a carefully constructed vindication of the Palestinian national ideology, and Chaim Weizmann hastened, the same year and in the same publication, to refute its arguments with ideological justifications of Zionism. It should be noted that Jamal's article, and the arguments he presented in other forums about the economic cost that Jewish immigration imposed on the local population, did have some impact in Britain. While in London, he managed to persuade his British interlocutors that his arguments were factually sound, and apparently he sowed some serious doubts in the minds of policymakers regarding the meaning of the Balfour Declaration and its repercussions for the local population. An indication of such fresh thinking was seen in the work of the Hope-Simpson Commission, appointed in October 1930 to re-examine the vague promises made to the Jews over the years, above all the promise to allow mass immigration into Palestine. It was also directed to find out if the country was economically capable of becoming a Jewish safe haven without harming the local population. High Commissioner John Chancellor hoped that the Commission would leave out the political aspects, but this could not be done. Sir John Hope Simpson was the vice-chairman of the League of Nations Refugee Settlement Commission in Greece. Having experienced firsthand the human price of ethnic conflict, he was determined to avert it in Palestine. He came back from Palestine convinced that the Palestinian population had been harmed, and suggested measures to alleviate their plight. He proposed curtailing the sale of land to Jews for 5 years and reducing immigration to such numbers as could be settled on unoccupied Jewish-owned land. The Commission also proposed a new law granting Palestinian sharecroppers the right to lease their land and to develop lands for the settlement of Palestinians dispossessed by land transactions. The Commission's report was warmly approved by Colonial Secretary Sidney Webb, Lord Passfield, who saw it as a blueprint for a resolution to the conflict. It was published as a government white paper in 1930. Although Al-Jama al-Arabiya disapproved of the Commission's report, Al-Hajj Amin was generally pleased with the change in Britain's policy. Perhaps he thought that it was tactically useful to express disapproval, but it is more likely that, given their national outlook, Al-Hajj Amin and Jamal expected and demanded much more than a tactical change in Britain's policies. Be that as it may, the Commission's report became one more document of an alternative that could have directed the Palestinians towards a better future. Chaim Weizmann's personal efforts and his influence with British Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald caused Lord Passfield's white paper to be effectively disregarded. In February 1931, MacDonald sent Weizmann a letter spelling out the government's interpretation of the white paper. It did not repeal the restrictions placed on the Zionist movement but implied that Britain would not take action to implement them. Lord Passfield's views notwithstanding, the British government did not feel the need to retract the principle embodied in the Balfour Declaration. It also became known that the government regarded the Jewish Agency as the official representative of the Jewish community in Palestine. It seemed that all the Palestinian gains of 1930 had gone up in smoke. At about this time, Al-Hajj Amin paid a secret visit to London. According to his companion in England, Is al-Din al-Shawa of Gaza, it was a complete failure. Ostensibly he was shown all the important sights in the city, he was taken to Piccadilly and Oxford Street, and then the car stopped on Regent Street in front of the Café Royal. The Mufti was led down into the hall, which was full of cheerful music and couples on the dance floor. "What is this place?" the Mufti asked, and the guide assigned to him by the Colonial Office replied seriously, "This is one of the most important places in London. We want you to see it, to give you an idea of our culture and way of life." The Mufti wanted to leave but politely went on listening to the learned guide. Some of the most important people frequented this place. Oscar Wilde used to come here for tea, and people from all walks of life, young and old. Here class distinctions don't matter. The guide spoke as though Al-Hajj Amin were an emissary of the Palestine Communist Party rather than a member of Jerusalem's aristocracy. At which point the Mufti lost his patience and asked to return to his hotel. At every point during his visit, his British hosts made him feel that he was not the equal of the Zionist leaders and that in their eyes he was a primitive colonial native who should be impressed by crystal chandeliers and thrilled by a lively dance floor. Al-Hajj Amin had hoped for understanding and support, but he was shown superciliousness and disdain. It is worth remembering this episode, as Chapter 11 will deal with Al-Hajj Amin's visits to Mussolini and Hitler. These visits were equally ineffectual, but he was treated respectfully and ceremoniously as a national leader. This may help to explain why he chose to associate himself with those who would become the enemies of humanity. The vexation was not only personal, it was national, and for a brief moment it unified the factions in the Palestinian camp. MacDonald's letter caused the Palestinians to overcome past resentments and brought together the two great families, the Husaynis and the Nashashivis. Early in March 1931, the public was treated to a rare example of solidarity. Both Raghib al-Nashashivi and Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni attended a special meeting of the Palestinian executive in Jerusalem, another significant milestone in the history of a people confronted with fateful decisions almost every year. The situation was clear, as the British rulers had made it known exactly how far they were willing to adjust their policies. Even the Nashashivis could not accept the idea that the Jews, who constituted 17% of the total population and most of whom were recent arrivals, would determine the character of the country, let alone the prospect that many more immigrants would arrive. On his way to the meeting, the Mufti consulted with his relative Ishaq Darwish. As president of the Supreme Muslim Council, Al-Hajj Amin was an official of the mandatory government, and if he wished to keep his post he had to respect certain limits. He believed that the proper response to Britain was a general strike throughout Palestine, but he feared that if he called for it he would lose his position. So it was agreed that Darwish would call for the strike. Perhaps, as some historians suggest, Al-Hajj Amin also knew that the Nashashivis would not wish to go so far and that a resolution that worsened his relations with the British would fail. Finally, after prolonged debates, the council adopted Raghib al-Nashashivi's moderate proposal to call on the Palestinians to boycott Jewish goods and buy Palestinian products. 11 Consequently, in 1931 Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni seemed to be trying to avoid at all costs a head-on collision with the British or the Jews. But as in 1928, the Palestinian camp was not so easily mollified. John Chancellor made hostile public statements. The British police continued to treat Palestinian suspects brutally long after the events of 1929 and, to add insult to injury, the pro-Zionist Jewish general prosecutor Norman Bentwich retained his post. The mood grew uglier still when 3 Palestinians who had been charged with inciting riots were hanged, while not a single Jew was sentenced to death. The sentence looked like a deliberate perversion of justice and part of a hostile policy. 12 Now whenever Al-Hajj Amin addressed a large angry crowd, he had to revert to the role of the aggressive, demagogic sheik pouring fire and brimstone on Zionism and British policies. His public utterances were also fueled by the fact that the Haram al-Sharif, particularly the Western Wall, was still threatened by a Jewish takeover. High Commissioner Chancellor suggested to the Mufti that the mandatory government, together with the Palestinian leadership, come up with a compromise. Otherwise the government would put the issue of the ownership of the wall to an international forum, which would probably rule in favor of the Jews. The Mufti replied that he would prefer an imposition by an international forum to voluntary surrender. Chancellor replied, "But this way you'll show yourself a statesman." "But I'm not a statesman," replied the Mufti. "I am a cleric." 13. Disregarding the Mufti, the British authorities appointed a special committee headed by a Swede named Lufgren to examine the question of the Western Wall. The committee tended to favor the Muslim side but nevertheless called for considerable changes in the status quo. In the meantime, Al-Hajj Amin went on rallying the Muslim world to help save Jerusalem. In October 1930, he spent a few days in Cairo to meet with a delegation of Muslims from India led by Shaukat Ali, one of the leaders of the Muslim minority in the subcontinent and the brother of its greatest religious scholar, Sayyid Muhammad Ali. In December of that year, Al-Hajj Amin sent Jamal to follow the delegation to London and strengthen their association with this important ally. 14. When Muhammad Ali died early in 1931, he was buried in Jerusalem in accordance with his will. His funeral became a great Muslim demonstration. It was a very cold day in January when Muhammad Ali's coffin, draped in a green flag embroidered with verses from the Quran, was carried to his grave. Long consultations before and after the funeral prepared the groundwork for the Pan-Islamic Congress that took place in Jerusalem later that year. It was not the only important funeral that year. Sharif Hussein, a sincere friend of the Palestinian movement, though he lacked power or political influence, died that summer. A vast throng surrounded the Dome of the Rock to pay homage to the man who at the end of his life sought in vain to claim Palestine for the Arabs. Towards the end of the mandate and immediately after, his son King Abdullah of Jordan would use the tomb as a pretext for claiming Jerusalem. Muhammad Ali and the Sharif were buried in the same mausoleum in Dar al-Khatib, behind the eastern wall of the harem. 15. This mausoleum had originally been a religious school. An Anatolian noblewoman had donated it to the religious authorities in the 14th century. Later both Musa Kazim and his son Abd al-Qadir would also be buried in its chambers. But the amicable coexistence of the deceased contrasted with the conflicting political aspirations of the Hashemites and Husaynis in Jerusalem. During the Jordanian rule, a visitor might have guessed that only Sharif Hussein was buried there, as the entrance bore his emblem flanked by Jordanian flags. Today it is once more the burial place of the Palestinian aristocracy. As soon as the mourning period was over, Al-Hajj Amin was eager to hold the first Pan-Islamic Congress in Palestine. Such congresses had already taken place, but never in Jerusalem. Al-Hajj Amin had tried to organize one in 1922 and failed, but in June 1931 he succeeded. First he had to secure the High Commissioner's support, which he obtained by promising that the Congress would not discuss any issues that might embarrass the British authorities. 16. Chancellor was about to be succeeded in October by Sir Arthur Wauchope and was therefore fairly sympathetic. The Mufti did not, however, try to conciliate the opposition. Nor did he cooperate with the later attempts of the visitors from India and Egypt to unify the Palestinian camp. Al-Hajj Amin wished to give the event an air of spontaneity. During Friday prayers at the Al-Aqsa Mosque on September 4, 1931, Shaukat Ali announced, probably by agreement, that a Pan-Islamic Congress would open in Jerusalem on December 31 that year. A letter of invitation that still survives today indicates that the Mufti was indeed careful not to make any reference to the political struggle in Palestine. The honored addressee is invited to take part in a Congress whose purpose is to prevent divisions in the Arab world. There could not have been a more appropriate place for such a gathering than the Mosque of Al-Aqsa. 17. 22 Muslim countries, both Shia and Sunni, all the Muslim states at that time with the exception of secular Turkey, were represented at the Congress. 18 Most delegates were not official representatives, since the governments of the states concerned were being very circumspect about Jerusalem and Palestine. The Turks did not come because Shaukat Ali, who considered himself a potential caliph, had sent an invitation to a member of the Ottoman family known as Abdul Majid III. At the time, there were rumors all over the Middle East that the caliphate might be revived, an idea that Ataturk's Turkey resisted with all its might. The gathering was pulled in two different directions, the Indian representatives wanted to use it to promote the idea of the caliphate, while Al-Hajj Amin wanted it to strengthen Muslim support for the Palestinians. He received the blessing of his old mentor, Sheikh Rashid al-Rida, which carried much weight. Rida was one of the promoters of the caliphate, and his willingness to place the issue of Palestine at the top of the agenda testified to the strong link between him and his former disciple. During the Congress, Al-Hajj Amin also had to struggle against hostility towards Christians, expressed in particular by Al-Tabatabai, the former Prime Minister of Iran. Aware of the standing of Christian Palestinians in local politics, and perhaps loyal to the tradition of his branch of the family, which had coexisted peacefully with Jerusalem's Christian elite, Al-Hajj Amin fought against this sentiment. 19 When he had gone to Egypt in person to seek official support, he had run into an advance campaign by the Jewish Agency to dissuade the Egyptian government from sending representatives to the Congress. The government was worried by the idea of the caliphate and sent no delegates, but the Wafd, the largest political party in Egypt, did. 20 Another proposal on the Congress's agenda that worried the Egyptians was the establishment of a Muslim university in Jerusalem, which the scholars of Al-Azhar feared would eclipse their own institution. Rashid al-Rida succeeded in dispelling their anxiety, as perhaps did Al-Hajj Amin's letter to King Fuad I and to Egypt's Prime Minister, Sidki Pasha, explaining the modest aspirations of the projected university. It was mainly intended to provide a Palestinian counterbalance to the Hebrew University. 21. Al-Hajj Amin did not fare much better in Damascus, where the leaders of the national camp declined his invitation. They were in the midst of delicate negotiations with the French and did not wish to be identified with an Arab anti-colonialist front. Some of the Syrian leaders also suspected that the Congress was intended to attack the Palestinian opposition, and so when Al-Hajj Amin arrived in Damascus in June 1931 he found them unresponsive. 22 Those who turned Al-Hajj Amin down had been helped by him during the Syrian revolt in 1925, but they would help him in the 1930s when he found refuge there as a political exile. Despite these setbacks, the list of participants was quite impressive, and Al-Hajj Amin managed to steer the Congress through conflicting agendas and interests. One of the foremost thinkers of Shia Islam, Sheikh al-Qaeda, making his first appearance in such a gathering, was persuaded to become a spokesman for the Palestinian cause. He delivered the important message that Palestine was greater than the factions of Islam and united its two main currents. 23. The Congress opened on December 7, the morning after an evening ceremony at Al-Aqsa Mosque described by the British as Al-Hajj Amin's one-man show and recorded on film by an Egyptian production company. This was the movement's first political film, to be followed by many more. It is a vivid document of the Congress opening. Photographs were taken outdoors, then the delegates went into the mosque, sat down on its rush mats and listened to Al-Hajj Amin exhorting them to help save Jerusalem. 24. Al-Hajj Amin's friends had not seen him so active and dynamic for a long time. He pushed resolutions in the plenary sessions and fought to neutralize opponents in the subcommittees. The success of the Congress was clearly due to him, and he was chosen to head a pan-Islamic body, giving him one more title to add to Grand Mufti and President of the Supreme Muslim Council. The opposition ran interference through its newspaper Mirat al-Sharq and with a parallel gathering at the King David Hotel titled the Conference of the Islamic Nation, which drew representatives from all over Palestine. 25 But as the High Commissioner reported, the Congress strengthened the standing of Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni. 26 Al-Hajj Amin was convinced that Fakhri al-Nashashivi, who led the opposition to the Congress, was in the service of Zionism. This was not so far-fetched, given Fakhri's strong ties to the Jewish Agency. At least one Israeli scholar has found a hint to that effect in a letter from Haim Arlazorov to the Jewish Agency in London. 27. Yet Al-Hajj Amin's inability to compromise with the opposition did harm the Congress and its goals. His close associate Shaukat Ali wrote to a friend, "The Mufti and his party are unwilling to let others take part in preparing and directing the conference." The opposition behaved chivalrously, announcing that it supported the idea of a Muslim university and the Congress, but could not accept a situation wherein the Mufti alone makes all the decisions. "Had the Mufti taken my advice," the results would have been much better, he concluded sadly. He had advised Al-Hajj Amin to advance the idea of a new Islamic caliphate. Indeed, he was so disappointed that the issue of the caliphate was left out of the agenda that he resigned. His resignation did not hurt Al-Hajj Amin, on the contrary, it reassured the Arab delegates, who were unenthusiastic, to say the least, about the idea of the caliphate. Though Al-Hajj Amin's inability to unify the ranks was ominous and militate against his success, on the whole the Congress left him stronger than before. 28. In 1932 the festival of Nabi Musa also became a battlefield between the rival camps, each of which tried to organize a bigger delegation to the festivities. 29 Though for hundreds of years the Husayni, or prophets, banner had led the procession, the Nashashivis announced that their procession would raise a different banner. Al-Hajj Amin did not scruple to get the British authorities to make sure that the Husayni procession, rather than the Nashashivi one, would take place, and so it did. In the final analysis, the achievement of the Pan-Islamic Congress was personal rather than national. The pro-Palestinian tendency which the Hope-Simpson report seemed to indicate was eroding. The new High Commissioner, Sir Arthur Wauchope, was friendly to Al-Hajj Amin but not necessarily to the Palestinian cause. Wauchope maintained strong personal ties with Al-Hajj Amin and helped him to thwart attempts at reforming the Supreme Muslim Council that might have damaged his standing. 30 But Wauchope represented the British government, whose policies in 1932 provoked increasing anti-British feelings among the local population. In April 1932, a British official by name of Louis French was appointed to study what could be done to develop the country and help those who had been hurt by the sale of land to Jews. He did not find many such cases and was not persuaded that there was strong resistance among Palestinian landowners to these sales. But he deplored the lack of development plans for rural Palestine and demanded that the economic discrimination in favor of the Jews be stopped. French's report stunned the Palestinian leadership, historian Yehoshua Porath asserts in hindsight. If that was so, then the leadership overlooked the most significant passages in the report. French was supportive of the Palestinian cause and tried to awaken the leadership to the realities it ignored. But instead of rousing and stopping the sale of land, the leadership was paralyzed, and the executive was not convened until October 1933. When it did, it was dominated by unprecedented hostility towards Britain. 31. The public at large may not have been aware that the Husaynis, too, sold land, though it was an open secret to the family. Even Musa Kazim sold the land of Dalab, on which the kibbutz Kfar Anavim would later be built. Jamal's brother Tawfik sold the Jews whole orange groves in Nes Zayana. 32 But this practice ended in 1929 and was not revived. It took the Mufti 3 years to acknowledge that the 1929 revolt had not made a noticeable difference in the plight of the Palestinians. The Zionist presence in Palestine kept expanding and the British policies remained unchanged. In the 1930s, Al-Hajj Amin was not only a social and religious leader but also the head of an important political movement. He became a nationalist politician motivated by considerations of political survival as much as by his commitment to the national cause. It is possible that at this time a kind of Husayni nationalism was developing that guided not only Al-Hajj Amin but Jamal and other members of the family as well. The hardening attitude of many members of the family was mainly a reflection of the dramatic changes in the character of the country and that of its Arab population rather than any private initiative. In the early 1930s, Jewish immigration became an oppressive reality, and the lack of appropriate action by the British government heightened the feeling of the Palestinian leadership that Palestine could be saved only by extreme measures. But the growing extremism was also indicative of the internal conflicts in the Palestinian camp, which intensified due to the financial straits of the political structure. None of the political players could raise sufficient funds to act independently. And even the Husaynis were struggling to raise the necessary budget for the new All-Palestinian Conference they wished to convene in the early 1930s. The attempt to revive the annual conferences that had taken place before 1920 was largely a failure. Leading the resistance, Musa Kazim and his son Abd al-Qadir. For the first time since the family had become a social and political force in the age of nationalism, or perhaps even since the 18th century, its members were challenged by popular leadership. The encounter between the high and the low did not go well, and the historians of the Palestinian left would later denounce the family for its alleged haughty and heartless treatment of the lower strata of Palestinian society. The first signs of political organization from below could be discerned in 1932, when Palestinian merchants refused to take part in a government-organized regional trade fair, the Levant Fair, held in Tel Aviv. Employees in the departments of education and transportation resigned their posts. These were sporadic and spontaneous actions, and to some extent the revived activity at the popular level reflected changes in Palestinian political life. The Husaynis, Nashashivis and other leading families launched political parties. Some of these took on an independent dynamic that did not always harmonize with family interests, though their agendas were usually factional rather than national. But this was not true for all of the parties. For example, Istiqlal, which came into being in 1932, rose above the clans, calling for unity in the Arab world and protesting its breakup into small states that it regarded as colonialist creations. Perhaps this is why Istiqlal soon fell apart. The Husaynis supported the National Youth Party inspired by the Muslim Brotherhood of Egypt, both of which came into being in 1932. In 1934 the opposition, led by the Nashashivis, launched the National Defense Party, while the Husaynis launched a party of their own in March 1935 that will be discussed later. Palestinian society was beginning to develop forms and organizations that might have led it, like other Arab peoples in the region, to political independence but for the presence of a settler movement that coveted their homeland. Such a reality required unity, not pluralism, a solid national movement, not a national society in its infancy. The opposition built itself power bases among the rural population and launched an affiliated village party. Many village headmen wrote Al-Hajj Amin begging him to honor them with a visit and to involve them in his activities, but the replies sent back in his name offered various excuses, including a broken leg and a sudden illness. He and his family thus failed to acquire a popular power base. 33. In addition to the formation of political parties, there were numerous unofficial conferences, beginning in Nablus. Jamal and his cousin Munif observed the developments and concluded that such spontaneity might eventually restrict Al-Hajj Amin's control over Palestinian politics. Jamal set out to channel the radical dynamism of the young men of Nablus. Early in January 1933, he held the first conference of young Palestinians in Jaffa. This meeting was marked by anti-Christian fervor that cooled only after strenuous efforts by Musa Kazim's young son Abd al-Qadir, at his father's urging. After all, the Husaynis had traditionally cooperated with the Christians and his father's nationalism was based on secular Muslim-Christian cooperation. 34. This was an uncharacteristic action for Abd al-Qadir, who represented radicalism in the family, though he never acted against them. Only in 1933 did he appear on the scene as a distinct political figure, and he very quickly made his mark on the Palestinian struggle. In that year, he returned from Cairo, where he had won his spurs in a national struggle alongside the young Egyptians. His first political activity had been in 1932, when he helped to organize a boycott against Fuad University in Cairo, which was believed to have been collaborating with the British. Abd al-Qadir himself had been sent to the American University in Cairo, and though the Americans were not viewed as colonialists, it was a Western institution and thus in his eyes a foreign presence on Arab soil. Abd al-Qadir's protest became progressively radical. At first he was content to design an individual course of studies with the emphasis on Islamic subjects. His favorite subject, sport and religion in Arab history, foreshadowed his destiny, but he also read extensively about armed struggle in history and religion. Most of his tutors were Western Orientalists who believed they had cracked the Islamic code and were now teaching Islam to the Egyptians. When the university diplomas were given out, young Abd al-Qadir's piercing eyes did not betray his animosity or his intention to embarrass the alien establishment at its most ceremonial. The official graduation ceremonies in the summer of 1932 on the university's splendid campus were expected to run their usual course. The heads of the university, with leading figures in the expatriate community and the Egyptian administration, were all in attendance as the graduates were called one by one to come to the stage and receive their diplomas. Leading the ceremonies was the president of the university, Charles Watson, flanked by heads of departments, including the head of the Department of Oriental Languages, unwittingly destined to become the hero of the day. When Abd al-Qadir al-Husayni was called to the dais, he asked to say a few words to the audience. To general astonishment, he launched into a fiery speech against Western policies in the Middle East and against the part played by the American university in implementing them. He accused the institution in which he had studied of consciously and deliberately undermining the Muslim religion and its traditions and supporting the Christian mission. The aim of the Christian mission, he said, was to sow dissent between Christians and Muslims, whereas the Muslims aspired to pan-Arab solidarity. He stopped, raised the diploma he had just been given and declared, "This is your diploma. Take it away. It's nothing to do with me." Then he tore the thick document before all the dignitaries, local and foreign, sitting on the terrace. The university was all agog, and its administrators appealed to the local authorities as well as to the American and British embassies. That evening they resolved to expel Abd al-Qadir from Egypt within 24 hours. During that time, the young man managed to tell his version of the event to the Egyptian press, preventing the university from denying the occurrence, as its directors were naturally inclined to do. 35. Abd al-Qadir returned to Palestine a national hero, and the young revolutionary became a journalist. At first he joined the newspaper of the Muslim Brotherhood, Al-Jama al-Islamiyya. Before long he realized that his articles were not published, and he suspected that the paper was succumbing to British pressure. He then began writing for the family-owned newspaper, Al-Jama al-Arabiyya. Every day he made his way to the editorial offices, located in what is today the Clark Building on Ma'mun Allah Street, to hand in a fervent column that would stir the young nationalists of Jerusalem. Often it was not published but rather distributed in secret to the young people. When he felt that here he was being thwarted again, he made one final attempt to work through the press by joining the board of the newspaper Al-Liwa, edited by Jamal al-Husayni, whose offices adjoined those of Al-Jama al-Arabiyya. The latter publication represented the Supreme Muslim Council, and the former the Husayni party. But Abd al-Qadir soon realized that here, too, most of his columns were not printed, for fear of British reprisals. Thus ended his short career as a journalist. Helped by his family connections, he obtained a post in the government lands office. One of his biographers, Musin, describes this as an impressive achievement. First he agitated against the government's practice of preferring to hire Christians rather than Muslims, then he formed an organization named the Association of Educated Young Muslims, which pressured the High Commissioner Wauchope to give 25 Muslims jobs in the administration. The 26th post, with a handsome monthly salary of 25 Palestinian pounds, went to Abd al-Qadir. At first he was satisfied with the clerical post in Jaffa, but he advanced quickly and became chief of the land registry in the district of Ramleh. Here he became aware of the extent of Jewish land acquisition and the growing Palestinian distress, and he wrote to his friends in Egypt that he was using his post to tackle these issues. He claimed to have stopped the sale of many tracts in the center of the country and to have increased the number of Palestinians in high government posts. There is no external evidence for these claims, but this may well be the case. His committed biographer highlights these achievements in order to justify Abd al-Qadir's willingness to work in the very government department that enabled the Zionists to buy more land, that is, he wished to work from within the system to curb the Zionist enterprise. 36. His energy and working pace were noted by the family. Not content with his newspaper and government work, he labored indefatigably to organize support for the family and opposition to the British and the Zionists. We have mentioned his creation of a group dedicated to fighting the growing unemployment among educated Muslims. Only a few months after his return from Egypt, he convened in Jaffa a conference on unemployment that called on the government to sack its British and foreign staff and to pass a law requiring companies to hire Muslims in proportion to their profits from the Muslim community. If these demands were not met, the conference threatened to call on Muslims to boycott those companies. But the government did not meet the demands. Abd al-Qadir failed to rouse the public to tackle this issue, since the breach with the opposition prevented large-scale action. Moreover, the opposition newspaper Mirat al-Sharq charged that Abd al-Qadir always acted in a Muslim context and was therefore anti-Christian. It was a difficult charge to refute, but a search through the opposition's leaflets and publications has produced no tangible evidence of such discrimination on Abd al-Qadir's part. Like other members of the Husayni family, Abd al-Qadir needed a government post in order to survive economically and to maintain a strong political stance in society. This created a dilemma similar to the one faced by the notables under the Young Turks, except that they had not been strongly opposed to the government and certainly did not aspire to replace it with an independent national entity. In the 1930s, the family was troubled by the question of whether to resign from or remain in government posts. Abd al-Qadir was the first to resolve it, and his determination spearheaded the Husaynis clash with the British and the Zionists. For this he eventually paid with his life. In 1934 he proclaimed that he was resigning his post in the mandatory government's land registry because it was helping the Jews to take over the land. 37. The bravest of the family, however, was the aged Musa Kazim. He accepted the invitation of young Jaffates to lead a demonstration they were organizing. The 80-year-old Husayni thrilled the young men as he faced the mounted police and was knocked down by the horses. The newspaper Filastin reported that the old man was miraculously spared when a bullet fired at him struck one of the other demonstrators. 38. Abd al-Qadir's action, and possibly Musa Kazim's bravery as well, prompted Al-Hajj Amin to act more decisively. But his decision to take stronger action against the British and Zionists might have been made at the start of 1933. This led to another attempt to unify the Palestinian camp, though, as before, the union was too brief to change the course of history. At the end of March 1933, after months in Jerusalem, the Mufti took the train to Jaffa to attend a rare gathering of representatives from all the Palestinian political factions. 500 men listened to speeches calling for a boycott of Zionist and British goods and the rejection of the legitimacy of the mandatory government. Inspired by Al-Hajj Amin, they publicly denounced Arabs who sold land to the Jews and delivered an unprecedented attack on the government's pro-Zionist policy. 39 The anti-Zionist utterances were clearer and more uncompromising than ever. It is the overall plan of the Jews to seize the soil of this holy land, and by arriving here in hundreds and thousands, legally and illegally, they are spreading fear and terror through the country, stated a proclamation issued by the Jaffa Conference. 40. Upon his return to Jerusalem on March 31, 1933, Al-Hajj Amin visited the residence of Dr. Heinrich Wolff, the German consul general in Jerusalem appointed by the new Nazi government 2 months earlier. To Israeli historiographers, this visit made him one of the worst enemies not only of Zionism but of Jewry as a whole. The consul was unimpressed by Al-Hajj Amin and wrote to his superiors that the Mufti boasted he could rally Muslims, not only in Palestine but throughout the Arab world, to support Nazi Germany. The consul had the impression that it would not be easy to build up pro-Nazi sentiment among the Muslims of Palestine, in part because it would be difficult to convince them that Judaism was the source of all evil and responsible for the hardships they suffered as merchants and farmers. In reality, the strength of Palestinian nationalism lay in the widespread belief that Zionism, rather than Judaism, was the source of the trouble. Most of the consul general's report seems very dubious. According to Wolff, Al-Hajj Amin urged Hitler to impose a boycott on the Jews of Germany, but not the kind that would drive them to migrate to Palestine. In reality, it is doubtful that Al-Hajj Amin would have proposed such a thing, since he was concerned with boycotting the Jewish community in Palestine and preventing any situation in Europe that would impel more Jews to immigrate there. Nevertheless, This meeting would be viewed by a good many Israeli researchers as proof that Al-Hajj Amin was a dyed-in-the-wool Nazi. 41. While in Jaffa, Al-Hajj Amin also dealt with some family interests, mainly to strengthen his relations with the non-clannish Istiqlal party, which was in decline after having become a stronghold of the Al-Hadi family of Nablus. 80 years earlier, the Husaynis and Al-Hadis had found themselves in opposing camps when the Husaynis formed marriage ties with the Al-Hadis' Nablus rivals, the Tukans. But times had changed, and now the ideological element had come into play. Ani Abd al-Hadi was promoting a pan-Arab national program, according to which Palestine could only survive in the framework of a pan-Arab republic. Given the hardships of the 1930s, Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni felt he could live with such a platform, particularly if it caused a rift in the opposition camp. After all, he himself had once supported the idea of Palestine as a part of Syria. This duality between local nationalism, Wataniyya, and pan-Arab nationalism, Qawmiyya, would haunt the Palestinian national movement until the death of Gamal Abd al-Nasser in 1970. Pan-Arab solidarity would remain a major cultural social component in the identity of the diverse Arab nations, and its remarkable persistence testifies to its vitality in the culture of the Middle East. However, it was not sufficient to rally the Arab world to Palestine's aid. Relations with the Abd al-Hadi family improved, and ties with the Khalidis were at their best. Relations with the Nashashivis, however, were worsening. Al-Hajj Amin's main purpose in holding the conference in Jaffa was to prevent Fakhri al-Nashashivi, the most dynamic figure of his family, from standing between the Husaynis and the Istiqlal party. There was no pressing reason for Ani Abd al-Hadi to declare his support for one camp or the other. He enjoyed being courted by both and wished the state of affairs to continue. Al-Hajj Amin also had some satisfying moments while in Jaffa meeting the young men who ran his young Muslim associations. He was particularly impressed by Izz al-Din al-Qassam, whom he had already met when the Supreme Muslim Council appointed him Registrar of Marriages at the Sharia court in Haifa. At the time, Al-Hajj Amin had considered this appointment very carefully, because the Syrian al-Qassam had been famous in the 1920s as an eloquent and passionate preacher at the Al-Istiqlal Mosque in Haifa. When they met in Jaffa, Al-Hajj Amin knew that al-Qassam had been active for 3 years in the Black Hand. 42 This group trained young men in guerrilla warfare against the British in the Carmel Mountains. A devout Muslim, al-Qassam wanted religious approval of this activity, but knowing the local clergy would refuse, he turned instead to a Syrian sheikh in Damascus who gave the stamp of religious approval to actions of this kind. 43 Before the gathering in Jaffa, Al-Qassam had already contributed to the more violent aspect of the Palestinian struggle against the British and the Zionists. In April 1931, his unit killed 3 members of Kibbutz Yagur. 44 The following year they struck again, killing a man in the Jewish village of Balfouria and another in Kfar Hasidim. Late that year, they slew a man and his small son in the village of Nahalal. Some members of the group were caught and hanged before the end of that year. Al-Qassam himself was put on trial, but there was no evidence to link him directly with the perpetrators. Al-Qassam's unsavory acts attracted a great deal of attention during the rise of Nazism in Germany. The coming of the Nazis to power in Germany at the end of January 1933 focused Palestinian attention on Jewish immigration. In 1932 some 9,000 Jews arrived, and 30,000 came the following year. The Jewish presence was noticeable everywhere, not only because of the large numbers of new arrivals but also because of the rapid growth of economic activity, particularly in the urban areas, while the purchasing power of the Palestinian population dropped to about a quarter of the population. But the anxiety of the Jews of Europe was not on the Palestinian agenda. In the 1930s, the Arabs of Palestine were afraid of becoming a minority in their homeland, of losing their workplaces and their land and even of large-scale evictions. Their main outlet was the Palestinian press, which from the summer of 1933 became wholly committed to resisting immigration. From the press, the protest moved into the streets, and by autumn there were massive demonstrations. They began with thousands marching in the streets of Jerusalem and spread throughout the country. In Jaffa the demonstrators tried to break into the offices of the district governor and were fired on by the police. In Jerusalem young Palestinians broke into Jewish neighborhoods, and the police killed 26 and wounded many more. 45. In October 1934 the Palestinian executive called for demonstrations in the desperate hope of changing the government's policies, but to no avail. The government held the Husaynis responsible for the disorder and arrested Jamal al-Husayni. 46. When al-Hajj Amin returned from Jaffa, he immediately went into action. Once again elections were held in Jerusalem, but this time the family did not put forward a candidate of its own. On the advice of al-Hajj Amin, backed after some hesitation by Jamal, the family supported the candidacy of Dr. Hussein al-Khalidi. Al-Hajj Amin threw himself into the campaign, and his speeches denounced Raghib al-Nashashibi, the opposition's candidate for mayor, as non-national and not pro-Islamic. 47. Hussein al-Khalidi was a good choice, a gifted man, a good speaker and an outstanding chief physician in the Department of Health. He resigned his medical post so as to dedicate himself to politics and the city. He defeated Raghib al-Nashashibi and restored the Husaynis to the position of power they had lost with the advent of British rule 14 years earlier. What is more, he caused a split in the Nashashibi camp. The 1934 elections were decided by the Jews, whose numbers in Jerusalem had grown to 30,000, thanks to immigration. They withheld their vote from Nashashibi, mistaking him for a nationalist extremist because he had taken part in the Palestinian delegation to London in 1930. High Commissioner Wauchope also expressed displeasure at Raghib's obtaining another post. 48. It should be noted that Hussein al-Khalidi helped the family even during the worst years of the revolt, and in 1936 he joined the Husaynis party. As they had many times before, the Husayni women played an important part in cementing the alliance. Hussein al-Khalidi's wife, Wahida, cooperated with Amina, the wife of Jamal al-Husayni. In 1929 they had recruited 12 other women and formed a female Palestinian executive. It grew into a women's congress, led by Salma, the wife of Musa Kazim, the first lady of Palestinian nationalism, to borrow a modern American term. 49. 200 women, mostly from the families of the urban notables, attended the opening session of the Congress. There was a dark passage in the life of the two families, however. Munaf al-Husayni, editor of Al-Jama al-Arabiya, fell in love with a young woman of the Khalidi family, but her parents opposed the match. Munaf was powerful enough to force them to accept the marriage, but in response some of the Khalidis resigned from organizations controlled by the Husaynis. Razim al-Khalidi quit the leadership of the Palestinian youth movements created by Jamal in 1932. But after a while the furor subsided, love flourished, and the alliance survived. 50. This passionate drama and all the other upsets were forgotten in the winter of 1934 when Musa Kazim died at the age of 84. The last two demonstrations in which he took part hastened his demise. In Jerusalem he fell and was bruised, and in Jaffa he was battered in a bloody demonstration. Though al-Hajj Amin was the people's leader, Musa Kazim was the head of the family. Perhaps even in the eyes of the people, his standing was higher than al-Hajj Amin's. After all, he was the president of the executive, and his ability to achieve a consensus created the impression of unity in the Palestinian camp. Musa Kazim was the most highly respected of the Husaynis in the 20th century, Sheikh al-Mujahideen, Palestine's foremost warrior, her greatest casualty, as the historian al-Dabaq described him. His funeral became a huge demonstration, the likes of which had never been seen in Jerusalem, and he was buried at Al-Aqsa. 51. When he had fallen ill, the delicate alliances he had built fell apart, the Nashashibis became a real opposition, while the Husaynis became the mainstream and led the movement towards a head-on collision with the British authorities. But when Musa Kazim died, the two camps seemed to agree on a successor, Yaqub Faraj, Musa Kazim's deputy, and a member of the opposition. Yet this moment of unity was, for all intents and purposes, the Palestinian executive's swan song. 52. Family statesmanship, the second and final chapter. It is not known how Al-Hajj Amin felt about the passing of the most admired Palestinian since the start of the mandate. In the early 1930s, the relationship between them had deteriorated after Musa Kazim accused Al-Hajj Amin of falsely obtaining family funds to give to his supporters. 53 Jamal, who was on close terms with both of them, tried in vain to arbitrate. Now that Musa Kazim was dead, Al-Hajj Amin had the national stage to himself. But it is doubtful that this state of affairs favored Al-Hajj Amin, who always benefited from having to consider opposing opinions within his family. With Musa Kazim gone, the family sought a new structure for its political and national action, particularly in response to the organizing skill of the Nashashivis, who created the National Defense Party in 1934. Therefore, the following year the Husaynis created the Palestinian Arab Party, whose avowed aims were ending the British Mandate, achieving Palestinian independence and abrogating the Jewish national home. In contrast to the Istiqlal, this new party's platform did not contain anti-British or anti-imperialist statements. Jamal was chosen to head the party with the help of a Greek Catholic deputy, Alfred Rock. A Greek Orthodox, Emil Algori, served as general secretary, and his main function was to win the support of the Palestinian youth. To the Husaynis, the presence of Christians in the party leadership was not merely an indicator of national unity, it also reflected their political and intellectual outlook since the 1920s. This party became the political center of gravity in Palestinian intellectual life during the 1930s. 54. Once again the family developed new skills in political organization and grew stronger. Only this time it missed out on a field of activity that might have given it a still greater role in the struggle for Palestine, guerrilla and military warfare. As a result, it lagged behind not only Is-al-Din al-Qassam but also the Jewish community. The Palestinians went in for demonstrations on the one hand and for al-Qassam's sporadic acts of violence on the other. Meanwhile, the Jewish agency prepared for a possible conflict with the Palestinians and built up a military infrastructure. In the course of 1935, it smuggled weapons into the country hidden inside civilian imports. On October 18, while a shipment of cement was being unloaded from the Belgian vessel Leopold at the port of Jaffa, a barrel fell on the dock and broke open, revealing a load of ammunition. The loud cry of a Jaffate docker marked the start of a new and violent phase in relations between the communities in Palestine. 55 This time Al-Hajj Amin did not hesitate to recommend that the executive declare a general strike. At that time Is-al-Din al-Qassam was in Jerusalem trying to persuade Al-Hajj Amin to launch a jihad against the British and the Zionists. He had established a base in the north of Nablus and was preparing for a sweeping guerrilla campaign. Al-Hajj Amin recognized the value of militant Islamic action, and that year he was also in touch with the Muslim Brotherhood, on which al-Qassam had modeled his group. Al-Hajj Amin had known Abd al-Rahman, the brother of Hassan al-Banna, founder of the movement, hence his familiarity with it and its methods. 56 But Al-Hajj Amin's association with the al-Banna brothers did less for the Palestinians and remained just another chapter in the expansion of the Egyptian movement into a successful pan-Arabist one. So highly did the al-Banna brothers value the association that they published the extensive correspondence between Hassan and Al-Hajj Amin as one of movement's most important texts. The Muslim Brotherhood did manage to hold some impressive pro-Palestinian demonstrations, but their movement was more focused on the struggle against the British occupation of Egypt than on any other issue. 57. When face to face with Is-al-Din al-Qassam, Al-Hajj Amin did not adopt the line of Islamic militancy. He maintained that the time was not yet ripe for such action. The solution had to be political rather than militaristic. A few days after they met, al-Qassam tried a different tactic to pressure Al-Hajj Amin. He sent one of his men, Mahmoud Salim, together with a Jerusalem notable named Sheikh Musa al-Azrawi, to inform Al-Hajj Amin that he was about to start a revolt in the north of Palestine and to suggest that Al-Hajj Amin launch one in the south. The fact that Al-Qassam placed himself on equal footing with the Mufti precluded any possibility of coordination between them, as much as the Mufti's objection to such action did. 58 Al-Hajj Amin wanted to persuade the Arab rulers to pressure Britain to change its policy, and he believed that the Arab world needed to be united to achieve this. Immediately after Al-Qassam's visit, Al-Hajj Amin set out on his travels, accompanied by Izzat Darwaza, the General Secretary of the Pan-Islamic Conference in 1931 and of the Supreme Muslim Council in 1936, whose memoirs are the basis for the present account. Their first stop was Cairo. In his white turban, Al-Hajj Amin was taller than his companions, who all wore Western suits. He stuck to his traditional black robe and carried a walking stick, thus clearly standing out as the leader. From Cairo this extraordinary delegation went to the Arabian Peninsula. This was not a courtesy visit or merely a request for support, but an opportunity for Al-Hajj Amin to practice real statesmanship. He took part in a conciliatory mission between the Saudi king Abd al-Aziz and the Yemeni Imam Yahya, inveterate opponents on the peninsula who remained enemies despite Al-Hajj Amin's efforts. 59. In the summer of 1935, Al-Hajj Amin was still the most talked about and highly regarded Palestinian leader, as illustrated by the visit in August of the Tunisian leader Abd al-Aziz al-Thali, who came at Al-Hajj Amin's invitation to open a new seminary for Islamic reform in the Abu Kabir quarter of Jaffa. But after the visitor departed, it was clear that a new star had risen in the Palestinian firmament. In November 1935, Al-Qassam launched his jihad. This time his men did not attack civilians but rather policemen near Ein Harod. They distinguished between Jewish police, whom they killed, and Muslims, whom they let go. 60 This action made a powerful impression on Abd al-Qadir al-Husayni, who at once organized a number of boys from the local scouts movement into a guerrilla band and named it the Green Hand. The actions of this band were unimpressive but very important in the collective memory of Abd al-Qadir's life. Izz al-Din al-Qassam's action, however, was a real guerrilla operation that raised his profile in the eyes of the Palestinian public and won him a reputation as one of the Palestinian national movement's foremost martyrs. The British police launched an extensive hunt for the group, and before the end of November British soldiers shot Al-Qassam dead near Kufr Ya Abd. 61. Al-Qassam's death seemed to balance out that of Musa Kazim. The huge wave of sympathy that swept over the country and found expression in a mass funeral in Haifa produced a temporary unity in the Palestinian leadership. Only the poor came to his funeral, wrote the Palestinian author and fighter Ghassan Kanafani. At first Al-Hajj Amin hesitated and did not attend the funeral or the memorial ceremony. But when the Sheik's posthumous reputation grew and he became a national martyr, Al-Hajj Amin, urged by his advisors, called on the widow and gave her 10 Palestinian pounds. Jamal attended the memorial ceremony and made a speech at the Zaharat al-Sharq Cafe before a crowd of 6,000 in which he prophesied, correctly, that Al-Qassam's name will be remembered forever and become a symbol in the history of the country. 62 Hamdi al-Husayni went further still, publishing a panegyric to Al-Qassam in the family newspaper. 6 days after Al-Qassam's death, representatives of the 5 Palestinian parties called on the High Commissioner and handed him an unusually blunt memorandum. If they did not receive a satisfactory response, they warned him, the situation may deteriorate further and extremism will prevail. Neither Al-Hajj Amin nor Jamal had ever imagined that the death of the unknown preacher from Haifa would spark a revolt in the north and turn the leadership's organized protests, strikes, and demonstrations into an uprising against the British Empire. The timing was probably inauspicious. Britain had not yet felt any diminution of its imperial power and was faced with a possible worldwide conflict when the Palestinians chose to challenge them. Had the political leaders among the Husaynis or their counterparts been able to sense the undercurrents, they might have controlled and diverted them into a more productive channel. But for that they would have had to be in constant touch with the Palestinian masses. Most of the members of the Palestinian executive were landowners or merchants from the new bourgeoisie, both Christian and Muslim, who were similarly detached from the people and could not represent the peasant majority. 63. The followers of Al-Qassam, called the Qassamiyun, offered a violent outlet to the very real hardships of the majority. Thanks to their organization, the armed activity continued in early 1936, and the Palestinian consciousness went on battling against British policies and the Zionist presence. The large-scale economic and social processes that had given rise to the extensive anti-government actions in 1929 intensified in the 1930s. The huge influx of Jewish immigrants, the increase in the Jews' purchasing power, the overwhelming spread of Jewish labor in the urban employment market, and above all the sense that private and collective lands were being lost all heightened, or concretized, Al-Qassam's message. The message ran counter to the understanding that the Husaynis and Nashashivis, in fact the entire Palestine leadership, sought to convey. Al-Qassam had rejected the possibility of a political solution, while the leadership pinned all its hopes on one. In 1936 Al-Qassam became the guide, and Al-Hajj Amin his disciple. The British woke up late. The High Commissioner decided to renew efforts to create a legislative council and managed to throw the Palestinian camp into confusion. The Nashashivis and their allies favored the proposals, if only because they might put a dent in the dominance of the Supreme Muslim Council. The Husaynis were divided on the issue. Jamal thought it better to make use of the British authorities rather than fight them, because the country would soon be filled with Jews. Thus he justified his public image as the only leader who placed principled considerations above personal ones. Al-Hajj Amin vacillated and neither endorsed the proposal nor rejected it out of hand. 64. The public wanted a clear-cut stance, but assuming that the press did not only harangue but also expressed public sentiments, then it appears Al-Hajj Amin was faithfully representing what most Palestinians wished for at the time. He seemed to sense that the public was not eager to rise in battle. In February 1936, Al-Hajj Amin summoned the religious dignitaries of Palestine, who must have felt that the public needed to be instilled with a fighting spirit, as their main resolution called for a unification of the Qassamiyun with the armed groups of young men organized by Abd al-Qadir al-Husayni. 65 But some politicians were still hoping to avoid a bloody conflict. That the leadership felt this way is illustrated by its attempts to reach an understanding with the Jewish Agency while deciding to confront the British. Though that hot April in 1936 is thought to be the start of the Arab Revolt, no one knew it then. Events began to escalate, and we can only see their direction in hindsight. These were difficult days for Al-Hajj Amin. The opposition was more radical than he, and the British High Commissioner apparently did not wish to maintain relations with the Palestinian leadership after the violent outbreak in Jaffa in April 1936. Yet at this time Al-Hajj Amin chose to seek contact with the Jewish Agency. Some say that he feared for his position. 66 Which may have been the case. But perhaps he thought that it might be possible to prevent the conflict. In the middle of July 1936, the principal of the Quaker school in Beirut, Daniel Oliver, arrived in Palestine. Following consultations with Weizmann in London, he hoped to mediate between the Jews and the Arabs. Al-Hajj Amin told Oliver that the demand to stop immigration was not absolute but would remain in force pending a decision by an international commission of inquiry. 67. But the initiative never got off the ground, the Jewish leadership was not interested, and the British Parliament, which had been informed of it, quickly dismissed it. This utter disregard, added to the economic and social hardships and Al-Qassam's influence, was one of the immediate causes of the outbreak. But above all, the uprising expressed the mounting bitterness and an intense desire to change the situation. As so often happens, the specific incident that triggered the revolt seems trivial in relation to the underlying causes. Historians are unsure which particular event set it off: an attack by the Qassamiyun in Nablus that left 2 Jews dead, or a riot in Jaffa following the killing of 2 Palestinians by some Tel Aviv residents. Both events took place in April 1936. Violence sparked still more violence, and by the end of the month the country was up in arms. The Arab Revolt, as it became known, had begun. Before the end of the month an 11-member Higher Arab Committee was formed as a local Palestinian government replacing the executives of the various conferences. The Husaynis were once more at the forefront. Along with the Mufti, who was chosen as chairman, Jamal, and another member of the family, Ahmed Hilmi, were on the committee. Though the latter was closer to Istiqlal than to the family party, during the revolt he remained loyal to the family. An ally of the family, Hussein al-Khalidi, was on the committee, and the Nashashivis had 2 representatives as well. The only 2 Christian members belonged to the Husayni camp. Thus at the moment of crisis there was national unity. Some months later, the newspaper Filastin depicted the elation felt at that historical juncture in a caricature showing Haim Weizmann horrified by the sight of Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni and Raghib al-Nashashivi shaking hands. 68 But this charmed state of affairs did not last long. After his election, Al-Hajj Amin began to organize a countrywide strike that was meant to continue until Jewish immigration and land purchases had stopped and a representative national government was established. For the first time since the beginning of the mandate, he broke an explicit order from the High Commissioner forbidding him to travel about the country by taking the members of the committee on a tour. Their first stop was the tomb of Sheikh al-Qassam. 69. Al-Hajj Amin had become a militant leader, spurred on not only by public opinion but by a new dynamic in internal Palestinian politics. The opposition encouraged a contest to see who was more national, the yardstick being the willingness to take on the British authorities. Al-Hajj Amin was called upon to resign from the presidency of the Supreme Muslim Council, since it was a mandatory government post. Raghib al-Nashashivi had already said as much to Jamal al-Husayni in March 1936. We know this because of the eavesdropping and shadowing of the Jewish intelligence service, whose archive has been open to Israeli historians but not to Palestinians, even though the bulk of its contents has to do with Palestinian history. 70. One person who did resign his post was George Antonius, a descendant of a Palestinian Christian family that had settled in Egypt. He had returned to his homeland in 1921 and until 1930 served in the local Department of Education. Dr. Crane of the American King Crane investigating team freed him from the colonialist department that perpetuated ignorance among the Palestinians, and hired him at the academic institution he directed in the United States. Al-Hajj Amin's great faith in Antonius' wisdom and experience was not always reciprocated. Antonius was wary of the religious fervor that sometimes animated the Mufti. However, at this critical time he agreed to help Al-Hajj Amin and at his instigation opened a channel of communication with the Jewish Agency. He hoped its leaders would at least agree to limit Zionist activity, thereby preventing the bloodshed that might cost the Mufti his position. But while Ben-Gurion was more accessible than the High Commissioner, he adamantly refused to make the smallest concession in matters he regarded as vital to the Jewish community, namely, unrestricted immigration and freedom to purchase every possible piece of land. 71. In 1938 George Antonius wrote the finest essay written up to that point, some say to this day, about Arab nationalism. He was aware of the remarkable national awakening in Syria and Egypt during the 1930s, when young men laid down their lives for the national idea and urged conservative leaders to mount an all-out struggle against the British Empire. This nationalism had a dual nature, containing both a secular, liberal current and a religious, Islamic one. The situation in Palestine seemed similar, and as yet there was no telling who would lead the struggle. Antonius wanted to influence it in the liberal direction and hoped thereby to restrain Amin. But since his was a middle-class nationalism, and that of the Husaynis a notable nationalism, neither he nor others in the Palestinian leadership perceived that the driving force of the Palestinian uprising was the peasantry. The suffering of the fellahin and the laborers created the social-economic ground on which a national consciousness could grow. The Palestinian leadership did not make the effort to harness this power, which is one of several explanations for the failure of the revolt. Only one of the Husaynis seemed to be aware of the peasants' plight and to understand the close connection between it and the national crisis. The writer Ishaq Musa al-Husayni wrote a book, published in 1943, titled The Memories of a Hen that became a classic of Palestinian literature. Bits of the story were published in the local press in the 1930s, and the family heard about it during the years of the Great Revolt. The first to hear of it was Khalil al-Sakakani, who since his return to Palestine had become Ishaq Musa's close friend. Sakakini, who adopted the nickname human being, inshallah, was still the family's revered teacher. When he approved of the book, Ishaq Musa proceeded to publish it. The story is the history of Palestine from the viewpoint of a hen. At first, the hen belongs to a peasant family and is free to walk about the yard at will, has enough food to eat and lives a comfortable life. She observes that her peasant owners are content with what the soil produces, pay their taxes and do not fear the future. Then one day the hen finds that someone has set up barriers in the yard. To her amazement, she discovers that the peasants have sold their land to a rich stranger in order to pay their taxes. But the remaining land is insufficient to sustain the hen's owners, and they begin to sell their other property. After being sold to a shopkeeper in a nearby town, the hen is put in a cage and loses her freedom. Though she does not starve, food is not regularly available, some days there is plenty, others she goes hungry. The cage begins to fill up with other hens, and at best she can find only a narrow corner for herself. The new hens are a source of trouble, they speak a language that the older hens do not understand and manage to grab most of the food in the cage. Gradually she learns to understand their language and realizes that they intend to throw out the hens that were there first. Fortunately, the owner of the cage comes to their help and prevents their expulsion, but the hen heroine notices that the number of strange hens keeps increasing, and her life is filled with tension and anxiety about the future. As an official in the mandatory administration, Ishaq Musa had to publish his criticism in the form of fiction, but no one failed to understand his meaning. The great Egyptian novelist Taha Hussein honored the book with an introduction that interpreted the parable. 72 But no other Husayni produced a political document that expressed the sensitivity or insight that informed Ishaq Musa's book. Moreover, the main strategy adopted by the Higher Arab Committee, namely, the general strike, not only failed to break the British authorities in the summer of 1936, it actually worsened the plight of the villagers and urban workers. The British responded with great brutality, destroying parts of ancient Jaffa, including the Old Port, ostensibly for reasons of sanitation but in reality as a collective punishment. The Zionists' watchfulness and energy were as impressive as always. As soon as the port of Jaffa was destroyed, they sought and obtained permission to build one of their own. When it opened, it destroyed the livelihood of Palestinians in Jaffa. A different approach to the unfolding crisis was offered by the Husayni branch in the city of Gaza, led by the mayor, Fahmi al-Husayni, 1887–1940. Having received his superior and university education in Istanbul, Fahmi returned to Palestine to become a prominent lawyer and jurist. He issued Palestine's first scientific legal journal, Al-Hukuk, in December 1923, which was published monthly in Jaffa, in addition to Gaza's first bi-weekly newspaper, Sawt al-Haq, in October 1928.73. He was a man of many talents and of independent mind. He translated major legal works from Turkish into Arabic such as Sharh Majalat al-Adam, commentaries on the codified Hanafi commercial law, prepared in 4 volumes by Allama Ali Haidar. 74 He projected himself into politics later by winning Gaza's first municipal elections in 1928, and became mayor of the city for 2 consecutive terms until 1938, the year of his forced exile by the British to Samarkand, where he died a year later on December 25, 1940. As mayor, he is credited for implementing major road and infrastructure works, the establishment of the first girls' school in Gaza, as well as the urbanization of Al-Ramal, Gaza's current central district, extending the city's borders to the seafront in an effort to thwart plans for Jewish colonization of the area. Fahmi refused to take part in the strike, claiming it would only hurt the people of Gaza and not the government. The municipality of Gaza did not participate in the general strike of 1936 and continued to provide services to its citizens. On the other hand, he suggested a constructive approach, which was not adopted by the Jerusalemites. In an open letter to Sir Arthur Grenfell Wauchope, dated May 10, 1936, vehemently denouncing clandestine Jewish immigration and British sponsorship to the Zionist project, He put forward a series of proposals to achieve a peaceful solution to the Palestine question, in order to prevent perpetual racial conflict, covering inter alia the revocation of the Balfour Declaration, the proclamation of Palestine as a holy land where the rights of the three monotheistic religious communities are equally respected, the implementation of a single education system in Palestine, in addition to the appointment of an Arab government that includes Jewish members. 75. His very perceptive understanding of the nature of the conflict was revealed later when he submitted a memorandum to the Peel Commission where he compared the plight of Palestinians to American First Nations. 76. In the opinion of Ani Abd al-Hadi, the Nablusite leader of the Pan-Arab Party Istiqlal, Al-Hajj Amin was being too passive. Having received the consent, perhaps even the encouragement, of the High Commissioner, he went in September 1936 to Transjordan to see Amir Abdullah. The Hashemite sheikh, who had astutely converted the southern Syrian province into a separate state in 1921, thereby preventing its inclusion in the Zionist enterprise, was beginning to play an important part in the history of Palestine. His pro-British stance made him acceptable to the decision-makers in London. He agreed to intervene in the Palestinian crisis. He could hardly resist the chance of becoming the king of Palestine instead of the ruler of a desert kingdom with some 300,000 inhabitants. Moreover, the uprising in Palestine might have spread and infected his kingdom. But Abdullah did not wish to appear to be the sole mediator, and so he enlisted two more kings, his kinsman, the young King Ghazi of Iraq, and his rival Ibn Saud of Arabia. Al-Hajj Amin had earlier sought the help of Ibn Saud to no avail. The British representative in Jeddah had advised Ibn Saud to turn down Al-Hajj Amin's appeal. 77 Confronted with this triple intervention, Al-Hajj Amin willingly agreed to call off the strike and to respond to a British attempt at conciliation. Britain allowed the Arab kings to mediate while it continued to use military force against the rebels and strikers, thereby expanding the local conflict into a regional one. In November 1936, Lord Peel, a Liberal politician and the son of the Conservative Prime Minister Sir Robert Peel, was appointed to head a commission of inquiry that would seek a solution to the problem of Palestine. It seems that the British government had been shaken by the fact that more Jews and Palestinians had been killed in a single month than during the entire period of the mandate. Though Al-Hajj Amin called off the strike, he was not in position to cooperate with the commission. At first he tried, but he was insulted and withdrew. He was offended by the fact the commission met in the former Palace Hotel, which had been the apple of his eye before the King David Hotel opened. But chiefly he was angered by the attitude of Lord Peel, who must have forgotten that his purpose was to mediate, not to humiliate. On January 14, 1937, Al-Hajj Amin came to the hotel accompanied by many of the Higher Arab Committee. Said Kabani, one of the country's best interpreters, was assigned to him personally. From the moment he began to testify, Lord Peel needled him and challenged each and every one of his arguments, beginning with his claim that in 1922 General Allenby had promised the country independence and ending with the avowed 1930 British policy that was never implemented. 78. Consequently, the Higher Arab Committee boycotted the commission. The reasons for the boycott were, of course, more profound. The committee's position was clear and would remain unchanged when the United Nations sent a commission of inquiry of its own in 1947. The cessation of immigration and land purchases were not subjects for negotiations but preconditions for negotiations, and the very willingness to negotiate should be seen as a concession on the part of those who were the original inhabitants of the country dispossessed by outside invaders. But while boycotting the Peel Commission, Al-Hajj Amin continued to seek channels of communication with the Zionists. This time it was Musa al-Alami, a member of a renowned family and a high official in the mandatory judiciary, who acted as intermediary. His contacts on the Zionist side were associates of Moshe Sherod, the head of the political department, and were implicitly approved by Pappe, the dominant Zionist Labor Party. The contacts that took place in 1936 were intended to achieve a suspension of Zionist activity and a cessation of Palestinian resistance that would lead to substantive negotiations about the country's future. 79. But this round also ended fruitlessly. In the meantime, Al-Hajj Amin found himself, inadvertently and perhaps unwillingly, the sole leader of Palestinian politics. Some of the leaders of the opposition had left the country because of the violence. Public opinion was no longer confined to the press, people were now forming groups to fight the strike breakers and individuals suspected of having a moderate attitude towards Zionism. The remaining members of the committee resigned in protest at the Mufti's mildness. This criticism, and presumably the heated atmosphere, caused even Jamal to demand that the Mufti take firmer action against the British. This time it was Amin who was more cautious and who occasionally reined in Jamal's fighting spirit. Jamal's main activity was pressuring apolitical members of the family to join the national struggle. He persuaded the economist Muhammad Yunus to take on the directorship of the Agricultural Bank, a subsidiary of the Arab National Bank, and to join in on the effort to save Palestinian lands. He also convinced educator and journalist Abd al-Salam III to devote much of his time to national education and journalism. Jamal remained a cautious leader even at the end of 1936, but not in his relations with opponents within the camp. One of the ugliest passages in the history of Palestinian internal politics began when the Nashashivis adopted a more extreme rhetoric and accused the Mufti of cowardice. The newspaper Al-Difaa wrote, Anthara and Hadim al-Tay met on the road. Hadim asked Anthara, "What is courage?" Anthara replied, "Put your finger between my teeth and take my finger between your teeth. You bite hard and so will I." They both began to bite down with all their might. "Stop, enough," shouted Hadim. "Courage is patience," said Anthara. "If you had waited a moment until I cried out with pain, you would have been a greater hero than I. But you cried out first, so I am a greater hero than you. Oh, Arab! Your finger is in your enemy's mouth and his finger is in yours. Be Anthara and wait." 80. These charges of cowardice stemmed from Al-Hajj Amin's refusal to adopt extreme measures, including an anti-British strike. 81. The Mufti did not support the strike and even managed to prevent government employees from striking. Nor did he support violent action, and until June 1936 he avoided inflaming the situation. Al-Hajj Amin also made a special effort to mitigate anti-Christian hostility, one of the bitter results of the fiery sermons of Izz al-Din al-Qassam. After the latter's death his followers called for a jihad against the infidel Christians. Al-Hajj Amin had intervened and, by touring the mosques and speaking movingly about the Christians who had laid down their lives for Palestine, managed to nip that morbid growth in the bud. 82. But in 1936, wherever Al-Hajj Amin went the Nashashivis provoked outbursts that embarrassed him, whether in Jaffa, or at the Haram al-Sharif. 83. Yet they did not undermine Al-Hajj Amin's election as chairman of the executive. In June 1936, Al-Hajj Amin began to move against his opponents. It was not weakness but rather a new sense of power that drove his campaign. The sense of power was born the previous month, when he summoned all the national committees that had formed that year and led the uprising in all the towns and cities in Palestine. The headmen of the surrounding villages came and swore loyalty to each of these committees, confirming their standing. This gathering, representing all the Palestinians in the country, testified to Al-Hajj Amin's stronger position. He opened the meeting with the words, "In the name of Allah the Merciful and Compassionate, we open this national gathering with greetings to our wounded, and I ask you to stand up in remembrance of our fallen and say together the fatwa for their souls." Before the year ended, Al-Hajj Amin had to repeat these words several times. He explained to his audience that Britain had broken all its promises, notably the promise made by the British government in 1930 to implement the recommendations of the Hope-Simpson Commission. The National Committee from Hebron agitated for stronger measures, such as a boycott on Jewish products and non-payment of taxes, but Al-Hajj Amin seemed more concerned to move against his opponents than against the British. After the spate of national rhetoric, he invited his friends among the higher Arab committee to dine at his house. Over his favorite dish of lentil soup, they planned a campaign that included violent acts of vengeance. At the end of the month, Al-Hajj Amin took the members of the higher Arab committee on a tour of the country, and wherever they went they received an ecstatic welcome. 84. Following the successful tour, Al-Hajj Amin gave the green light to eliminating several of his opponents. This unprecedented fratricide lasted for 2 years, until the summer of 1938. Among the targets were Khalil Taha, one of the directors of the Waqf in Haifa, who had supported the Husaynis before switching to Istiqlal. He was assassinated in September 1936. 85 Hassan Shukri, the mayor of Haifa, narrowly escaped assassination, unlike other less fortunate opponents. This chapter in Al-Hajj Amin's biography marred much of what he had done before. It seems he was personally responsible for establishing internecine terror as a means of control. Another casualty of the campaign was Arif al-Asali, who in the summer of 1937 published a booklet calling for Arab, Jewish understanding. He was abducted from his house by the Mufti's bodyguards, tried and condemned to death. Only after his father, a district governor in Transjordan, made certain that his son would never engage in political activity for the rest of his life did the Mufti allow him to be taken out of the well in the courtyard of his office, where he had been held. He was expelled to Beirut, where he died in 1990. 86. In the summer of 1937, Lord Peel published his recommendations to divide Palestine up into a tiny Jewish state, an Arab state and a British protectorate, and to annex the Arab state to the Kingdom of Transjordan. The opposition accepted the idea of a Hashimi annexation but rejected the partition. The Mufti refused to become a protege of the Hashemite kingdom and represented Palestinian public opinion well when he rejected the Commission's recommendations outright. Most of the Husaynis agreed with him, but not all. Unlike the Mufti, Jamal had no objection to Abdullah. He had visited the Amir in May 1936 and persuaded him to demand the suspension of Jewish immigration as a precondition for his intervention in the Palestinian crisis. The Amir's consent increased Jamal's confidence in the Hashemites. Indeed, the last time in the 1930s that Jamal was invited to a tea party at the High Commissioner's, he told the guests that if the country had to be partitioned, it might be best for the Arab part to be given to Abdullah. If only the Arabs and the Jews had known how to speak to each other, he said, we would have reached an agreement. Al-Hajj Amin, on the other hand, adopted an openly anti-Hashemite attitude. In February 1937, he went on a Hajj in order to seek Ibn al-Saud's help against Abdullah, and he even asked the Hijazi tribes to enter Transjordan. Jamal spelled out for Al-Hajj Amin the choices he was facing: either negotiations with the Zionist movement, forming a common front against the British, or an out-and-out fight against the British. Until August 1937, Al-Hajj Amin allowed Jamal to try to get non-Zionist Jewish groups in the United States and the Brith Shalom group in Palestine to support voluntary Jewish restrictions on immigration and land purchases. That summer Jamal also tried to persuade the mandatory government to recognize the Palestinian leadership's passionate opposition to immigration, especially illegal immigration. It is especially curious, he wrote to the government secretary, that it is through the ports under government supervision that most of the illegal immigrants enter. In reply, the secretary decried the importance of the government-supervised ports. 87. Almost without warning, the earth began to shake under Al-Hajj Amin's feet. It seems he was unaware how far the mandatory authorities were willing to go in their attempts to silence him. In July 1937, Al-Hajj Amin saw the first indication that the British Empire regarded him as an enemy. At daybreak on July 17, armoured vehicles of the British police surrounded the offices of the Higher Arab Committee, blocked all the streets leading to Al-Hajj Amin's house and encircled the entire neighbourhood. The telephone lines were cut, and troops broke into the offices. Al-Hajj Amin had slipped out in time and was lying low at his former residence in the Old City, which adjoined the Haram al-Sharif and was an integral part of the main complex around the Mosque of Al-Aqsa. He sealed all the openings of the house except the tunnel that linked it to the mosque. Apparently the British authorities knew where he was hiding but decided not to act against him yet. He was still able to establish contact with the world at large and the Arab world in particular, his last gambits before the mandatory government eventually resolved to act decisively against him. His first move after this attack should be viewed in light of these efforts to survive. In August Al-Hajj Amin again asked Nazi Germany for help. He had been refused before. The new German consul in Jerusalem, Wilhelm Dahl, was more interested in this contact than his predecessor had been. Rumors had been coming in from German embassies in the Arab world that the Nazis were changing their attitude towards the Palestine conflict, and Musa al-Alami went to Berlin to find out if they were true. He discovered that the Nazi government was showing no sign of support or even interest in the problem. For Al-Hajj Amin this was one of several attempts to strengthen the Palestinians' international position. Israeli historiography would claim, with very little evidence, that by this time the Mufti endorsed the Nazi ideology and was therefore looking for closer ties with Berlin. This accusation would be accepted in the West in general and in Britain in particular. 88. When all these efforts failed, Al-Hajj Amin attempted once more to rally the Arab world to the Palestinian cause, this time with more success than in the past. The growing Arab interest in Palestine neutralized Abdullah's involvement in the country, eliminated the Hashemites' clients, the Nashashivis, as an influential factor on the domestic scene and allowed Al-Hajj Amin to maintain his position as the national leader of most Palestinians. Using the funds of the Supreme Muslim Council, in September 1937 Al-Hajj Amin convened a pan-Arab conference at the Syrian resort of Bludan. Its 400 delegates supported Al-Hajj Amin, assured him that he was a regional leader and urged him to launch an all-out revolt against Britain. It even helped him prepare an ambitious scheme for broad Arab support for military action. It was an unofficial conference, in part because Britain and France had pressured Syria to disallow an official one, but it marked the beginning of external Arab involvement in Palestinian affairs. This involvement, however, consisted of much verbiage and little action, an impotency that contributed significantly to the disaster of 1948. The British apparently followed the conference with interest. Their consul in Damascus, Gilbert McGrath, had an agent in place who sent in daily reports in which he described the Mufti as one of the empire's main enemies in the region. After the Bludan conference, the rift between the Palestinians and Britain was irreparable, and it severely damaged the Palestinians' ability to influence London in their favor. Though there are Palestinian testimonies from the conference, it is interesting to examine it through the reports of the correspondent of the Times of London, who acted as if he were, and maybe he really was, a British intelligence agent. The conference was a successful demonstration of loyalty to Al-Hajj Amin that had been staged by his former opponent, the Haifaite notable Mu'in al-Mahdi, who would later change his spots and become a loyal supporter of King Abdullah. He had succeeded in bringing 400 delegates to Bludan. They were crammed into the main hall at the Grand Hotel, which could only hold 250 of them. Foreign journalists were not permitted to enter the conference, which was one of the highlights of Al-Hajj Amin's life even though it did not produce all the results he had hoped for. The Times correspondent managed to infiltrate the ranks of young members of Syria's national bloc and get past the flags of Lebanon, Egypt, and other newly independent Arab states. Though most of the delegates moderated the Mufti's strong anti-British proposals, there was broad agreement to reject the Peel Report, to demand an unpartitioned Palestine, the repeal of the Mandate and of the Balfour Declaration and a halt to immigration and land purchases. The conference also called for a boycott of Zionist goods, threatened to call a boycott of British products and denounced Arabs who sold their lands. 89. Though suspicions about the way Al-Hajj Amin used the funds of the Muslim Council have never been dispelled, it should be noted that in Bludan he spent 1,500 Palestine pounds, a considerable sum, of his own money to cover the expenses of the delegates and the costs of the conference. Nevertheless, some of the participants did not pay their expenses, and the Times correspondent described angry and petty exchanges in the hotel lobby. Al-Hajj Amin did not have long to relish being at the peak of success. The conference took place in August, and the following month the British District Commissioner of Northern Palestine, Lewis Andrews, was assassinated. It was a local initiative and had nothing to do with the Mufti. Andrews had been associated with the Peel Commission, and the assassins regarded him as tainted by its recommendations. The murder enabled the British authorities to do what they had contemplated doing since early 1936, remove Al-Hajj Amin from the political scene before he could use his strong position to lead an all-out struggle against them. After the assassination, they disbanded the Supreme Muslim Council and the Higher Arab Committee. Before the Peel Commission's report, Al-Hajj Amin had conducted a cautious policy. But his absolute opposition to the report led him to a head-on collision with the mandatory government. Though he did not launch an armed insurrection, his fate was sealed by the immense power of the British Empire. A month after the Bludan Conference, Al-Hajj Amin had to flee Palestine accompanied by other leading members of the family. They would return, and he would not. Like a script with a foregone conclusion, it was the start of the political decline of the Husayni family as the Palestinian notables who were first among equals. However, this was a minor slide compared to the downfall of the entire Palestinian society a decade later. Chapter 10. The Family in Exile. The Husaynis and the Armed Revolt, 1937-8. Al-Hajj Amin realized that the die had been cast. As far as the British government in Palestine was concerned, he was persona non grata. On October 12, 1937, he moved to the Rawdat al-Ma'arif, and from there out of the city. It is difficult in hindsight to know whether the British authorities in Palestine indeed contemplated arresting him that October. The documents show hesitation and indecision. The leading figures in the mandate knew that arresting the Mufti might exacerbate the Palestine conflict. Yet they feared that if they allowed him to remain free, he could reinforce the leadership of the revolt. One way or the other, Al-Hajj Amin had made up his mind to escape before he could be arrested. The disbanding of the Supreme Muslim Council had led to the closing of the school. It had been very dear to Al-Hajj Amin's heart. He had studied there, had managed it and renovated it, and it was the last place he stayed in before leaving Palestine nearly forever. He would return once to East Jerusalem under rather strange circumstances, as we shall see. The school was on the north side of the Dome of the Rock, an integral part of the northern wall of the Shrine's courtyard. It had been built in the time of the Mamluk governor of Gaza and Jerusalem, Alim al-Din al-Sanjar al-Jali, 1284–1344, and was named Al-Madrasa al-Jaliya after him. During the 15th century, it was the residence of the Mamluk governors of Jerusalem. The Ottomans, indifferent to its glory, housed a court and a jail in the building, and under Turkish rule it was called the Ancient. As mentioned earlier, Muhammad Soleh al-Husayni had opened a primary school on the premises, and after the Great War Al-Hajj Amin bought it. When he was appointed head of the Supreme Muslim Council, Al-Hajj Amin incorporated the school in the religious property of the Haram al-Sharif. In 1922 the Supreme Muslim Council appointed a directorship for the school, which had by then become a secondary school and taught up to 11th grade, preparing students for matriculation. The school had a good library containing antique books in Arabic and English, as well as a mosque and a small stage for plays in Arabic. The directors insisted on Arabic being the school's official language of tuition. The British authorities closed the school, because during the first years of the Great Revolt Muslim religious scholars met there to promote anti-government activities, and because they regarded the school's scout movement as a potentially subversive organization. When the school was closed, its 100 students moved to the house of the late Musa Kazim in the Zahara Gate neighborhood, where they continued to study until 1948.2. Al-Hajj Amin went inside the school for the last time. Perhaps he remembered that it stood on the site of the Roman Praetorium where Jesus Christ was sentenced to be crucified, and that it was the first station of the Via Dolorosa. He had identified with Jesus in the past. When asked by the Shah Commission about his part in the violent outbreaks of 1920 and 1929, he declared that he was innocent and hinted that he was being falsely accused. "Why have you been charged?" asked the Jewish lawyer. "For the same reason that 1,900 years ago, Some 200 meters from where the Honorable Commission is sitting, Jesus was sentenced to be crucified. Then, too, the verdict was given to oblige the Jews. 3 Perhaps Al-Hajj Amin stood on the side of the stairs that had led to the rest of the stations, known as the Scala Sancta. They had been removed and taken to Rome in the 1st century AD. But even if he imagined himself in the role of Jesus Christ and the British governor as Pontius Pilate, Al-Hajj Amin could not linger in the school to contemplate his destiny. 4. As evening fell on October 12, the Mufti, dressed in Bedouin robes and bearing the identity of Muhammad al-Ja'afar, slid down 20 meters from the window of his house in the harem into an orchard outside the wall. The owner of the orchard, who had been watching the British patrols day and night, signaled to the Mufti that the field was clear. The Mufti's close friend Rafiq al-Ajani was waiting for him in a car and drove him to Jaffa. The car was stopped and examined several times en route. In Jaffa another friend, Yusuf Daya al-Dajani, met them and took them to his fine house on the shore. At midnight Al-Hajj Amin left the port of Jaffa in a small boat and reached the port of Abu Zabera, 40 miles north of Jaffa, at dawn. The following night he proceeded to Haifa, and the next night he left Palestine, which he would not see again until 1967, when King Hussein of Jordan invited him to Jerusalem. He reached Tyre, where he was caught by the French Coast Guard, who brought him before the French police chief Pierre Colombani. But the latter turned out to be a friend, and the Mufti promised him that he would not stay long in Lebanon but would move on to Damascus at the first opportunity. Jamal fled after Al-Hajj Amin. Before leaving, he edited the last issue of Al-Liwa, the Husaynis' second publication, after Al-Jama al-Arabiya. When the British came to arrest him, they found his office empty. At first the British thought that Al-Hajj Amin's flight to Lebanon was a convenient solution. He was staying at the house of Dr. Sama al-Fayuri, the head of the Supreme Muslim Council in Beirut, and the French authorities obliged the British by stationing a military force beside the house. 5 The Mufti occupied the top floor of the 3-story house. One of his first visitors was Akram Ziuatar, who found Al-Hajj Amin in good spirits, encouraged by the warm welcome he had received from the local Muslims. Al-Hajj Amin asked his visitor how people in Palestine reacted to his flight, and Ziuatar did not have the heart to tell him that opinions were divided. Some argued that he should have remained in the country even if it meant confinement in the harem, and others said that sacrifice is not made for its own sake and that the main thing was to evade the British clutches. But Abd al-Qadir supported the Mufti's flight, putting an end to the public debate. Ziuatar assured Al-Hajj Amin that everyone was behind him. Al-Hajj Amin did not stay long in al-Fayuri's house, as the Lebanese wanted to hide him in a more secluded place. An old friend of his, the well-known Beirut socialite Maud Faragala, approached the French High Commissioner and obtained a more convenient refuge for him. Though it was not easy to arrange a safe haven for a person the British considered to be a threat, she did eventually find him a house in Kasalik, a palatial residence that would one day serve as the presidential palace of Fuad Shihab VI. It was not only convenient but also strategically located in a way that allowed him to be in touch with Palestine, where the revolt was not over yet. With the French authorities' knowledge, he was allowed to receive advisors and messengers. During the uprising Al-Hajj Amin instituted the kafiyah and akal, cloth headdress and cord, as the national Palestinian headgear in place of the traditional tarbush. 7 He looked for ways to encourage the armed band of youths in Palestine that was trying to wage a guerrilla war against the British Mandate in 1938. However, the band was crushed ruthlessly with the help of the Royal Air Force and a series of collective punishments that today would be considered war crimes. With Al-Hajj Amin ensconced in Lebanon and Jamal touring the Arab world, another Husayni briefly appeared on the stage of Palestinian history, Sulayman al-Husayni, also a scion of the Tahiri branch. He was working very closely with the better-known Ishaq Darwish, Al-Hajj Amin's relation by marriage and his close advisor. They both established the headquarters of the Palestinian uprising in Damascus, and in many ways the success of the armed campaign before it was crushed was due to their skill in orchestrating such operations from far away. While it lasted, it was an impressive war of liberation. the kind the Palestinians would venture to wage again in 1987 and then in 2000. From October 1937 until the winter of 1938, the uprising raged all over Palestine, with guerrillas attacking British and Zionist targets. As mentioned, the British government responded harshly, imposing collective punishments and death sentences. Thanks to the efforts of Suleiman and Ishaq, the Husaynis retained their political power throughout the uprising. Even without the important posts of Mufti, Naqib al-Ashraf, mayor, members of parliament, head of the Supreme Muslim Council or the Higher Arab Committee, the family remained at the heart of the political map, an impressive achievement. The family determined the politics of the military leadership, but it could not direct the armed struggle. Indeed, few Palestinians were capable of doing so, and the first priority of the High Command was to find an Arab, not necessarily a Palestinian, who could head it. The natural choice was Fawzi al-Qawqji. A native of Tripoli in Syria, he had made his reputation by leading the Syrian rebellion against France. He had projected himself as the embodiment of pan-Arab solidarity in Palestine. His military experience had won him the post of military advisor to the Saudi king, but for some reason he fell out with the Saudi court and went back to serving in the French army even though it had sentenced him to death. In 1932 he had been in Baghdad, where he began to work for the armed struggle in Palestine. But he had chosen the Nashashivis as his political patrons, and here British and Husayni interests overlapped. 8 In 1936, he headed an army of volunteers that took part in some daring operations against the British forces. But he did not stay for long, and in October that year he left Palestine. He would return in 1948 and would become al-Hajj Amin's arch-rival in local politics. But in 1938, even if he had contemplated another entry to Palestine, he would have been barred by the Iraqi government, which was under pressure from the British to prevent him from returning to the Palestinian battlefield. For a brief moment, the British position meshed with that of the Husaynis since they both opposed the Nashashivis. And so Fawzi al-Qawqji's candidacy fell at the first post. Other candidates who were approached refused. Then Abd al-Rahim al-Hajj, one of the early leaders of the uprising who was still fighting in Palestine, accepted the position. But he was killed at the end of February 1939 in a battle against British forces. He was succeeded by two local commanders until the end of the uprising. Even the local commander in the Jerusalem area was not directly connected to the Husaynis. Arif Abd al-Razik was the district commander who directed operations starting in September 1938, when the rebels decided to launch an attack on the British forces in Jerusalem. For one day, October 17, 1938, the city was in the hands of the Palestinians, as the British district commander, Honig, reported to his superiors, a small triumph for a failure-haunted movement. 9. The Husaynis were the uprising's foreign ministers, especially Jamal and al-Hajj Amin. Helped by Suleiman and Ishaq Darwish, the two diverted the headquarters of the revolt to the house of their friend Amir Said al-Jazairi, scion of the famous family that had led the Algerian uprising against the French. The family had been exiled to Damascus at the end of the 19th century, where it became allied with Faisal's regime and later with the Syrian National Bloc, which spearheaded Syria's struggle for independence. The Amir recruited the veterans of the 1925 Syrian revolt against the French to help the Palestinians. In a rare moment of pan-Arab solidarity, these veterans formed a committee to aid the Palestinian uprising of 1936. It was the first significant step in the recruitment of Syrian volunteers for Palestine, which would continue until 1948. Suleiman al-Husayni was the liaison between the committee in Damascus and the rebels in Palestine, while Ishaq Darwish was the liaison with the Mufti in Lebanon. The two purchased a house for their exiled relatives in the Salihiyah quarter on Muhajirin Street, another historical irony, placing the Palestinian exiles in the street of the migrants. The house was used not only for gatherings but also as a refuge for exiles who could not afford to buy houses for themselves. No one could enter the place without giving the password. Meetings were held either in the early hours of the morning or late at night, in part because Suleiman and Ishaq were busy during the day. They met government officials or sat in the Al-Kamayan Cafe, owned by Ibrahim al-Asal and Abu Abdukader, veterans of the 1925 revolt, recruiting volunteers and arms for the uprising. The arms they obtained were cached in the central Maiden Quarter, beside the great garbage dump that dated back to Ottoman times. The local gendarmerie cooperated, and arms smuggling into Palestine followed a predetermined route through sympathetic villages. The attempt to build a similar network inside Lebanon failed because the Lebanese police did not cooperate. Most of the arms were collected in the Kurdish mountain region, where it was always possible to find weapons for sale. As in every complex political situation in the Middle East, the Palestinians were aided by diverse and conflicting interests. The Kurds helped because they hoped that the Palestinians would support their own struggle against Turkey in the future, and the Turkish consul in Damascus was happy to support any operation that would reduce the number of weapons in Kurdish hands. Though nowhere near the battleground, Al-Hajj Amin sought to depict himself as the supreme commander. He adopted the nom de guerre Summa, the generous, which was used by all his correspondents throughout his exile in Damascus to fool British intelligence. 10 The farther he was from his native land, the more Al-Hajj Amin's delusions of grandeur intensified. In 1941 he presented himself in Germany as the leader of the entire Arab nation. Al-Hajj Amin had an extensive network of connections in the Syrian administration. The Husaynis in Damascus were on close terms with Adil al-Isma, the general director of the Syrian Ministry of the Interior. This was a revived connection. In 1925 the Isma brothers had been involved in the Syrian revolt against the French and were periodically exiled to various places, among them Jerusalem. Upon their return home that year from their first exile, they received a letter from the Mufti expressing his hope that they would continue their vital struggle. This letter must have won Al-Hajj Amin a special place in the heart of this family. 11. In 1936 Adil's brother Nabi, the Minister for Internal Security, having represented Syria at the First Islamic Conference, was exiled to Jerusalem for some time. On that occasion, he and Al-Hajj Amin disagreed about the conference. Nabi wished to use it as a pan-Arab instrument to aid the Syrians in their struggle against the French, while Al-Hajj Amin wanted it to serve the Palestinian cause almost exclusively. But their dissension was forgotten, and in 1936 Nabi came in person to Palestine to help organize the army of rebels, and Adil made possible the dispatch of German rifles that had been bought from the Kurds and kept since the Great War. Adil also arranged to purchase arms in more distant countries, such as Italy and Germany. Being in charge of the border guard on the Syrian-Palestinian border made it easy for him to smuggle the weapons across to the rebels. 12. While in Beirut, the Mufti continued to advance the Palestinian cause with the assistance of the Mufti of Lebanon. Other family members were also deeply engaged in rallying support throughout the Arab world. Al-Hajj Amin's nephew Munaf al-Husayni was representative of the kind of commitment the family had shown. Due to his participation in the revolt, he was arrested and exiled to Damascus in the winter of 1937. From there he moved to Cairo, where he directed the Palestinian Information Office, distributing leaflets and holding meetings in private houses. But Egypt was still very much a British territory, and soon after his arrival Munaf was caught by the British authorities. Along with a number of other Palestinians, he was detained in a British camp in the Seychelles. In 1939 he and the others were released, and he was soon as active as before. Thanks to their status in the Arab world, the Husaynis were able to recruit prominent supporters in all these countries. In Egypt they were helped by the well-known author and intellectual Hussein Haikal, then a minister without portfolio in the Egyptian government, who committed his newspaper Al-Siyasa to the Palestinian cause. In Baghdad the family was helped by Naji al-Suwaidi, a member of the ruling power. He was among a group of Iraqis who helped the Mufti to move to Baghdad during World War II and turn it into a center of pro-Palestine activity. The most successful stroke of the campaign was the opening of the Information Office in Damascus in 1938. Run by Akram Ziuatar and Izzat Darwaza and advised by Jamal al-Husayni, it published numerous manifestos. In exile, the two Husayni leaders, Jamal and Al-Hajj Amin, once again collaborated, with Jamal coordinating the work in the Arab capitals. Jamal traveled twice a week to Al-Duq in Lebanon to see the Mufti, and also looked after the finances. The funds were held in the Damascus branch of Misr Bank. In the accounts of prominent Syrians, it was essential not to keep them under Palestinian names. An elaborate network helped the Palestinians' finances. Ali Maysud, a Christian Lebanese employee of the Italian consulate in Cairo, transferred the funds raised in Egypt to the assistant manager of the Misr Bank, another member of the Al-Isma family, who would withdraw the money and give it to Jamal. The complex financial arrangement tied the leading Husaynis even closer to the Germans and the Italians during the months before World War II. The relationship began when Jamal received some help from the Italian and German consulates in Damascus. The German consulate supported the activities of a Palestinian youth club located near the exiles' headquarters in the Salahiyah quarter, a fine place with gyms, dance and game halls and a lecture hall. The British suspected that there were pro-Nazi Germans among the gym trainers, preparing the volunteers who were later smuggled into Palestine. But it seems it was mainly the Syrian authorities who usually supported such activities. The range of the projects aided by the Syrian government indicates that there was genuine solidarity between the government and administrative personnel, not merely fiery rhetoric as was the case with other Arab regimes at the time. So either the Husaynis were particularly successful in Syria in those days, or the Syrians, including the political elite, were less indifferent to the Palestinian plight than politicians in other Arab countries. Point 13. Al-Hajj Amin's thinking was complex, as shown by his incessant exploration of other ways of resolving the conflict. While building up a logistical and financial infrastructure, examining the possibilities of help from the Germans and Italians and searching for additional allies in the Arab world, he sent his nephew Musa Abdullah al-Husayni to London to represent him at the talks instigated by the unusual British official, Stuart Newcombe. Newcombe continued to believe in a British-Palestinian alliance even during the uprising. Like his Anglo-Jewish friend Albert Himson, who had held a post in the Palestine British administration between 1921 and 1934 and had gone from being a warm supporter of the Zionist movement to being a critic of Zionism and the British attitude towards it, Newcombe also believed in the possibility of a Jewish-Palestinian understanding. In the midst of the bloody confrontation in 1939, Newcombe and Himson outlined a 9-clause program for the resolution of the conflict, calling on both sides to make far-reaching concessions in order to achieve calmer conditions for prolonged negotiations. Contrary to their formal positions and the overall escalation, both the Mufti and leading members of the Jewish Agency decided to give this initiative a chance. The Jewish Agency appointed Yehuda Magnus to represent it in this endeavor. Though this probably escaped the Mufti's attention, Magnus's having been chosen was an indication that the Zionist leadership did not consider the initiative too seriously. A reformist American rabbi who served as the first chancellor of the Hebrew University in Jerusalem and as its president until he died in 1948, Magnus was a highly respected intellectual but was considered to be a naive politician. In the 1920s, he had adopted an interpretation of Zionism that led to him being ousted from the mainstream. He advocated the creation of a binational Arab-Jewish state in Palestine. Therefore, any initiative he was involved in fell into the category of things the Zionist leadership considered insignificant but worth exploiting, less for the sake of coexisting with the Palestinians and more as means of sowing further discord between them. The Mufti's choice for exploring this option was an equally respectful member of the family but one who was often regarded as a dreamer rather than part of the hardcore body of political decision-making. This was Musa Abdullah al-Husayni. He belonged to Al-Hajj Amin's branch of the family, not that it mattered anymore, and saw Al-Hajj Amin as his uncle. He is known in the West only as the chief plotter of the assassination of King Abdullah of Jordan in 1951, which will be covered later on. At this point, he was still a medical student, like so many others in the Tahiri branch, in London. Soon after his arrival he was attracted to the socialist ideology of the Fabian Society and he dreamed of leading a Palestinian leftist movement, hardly a typical Husayni vision. but he did not persevere in this direction. Being a political pragmatist like his uncle Al-Hajj Amin, he looked for those he thought would have the power to help the Palestinians, and these were not the socialists. He decided that the future lay in Germany, where he moved when the war broke out, marrying a local woman and integrating into the local society for a while. But in 1936 his pinkish politics appealed to Yehuda Magnus and made a dialogue possible. British intelligence depicted the whole affair as a subversive socialist attempt to undermine British power in Palestine and convince the government to withdraw its support for the Himson, Newcomb initiative. Their focus was now once more on the political and even physical elimination of the Mufti. Their open hostility pushed him even further into the hands of Berlin and Rome. But while this bizarre dialogue went on, it revealed that on both sides, for sincere or cynical reasons, some individuals were willing to offer far-reaching compromises and concessions. Speaking in the Mufti's name, though possibly without his knowledge, Musa Abdullah reported to Magnus that, in view of the crisis, Al-Hajj Amin was willing to consider the establishment of a small Jewish state along the lines of the Peel recommendations, provided it did not include Haifa and Galilee. But first, Jewish immigration had to be reduced to levels acceptable to the Palestinian population. The delighted Magnus rushed to report the news to the leader of the Zionist movement, David Ben-Gurion, who was known for having accepted the recommendation of the Peel Commission. But that had been a year earlier and was done to appease the British. It was not a sign of Zionist moderation, as Israeli historiography suggests. It was off the agenda in 1938, and Ben-Gurion showed no interest in the Palestinian position in general or the rather marginal Musa Abdullah in particular. 14. But let there be no mistake, most of Al-Hajj Amin's efforts were directed towards boosting the guerrilla struggle against British and Zionist targets in Palestine. The burden of the uprising fell mainly on the rural population, and many of the commanders on the ground were local men. Yet this brought them no political gains, which may have been the reason why they did not come forward when the Husaynis tried to rally them once more to the greater and more vital battle in 1947 and 1948. Some of the Husaynis did fight. For these young men and women of the family it was a formative experience to find themselves in the vanguard of a national struggle. Romantic dreams mingled with the dark reality of bloodshed, casualties and imprisonment, and the experience released the frustration and rage that had built up since 1929. It was also the first time that members of the family had actually taken part in an armed conflict. At least the younger generation felt that they had a role in a wider struggle. Their actions were typical of popular uprisings against an occupying military force and foreign colonialist settlers. They threw rocks and Molotov cocktails at lorries, offices, and government premises, and they attacked individual Jewish settlers and more rarely entire outposts. The results were much less important than their having participated in the struggle. The two sons of Al-Hajj Amin's cousin Muhi al-Din, Mustafa Nafis and Ali, were involved in actual fighting, while other members of the family, such as Yaqub Abd al-Salam, helped Abd al-Qadir to direct the fight in Jerusalem. The young Fawza, Javad, Muhammad, and Sami, the last named was Abd al-Qadir's brother, took part in battles and in operations against British and Zionist targets in Jerusalem. Jamal's younger brother Dud organized the uprising in Jaffa, but before long he was put on the British wanted list and escaped to Damascus. He slipped back repeatedly, bringing arms for the rebels. It was said that during one of these forays in October 1938, he killed Sidqi al-Dajani, the Husseinist traditional rival in Jaffa, but there is no evidence to support this suspicion or that the British authorities ever considered it. The middle generation made its contribution mostly as organizers and advisors. Safat Yunus, director of the Higher Arab Committee, and the lawyer Ibrahim Said al-Husseini, the son of Said and director of the religious properties in Hebron, were responsible for smuggling arms to the rebels in Mount Hebron. Jamal's brothers were especially prominent. Hilmi acted as the liaison between Jamal and the rebels, even involving his wife in the dangerous missions. He was helped by the Haifa'ite Yaqub, who was a customs official and who used his position to organize operations in the Haifa area. Yaqub was caught in 1937 and like many of the Husaynis paid personally for the national cause. A glance at the lists of detainees in the British camps shows which of them paid with his liberty for taking part in the uprising. In Ajat Hafar it was Ahmed Jamil and Munif, who were released in November 1936 but repeatedly re-arrested. In Sarafand it was Jamil and Tawfiq Rafat. In Jerusalem Muhammad Yunus, director of the Agricultural Bank, who was arrested in 1938, and Razem Yunus al-Husayni, who was arrested in 1937 and tortured. A few gave their lives for the cause. Salim's son Ali, Abd al-Qadir's right-hand man, fell in a battle with British forces in 1938, and Umar, an engineer, the grandson of Hussein, who fell in the great battle at Bani Naim, located between Hebron and Bethlehem, when Abd al-Qadir confronted the British Army. 15. Ali's father, Salim Hussein, the brother of Musa Kazim, was the last of the generation of 1920s leaders to remain in the country. He must not be confused with the mayor of Jerusalem on the eve of the Great War, though of course he belonged to the same branch of the family. His house was the meeting place for the rebels who had not yet been caught or exiled. In the early 1940s, he joined Al-Hajj Amin in Europe but did not engage in any more political activity. The women of the family also took part in the struggle for Palestine, notably Salma, the wife of Raja al-Husayni. She and other Palestinian women joined the Pan-Arab Women's Conference that was held in 1938 at the initiative of the Egyptian feminist Huda al-Sha'arawi. Al-Sha'arawi became the most prominent woman writer in the Arab world and made an impact on the public status of Arab women. She and Asma, the wife of Syria's Nabi al-Asma, had helped promote the Bludan Conference. When the wives of the leaders of Syria and Lebanon formed the Women's Palestine Defense Committee in Damascus, it got off to a modest start. In September 1938, al-Sha'arawi summoned the women of the Mashreq, the eastern flank of the Arab world, to Cairo to attend a conference for Palestine, which took place on October 15. In the Palestinian delegation, each of prominent notable families had 2 representatives. We do not know whether this was on purpose or whether the worthy women regarded themselves as representing families. Wahida and Samaha al-Khalidi and Fatma and Zahaya al-Nashashivi joined Salma and Su'ad, the wife of Fahmi al-Husayni. The heroine of the occasion was Mamina, the widow of Sheikh al-Qassam. 16. The involvement of Husayni women in politics, if belated, reflected the social transformation in the family as a whole. In the past, the women's political contribution had been confined to arranging the marriage ties that underpinned the alliances with other families. In the 20th century, women were far more literate and self-assertive than the previous generations. Some of them, like so many teenage girls all over the Middle East, were sent to Europe and America to marry or to join relatives who did well there. One such family member was Amina, the granddaughter of Salim al-Husayni and sister of Musa Kazim, who was married at age 14 to her cousin Muhammad al-Husayni. She traveled with him to Germany, where he studied medicine and she studied X-ray technology. When they returned to Palestine, she became the first Muslim woman to learn to drive and was seen driving her car in the streets of Jerusalem. She was preceded by Asiya al-Halabi, the first Christian Palestinian woman to drive a car. Amina helped her husband with the X-ray machine, especially after he developed heart trouble. When her children grew up, she worked for charity organizations, often in cooperation with Zaliha al-Shabani, the president of the first charity club in Palestine, whom she later succeeded. Amina began to engage in political activity only after 1948, and during the 1960s was a highly respected member of the Palestinian National Council as the representative of the women's organizations. Amina was not the first woman in the family to break out of the confines of tradition. Fatma, the wife of Rafiq al-Husayni, son of Musa Kazim and brother of Abd al-Qadir, graduated from the English College in Jerusalem and went on to study at the American University in Beirut, where she completed her master's degree. From there she went to Iraq to teach. Tragically, one day while on home leave she stepped on a nail, developed blood poisoning and died at the age of 27.17. Since this is a political biography, we are constrained to focus on the men of the family and leave to other researchers the strenuous reconstruction of the history of Palestinian women. This complex group of men and women of the Husayni family had lost two of its leaders. Since Al-Hajj Amin and Jamal were in exile, their places at the head of the family were taken by two others. The principal and best known was Abd al-Qadir, and the other was Tawfiq Soleh. During the uprising, Abd al-Qadir commanded the Jerusalem front in the rebellion, was wounded twice and was honored and admired by the fighting men. The first time he was wounded was in a battle against British forces near the village of Al-Qadir, the first battle against British tanks. The Palestinian fighters managed to put one tank out of action, and though Abd al-Qadir was not personally responsible, the achievement is credited to him. At the end of that battle, he was caught and arrested. The highest price seems to have been paid by Abd al-Qadir's father, Musa Kazim, in 1933. For Abd al-Qadir, 1938 marked a decisive shift in his view of the conflict and his attitude towards Britain. His trust in Britain was shaken beyond repair when he witnessed the outcome of the British punitive operations. The worst was the massacre in Atil, where British forces blew up and set fire to many houses with their occupants inside. Some women were reportedly raped and abused. 18 He was especially horrified by the British practice of tying a suspected nationalist activist with a rope to the door of his house and other ruthless methods used by the British Army at the time. Like other commanders of the uprising, Abd al-Qadir adopted the national anti-imperial discourse, mixing religious terms with the modern ones of the anti-colonialist struggle. Jihad became a national concept, and Abd al-Qadir often exhorted his men on the eve of a battle to give their all for the sake of the national anti-imperial holy war. The goal of the Palestinian national movement was now clearer than ever: complete independence. In 1938, the ugly practice of killing village headmen who refused to shoulder the burden of the uprising reached its peak. Though Abd al-Qadir himself was not directly involved in these assassinations, his subordinates certainly were, notably Said Shukayr, a man from the vicinity of Ramallah, who carried out these acts of vengeance in Abd al-Qadir's name. One of the reasons the uprising failed may have been this dissension, in which Abd al-Qadir actively participated, in a badly organized and unclear chain of command. This two-front war, fighting against the occupying force and at the same time waging an internecine struggle against collaborators or potential rivals in the chain of command, was plainly in evidence at the Battle of Bani Naim in December 1938. This large village in the district of Hebron was a stronghold of the opposition to the uprising, namely, the Nashashivi camp. Abd al-Qadir's men surrounded the village and tried to persuade the inhabitants to join the uprising, but the planned time of the attack was leaked and a large British force was waiting. The British Air Force launched a merciless assault on Abd al-Qadir's forces, and he himself was wounded. Palestinian collective memory records every such battle as a clash with British forces, and together they are described as the first military campaign in the history of the Palestinian national movement. Abd al-Qadir's willingness to lay down his life for the homeland stands out. He had been mentally prepared for the revolt since 1931, when he organized the young men of Jerusalem to act against the British. 2 years later he and Emil al-Ghuri, a friend of the family, created the first ever Palestinian military organization, Al-Jihad al-Muqaddas. There were only 17 members in that ineffectual and short-lived organization, but it signaled Abd al-Qadir's distinctive contribution to the Palestinian military inheritance. Nafiz, the son of Muhi al-Din, was just as active as his famous kinsman, but did not make it into the national history books. Khalid, a cousin of Abd al-Qadir's, was one of his seconds in command. Thanks to his experience in the ranks of the British police force, he had reached the rank of inspector in the Jaffa Police. 19. So Abd al-Qadir was the first of two family members to fill the void that Al-Hajj Amin and Jamal left behind during their exile. The other one is less known: Jamal's eldest brother, Tawfiq Soleh, the director of the Muslim orphanage in Jerusalem, who was greatly admired for his social work. He served in the British Immigration Department and tried his best to bar the entry of Zionists to the country. Al-Hajj Amin sometimes appointed him deputy head of the committee, but he had no official title. Quite a different contribution was made by Ishaq Musa al-Husayni. The literary-minded Ishaq Musa persuaded his journalistic cousins to publish his early essays. The first discussed the weaknesses of Palestinian Arab society. It displeased the heads of the family, who ignored his warning of how unfit and ill-prepared the Palestinian leadership was to meet the dangers Zionism posed to them and to Palestinian society as a whole. Ishaq Musa was probably the most scholarly member of the family. He studied and then taught at the American University in Cairo, and in 1934 completed his doctoral studies at the University of London under the supervision of the renowned Orientalist Hamilton Gibb. After he returned to Jerusalem, he taught Arabic literature at the Arab College. During the revolt, he became the supervisor of Arabic language tuition in Palestine, a post that acquired special significance amid the uprising and the struggle against Zionism. But not all the Husaynis enrolled in the fight. The most notable dissenter was Arif Yunus al-Husayni, a scion of the branch that had filled the post of Sheikh al-Haram for long periods. This post was restored to the Husaynis in the early 20th century, but since it had lost its importance, the branch that held it was also minor. Whether for that reason or because he held strong views of his own, Arif Yunus opposed al-Hajj Amin's leadership, and did so publicly. The chief of police in Jerusalem became concerned for his safety and placed a permanent guard near his house, which foiled an attempt on Arif Yunus's life. Another member of the family who tended to the opposition was Abd al-Salam Shaker, the editor of the weekly Al-Wahida, which maintained a position similar to that of Musa al-Aloma's camp. However, most of the Husaynis supported the uprising and engaged in its daily undertaking. Out of all of them, Al-Hajj Amin was the one most occupied with his personal fate. Since he had been expelled from Palestine, his future was unclear. The uprising in Palestine broke out when he was looking for a refuge for himself. Political drama overshadows all other existential activity. Only when the historian examines the years of the revolt from the viewpoint of the average inhabitant does it become evident that the uprising did not affect the whole population all of the time. Even some of the Husaynis were engaged in other activities that, on the face of it, seemed less heroic at the time. But in retrospect these would become the kinds of struggles that Palestinians were engaged in as ordinary citizens of an occupied land throughout the 20th and into the 21st century. Such was the struggle of Arif Yunus al-Husayni. He confronted the Zionist municipality of Jerusalem head-on. Mayor Daniel Oster mixed municipal issues with wider ideological concerns. Under his leadership, the municipality wanted to widen various roads, gates, and pavements. One of the spaces that fell within the widening project was Arif Yunus's garden, which contained some of the family tombs. Unlike the great national struggle, this one was concluded successfully. The non-nationalist Arif Yunus won, while the exiled Al-Hajj Amin lost his inheritance not to the city but to the Zionists. Al-Hajj Amin's property in the Nalatahim area was expropriated and given to the Jewish National Fund. Only the school that stood on that property was spared, and the municipality had it moved elsewhere. 20. Together with other Palestinian landowners, the Husaynis fought a rearguard battle against the rapid urban development driven by British officials and the Zionists. The population of Jerusalem in the 1930s was 150,000, and some of the neighborhoods were more crowded than the slums of London. Accelerated construction came at the expense of the green spaces and public parks. However, during the uprising the municipality took some steps to preserve the city's green lungs. But Al-Hajj Amin lost more than his property, his political standing was no more secure. In the winter of 1938, the British government changed its tactics. Instead of trying to crush the uprising, it looked for ways to calm the country. Al-Hajj Amin was not part of their plans. A new commission of inquiry led by Sir John Woodhead recommended ditching the idea of partition, which Britain would again support in 1943, and severely criticized the conduct of the High Commissioner during the uprising. Chancellor was unceremoniously dismissed and replaced by the Orientalist Sir Harold MacMichael. Though an expert Arabist, MacMichael aggravated relations between Britain and the Palestinians and was largely responsible for the perception, etched in the Palestinians' collective memory, that Britain betrayed them even in the last years of the Mandate. Al-Hajj Amin certainly regarded the British as the enemy, perhaps even more than the Zionists. 21. An examination of Britain's wider politics at this time, however, reveals that this judgment is excessively severe. In 1938 Britain abandoned the idea of partition and attempted to freeze the demographic balance in the country, despite the increasingly desperate plight of the Jews in Nazi-occupied Europe. But this British U-turn came too late. When tensions mounted in Europe, the Germans marched into Czechoslovakia and British troops began to withdraw from Palestine. The leadership of the Palestinian uprising was more impressed by the reduction of Britain's military presence than by its change of policy. When the Woodhead Commission left, the uprising flared again. In response, the British government sent back some of the withdrawn forces and launched a frontal attack on the rebels, while continuing to tilt its policy in favor of the Palestinians. At this time, there was a wave of pan-Arab support for Palestine, prompting the British government to renew the diplomatic maneuvering. In February 1939, after 19 years of rule over Palestine, the government brought the two sides to a roundtable conference at St. James's Palace in London. The government in Jerusalem wanted to determine the composition of the delegation. It suggested that Jamal be the de facto representative of the Palestinians, but Raghib al-Nashashivi would be its official head. Jamal was still suspect due to his involvement in the revolt. The Mufti was persona non grata in London, not only because he had led the uprising but because he was tainted by his growing friendship with Germany and Italy. The connection between the Mufti and the Damascus consulates of Germany and Italy, especially the latter, had begun during the uprising. The Germans tried now and then to send in weapons, but they were captured by the British. Most of the help came from the Italians. By and large, the Nazi regime did not meddle in the affairs of Palestine before the war, did not officially object to the Peel recommendations and until the outbreak of war did not prevent Jews from fleeing Germany to Palestine. Syrian politician Adil Arslan urged Al-Hajj Amin to form closer ties with the Italians. He not only talked to Al-Hajj Amin about it, he published an exchange of letters between them in the newspapers Al-Jama al-Islamiyya and Filastin. 22 The purpose of the correspondence was to show that Italy, unlike Britain, supported the Arab claims unreservedly. Arslan wrote the Mufti that the Arab nation needed a European friend, and only Italy would fit the bill. Munif al-Husayni, the editor of Al-Jama al-Arabiyya, was such an enthusiastic supporter of an alliance with Italy that the British suspected him of being its agent and some of his staff resigned on that account. The journalists did not regard Italy as a possible ally but as a colonialist power crushing the Tripolitanian struggle for independence. The Nashashivi opposition used Al-Hajj Amin's courtship of colonialist Italy to accuse him of betraying the pan-Arab cause, though no one in the opposition criticized his later friendship with Germany. 23. The opposition behaved very shabbily when the St. James Conference was convened. Fakhri al-Nashashivi was the most vocal in objecting to Al-Hajj Amin's participation in the talks. He informed the British that not only did he himself support their policy, he had actually created peace bands that fought against the rebels. It seems that this posture embarrassed the more nationalist elements in the Nashashivi camp, and for a moment it looked as if they would denounce Fakhri's action. Raghib even suggested inviting Al-Hajj Amin to London as head of the delegation. Al-Hajj Amin must have felt for a moment that he was about to return to the center of politics in Palestine. To his great surprise, he was allowed by the British to travel to Egypt, only to discover that he had been brought there to be pressured by Egyptian Prime Minister Muhammad Mahmud to refuse Raghib's invitation and to give Jamal al-Husayni the position as a head of the Husayni representative in the delegation. 24. Not everyone in the British government treated the Mufti with such hostility. By March 1938, when the new High Commissioner MacMichael took up his post, voices were heard in the British government suggesting the Mufti be allowed to return to Palestine. But MacMichael detested Al-Hajj Amin and would not allow it. Throughout World War II, the decision-makers in London were divided on the question of the Mufti. The Colonial Office led the opposition to his return, followed by the War Office, whereas the Foreign Office sought to keep an open channel to the person it regarded as the leader of the Palestinian Arabs. 25. Thus in the days leading up to the conference in London, Al-Hajj Amin could have felt that he had not lost his power to influence events. He closely followed his colleagues' efforts to convince the British government to convene the conference in the first place, and regarded the British agreement to do so as a very significant Palestinian achievement. He succeeded in persuading an exhausted delegation to visit him to discuss the conference before returning to Palestine from London. Two of the delegates, Musa Aloma and Izzat Tanuz, wrote accounts of the meeting with Al-Hajj Amin. They were hoping to get some rest before going on to Beirut to report to Al-Hajj Amin, but on disembarkation they encountered the Mufti's car waiting for them at the port of Tripoli. The car took them straight to the Al-Zarq Hotel, where the impatient Al-Hajj Amin had gathered the Palestinian exiles in Syria and Lebanon, including most of the membership of the Higher Committee. As Aloma described it, Tanuz as usual dominated the report to the Mufti, until Amin al-Tamimi, a member of the executive, asked Aloma humorously, "But were you not in London too, Ya Musa?" Aloma nodded and said, "What's more, I have the form of the agreement with MacDonald, Colonial Secretary Ramsay MacDonald, who gave his consent in writing to convene the conference." He pulled the document from his inside pocket. According to Al-Hajj Amin, Izzat Darwaza, another witness to that occasion, rose from his seat and with tears in his eyes embraced Aloma, saying, "This is the Declaration of Palestine's Independence." 26. Al-Hajj Amin instructed Jamal to travel through the Arab world building support for what he now saw as an enhanced Palestinian position. Jamal met Egyptian Prime Minister Ali Mar, Mahmoud's successor, who complained that he still did not understand what the Palestinians really wanted. In reply, Jamal produced the agreement brought by Aloma, adding in Egyptian argot, "Anyone who holds such a document should dance and rejoice till he drops and thanks God." 27. It is doubtful that the document clarified the Palestinians' position to the Egyptian Prime Minister, or caused him to dance till he dropped. Like other Egyptian politicians, Ali Mar thought that the Palestinians had little cause for rejoicing, mainly because they had failed to unite around a single, well-defined goal. In Egypt, too, there were disagreements, but all parties were united by the goal of an independent Egypt freed from its British overlords. But the Palestinians did not define their aim, whether they wished to be part of some other Arab country or truly independent. Their distinctive plight was not clearly understood by most of the politicians in the Arab world at the time, either because of their basic disinclination to study the question or their dismay at the petty discords within the Palestinian camp. The Egyptian Prime Minister's perplexity led to a pan-Arab initiative to help the Palestinians define their aims. In the event, the Colonial Office and MacMichael succeeded in preventing Al-Hajj Amin from taking part in the St. James Conference but not from instructing the Palestinian delegation by telephone from Beirut. Exile weighed heavily on Al-Hajj Amin, and witnesses reported that he waited impatiently for every scrap of information from London. He agreed to give Jamal a major role in the next moves. But he was too far from center stage to have an impact anymore. In fact, the Palestinian political elite as a whole ceased to play a significant role in Palestine's destiny. At the conference in St. James's Palace, the Palestinian delegates were surprised to discover that Britain, Egypt, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia had coordinated the search for a solution. The British government was eager to obtain the support of the Arab countries in case of a global war. After consultations with representatives of Egypt, Arabia, and Iraq, but not with the Palestinians, the British Foreign Office drafted a planned solution. Until 1944 a total of 75,000 Jews would be allowed to immigrate to Palestine, land purchases would be as restricted as possible and every Zionist project would require Arab consent. However, Arab independence in the whole country would require Zionist consent. Until then, of course, Britain would continue to rule over Palestine. The plan was adopted as the government's official policy and incorporated in a 1939 white paper. The Jewish community was united in rejecting it. The Palestinian leadership failed to take advantage of the opportunity and ultimately rejected the last chance offered by the British to save Palestine. The Higher Arab Committee met in Lebanon to discuss the white paper once they realized that the Arab states would support it. 4 members of the committee did support it, but the Mufti hesitated. There was nothing in the document to promise an independent Arab Palestine, which Al-Hajj Amin had come to regard as the quintessence of the Palestinian goal. It is important to note that had he examined the plan in minute detail, he would have found that it was less a document about Palestinian independence and far more a corrective to the Balfour Declaration through its severe limitations on immigration and land purchases. As such, it kept alive the option of independence in the future. But Al-Hajj Amin convinced the members of the committee to focus on the issue of an independent state, and they decided to send Izzat Darwaza to London to find out if Britain would be willing to accelerate the implementation of the promise to establish one. When Darwaza returned empty-handed, Al-Hajj Amin forced the rest of the committee to reject the white paper. Point 28. Why did Al-Hajj Amin fail to discern the opportunity when it came his way? Why did he not connect the great sacrifices made by the Palestinians during the uprising with what was actually a substantial achievement? Some historians ascribe Al-Hajj Amin's rejection to personal vindictiveness, but there may be a better explanation. Point 29. The longer he was in exile, and the more he hobnobbed with the foremost figures of the Arab world, the greater his aspirations for himself and for his people became. When he was in Lebanon, he would not accept anything less than an independent state. By the time he went to Rome and Berlin, he was demanding the independence and unification of the entire Arab world. After the failure of the St. James Conference, Al-Hajj Amin had to curtail his activity even more, though he did have some minor successes. He found himself in direct conflict not only with the British and the leadership of the Jewish community in Palestine but also with the enterprises of the Baron de Rothschild, primarily the Palestine Jewish Colonization Association, PJCA, which conducted its own policies and sought independent contact with the Mufti. Its directors tried to reach Al-Hajj Amin through Ibrahim Said, the son of Said al-Husayni who, as noted above, had once worked for the company in Jerusalem. When these attempts failed, they tried to frustrate the Mufti's efforts to recruit Bedouin tribes in the Golan and Galilee to the Palestinian struggle. They persuaded Amir Faur, a Bedouin sheikh in Syria, to reject the Mufti publicly. Al-Hajj Amin responded at once, denouncing Amir Faur as a traitor until the sheikh lost all his political power. Point 30. But these were minor triumphs, and on the whole Al-Hajj Amin's activity was quite limited. When World War II broke out and Britain and France declared war on Germany, Al-Hajj Amin was placed under house arrest for not supporting the Allies. 31. He became increasingly gloomy, and his close advisors realized that he could not go on being inactive in Lebanon. In desperation he turned to the French chief of police in Damascus, Pierre Colombani, a dubious character who had been in the post after being accused of murdering a rival politician in France. In return for a bribe, Colombani arranged the Mufti's escape from Lebanon to Damascus. On his advice, Al-Hajj Amin disguised himself as a Lebanese peasant woman in traditional dress and veil, thus hiding his identity from the French officers at the border crossing in Ilan. On October 13, 1939, exactly 2 years after leaving Jerusalem, Al-Hajj Amin was on Syrian soil. He did not remain in Damascus for long. Aided by Izz al-Din al-Shawa, a Ghazan known for his bold actions, Al-Hajj Amin fled again. This time he went to Baghdad to meet with Rashid Ali al-Gailani, office chief of Abd al-Ilah, Iraq's heir to the throne and de facto ruler. The Mufti appeared in al-Gailani's office on October 16, signed his name in the visitor's book, received the heir apparent's blessing and went to meet Prime Minister Nouri al-Said. From there he went to a house on Al-Zawi Street, where he resided during his exile in Baghdad, being feted and treated royally the whole time. 32. After Al-Hajj Amin's arrival in the Iraqi capital, many other Palestinian exiles landed there, including Abd al-Qadir and his family. There, as in Damascus, they created various structures for independent action. It looked for a while to be a very pleasant chapter of al-Hajj Amin's life, compensating for the last harsh 2 years. He enjoyed prominence and prestige in Iraq's internal politics for a short period, and he measured his situation against the problem of Palestine. Whether in Baghdad or in Lebanon, he was unable to restart the uprising or even to persuade the British government to allow him to return home. 33 Baghdad was the preamble to the grandest stage of his life. But the grandeur was misleading. Just when al-Hajj Amin imagined himself the leader of the entire Arab nation, his ability to act on behalf of his people would further diminish. In the meantime, the national struggle in Palestine was carried on by less prominent members of the family, alongside the Khalidis and Alomis. Mainly it proceeded thanks to the perseverance of other social strata, farmers, merchants, and professionals. But though these groups would later form political structures that better reflected their world and aspirations, this did not detract from the Husayni predominance in Palestine. Al-Hajj Amin and Jamal preserved the family's primacy from abroad, while Jamal's older brother Tawfiq Soleh did so at home. Munif, too, did his share. In 1939 he was released along with the other Palestinians from detention in the Seychelles and was royally welcomed by the Egyptian Wafd Party, led by Nahas Pasha. Munif became the family's ambassador to Cairo. While the Husaynis led the Palestinian uprising, they were not sure how to evaluate it. Though the family guided the revolt against the British and their policies of enlarging the Zionist presence in the country, the uprising was doomed to end with a military defeat. Britain did change its policy and was serious about limiting Jewish immigration and land purchases, not to enable a Palestinian state but to freeze the conditions that prevailed in 1939. These seemed best suited to British interests, a small Jewish community, a leaderless Arab majority and a mollified Arab world. Under such circumstances, Britain could confront the Nazi war machine in Europe and the Japanese in Asia. Chapter 11. World War II and the Nakba. In the midst of the revolution in Iraq. In October 1939, the Mufti was in the Iraqi capital. Within less than a year he would become a major factor in Iraq's internal politics and get involved in the senior officers' attempted pro-Nazi coup against the monarchy and the British protectorate. But before al-Hajj Amin moved against Britain, Britain moved against him. Iraq's Prime Minister Nouri al-Said had tried and failed to get the Mufti to issue a public statement supporting the Allies and was advised to place him in complete isolation. But Nouri al-Said did not dare to act against the man described in the Iraqi press as the most honest figure in the entire Arab world. The Mufti had been enthusiastically welcomed in Baghdad, and the newspapers lauded him as the hero of the Arab nation, to his great satisfaction. 1. In March 1940, his standing grew even stronger when a new government was formed in Iraq that included some of his personal friends. These friends took pains to increase the Mufti's financial subsidy and influenced their government to adopt a pro-Palestinian policy. Most of the money was meant for the budget of the Office for Palestinian Exiles, which ran the affairs of the large group of refugees from the uprising. Al-Hajj Amin had hoped to use the funds to restart the armed struggle, but there was not enough for that purpose. For a short time, these connections made al-Hajj Amin a pivotal factor in the political power play in Iraq, at least that is what the contemporary British documents claimed. It may have been an exaggeration, but most historians have taken this claim at face value. There is no doubt that al-Hajj Amin enjoyed a personal reputation of decency and probity, outstanding amid the endemic corruption in Arab politics in general and Iraqi politics in particular, extensively documented in the Arab press at the time. Since al-Hajj Amin's position was so strong, the British government considered taking various extreme measures against him. The Colonial Office prepared a plan to abduct and even to assassinate him, but the Foreign Office scotched it. For one thing, it feared that an attack on the Mufti would anger the Muslim community in India, which was still loyal to Britain, unlike the Hindu majority in the subcontinent. The Foreign Office even rejected a more moderate proposal by the Intelligence Office in Cairo to discredit Al-Hajj Amin by publicizing his contacts with the Axis governments. This would actually have done him little harm, as Britain's international standing, like that of France, had been declining since some time before the war. This British vacillation would be seen again in 1945. But in the summer of 1940, the British government changed direction and sought to conciliate Al-Hajj Amin. The Nazis had just scored some major victories, and Rommel's advance towards Alexandria seemed unstoppable. The British government, particularly Colonial Secretary Lord Lloyd, decided to open channels to the exiled Palestinian leadership in Baghdad. Colonel Stuart Newcombe was dispatched to Baghdad and, through the mediation of Nouri al-Said, met with Jamal al-Husayni. Newcombe wished to know whether the Palestinians' attitude towards the white paper they had previously rejected had now changed. He proposed a broader British plan for the future consisting of an independent state of Palestine, with guaranteed equality for all the inhabitants, irrespective of religion or race, and with each community enjoying considerable autonomy in running its own affairs. 2. The proposal was discussed in Baghdad for 2 weeks, and Newcombe accepted Jamal's demand that the British government demonstrate its goodwill by implementing the white paper as soon as the war ended, after consultation with the Arab governments. But this welcome signal from London was extinguished before it awakened any real hopes. Prime Minister Winston Churchill rejected the plan altogether, probably under massive Zionist pressure. Al-Hajj Amin himself, it seems, was less than enthusiastic about the new move, partly because the British government forbade Newcombe to meet with him. The demise of this option impelled Al-Hajj Amin to open intensive contacts with the Nazis, beginning on July 15, 1940. Al-Hajj Amin sent several emissaries to prepare the ground for a future understanding with Germany, among them Naji Shaukat, Iraq's Minister of Justice, who contacted Franz von Papen, Germany's ambassador to Turkey. The first approach included a letter addressed to Hitler, which opened with compliments to the Nazi Führer. Here Al-Hajj Amin for the first time adopted the Nazi discourse, a move which would later cost him and his people dearly. He spoke of the dangers of international Jewry as a force that had recently appeared in Palestine, which meant that Nazism and the Palestinian nation had a common enemy. The communications channel through the German embassy in Istanbul was temporarily blocked by the German Foreign Ministry's instructions not to meddle over much in the Arab territory. It was supposed to be Italy's sphere of interest, rather than Germany's. 3. A month later, Al-Hajj Amin obtained a permit for his personal secretary, Kemal Haddad, to visit Berlin. But once there Haddad met only minor officials. Al-Hajj Amin was trying to impress the Nazis by declaring that he had created a pan-Arab organization that was ready to cooperate closely with Germany. In return, he demanded a German, Italian declaration on the right to independence of Arab nations from Sudan to Syria, including Palestine. Such a declaration, Al-Hajj Amin affirmed, would spur a pan-Arab revolt, financed by the Axis, against the British throughout the Middle East. This reflected Al-Hajj Amin's ambitious notion of reenacting with new allies the revolt of Sharif Hussein, the grandee from Mecca who had rebelled against Turkey during the First World War and helped the British replace Ottoman rule with European colonialism. The Germans remained unimpressed. 4. The third attempt, in January 1941, was more successful. Al-Hajj Amin's confidant in Damascus, Dr. Said Fatah al-Imam, coordinated propaganda positions with the Nazis. The climax of these contacts was a letter Al-Hajj Amin sent Hitler on January 20, 1941, dealing mainly with the disastrous consequences of Franco-British colonialism in the Middle East. The rather lengthy analysis included references to an insidious but abortive British plan to settle millions of Indians in Iraq, harsh criticism of the Franco-Syrian Accord of 1936, the injustices of Britain's domination of Egypt, and finally a reference to events in Palestine. Until he met Hitler, Al-Hajj Amin did not appreciate the centrality of anti-Jewish hatred in the Nazi worldview. He devoted his entire letter to the Arab hostility towards Britain, even in connection with Palestine. Only one sentence echoed the Nazi discourse, though this theme would intensify as the relationship developed. He described world Jewry as dangerous enemies, whose secret weapon is wealth, corruption, and intrigue. Elsewhere he emphasized the Anglo-Jewish connections. The Jews of the world, he said, were intimately linked to England, and therefore the Palestinian problem united the Arab countries in a common hatred against the British and the Jews. 5. The letter was taken to Berlin by Al-Hajj Amin's secretary Haddad, who was instructed to add verbal explanations and clarifications. The Mufti was asking for German assistance to withstand the massive aid given by the Jews of the United States. In return, he would commit the Palestinian people to support anyone who fought against the British Jewish coalition, as Germany did. But the clarifications did not help, and no real answer was ever given to the letter or to the verbal appeal. Until Al-Hajj Amin went to Europe, the feelers he sent out on behalf of the Palestinian cause remained negligible. Nevertheless, this effort at cooperation with the Axis played an important part in the revolt against continued British rule in Iraq. It was largely inspired by the views of anti-British Iraqi politicians, and in effect the Mufti helped the platform and agenda of pro-German Iraqi politics more than those politicians advanced the Palestinian cause. 6. Al-Hajj Amin himself claimed that the idea of approaching Germany was raised by his Iraqi allies. They asked me to seek contacts with Germany. And why not? Our people were under the yoke of the British, not the Germans, and the Germans had shown us sympathy and friendship as far back as the time of Abdul Hamid II, which is why Hitler was so popular. 7. Al-Hajj Amin thought of it as forming a relationship with Germany rather than with Nazism, at least at this stage. Al-Hajj Amin's main activity in Iraq was not approaching the Axis government but rather getting involved in local Iraqi politics. The outbreak of World War II heightened the opposition's hope that the pro-British Hashemite regime might be toppled. Facing the opposition for many years was Nuri al-Said, a hero of the Arab revolt against the Ottoman Empire and a confidant of the Hashemites in Iraq. He was the strongman of Iraqi politics who had served as prime minister several times since 1930. At the outbreak of the war, he was again appointed prime minister but was challenged by a powerful anti-British opposition. In March 1940, he resigned, either to demonstrate to Britain the strength of the opposition or to prove to the Iraqi political establishment that he was indispensable. The opposition was led by Rashid Ali al-Gaylani, flanked by 4 army officers who would later be known as the Golden Square. Al-Hajj Amin worked wholeheartedly to help al-Gaylani and his square become the core of Iraq's next government. The man who guided the Mufti's moves from the shadowy background was François Guénaud, a tall, sturdy man, and a secret agent of the Vichy government who would later be dubbed France's Lawrence of Arabia. In the few films shot in Iraq during this time, he is always seen at the Mufti's side, and it was he who would bring Al-Hajj Amin to Il Duce's palace in Rome and to the encounter with Hitler. 8. While in Baghdad, Al-Hajj Amin created the Party of the Arab Nation to coordinate the struggle of all the Arabs against colonialism. The Mufti's neglect of the Palestinian issue in favor of the pan-Arab cause strained his relations with Jamal. 9 But there was no way to influence Al-Hajj Amin now that he had become for the first time a key factor in pan-Arab politics. Al-Hajj Amin's progress to the summit of regional politics climaxed at the end of February 1941, at his temporary home in Baghdad, where the officers of the Golden Square and other supporters swore on the Quran to fight the enemies of the Arabs, beginning with Britain. 10. But beyond a dinner party and moral exhortations, Al-Hajj Amin could offer no magic formula for victory over the British Empire. The only material aid that might have countered Britain's might had to come from Germany and Italy, but Al-Hajj Amin's contacts with those two powers were fruitless. In February 1941, the British forced Gaylani to resign. Nevertheless, in April Al-Hajj Amin and his associates in the Golden Square succeeded, without German military help, in bringing off a military coup that restored Gaylani to power. The Germans did help with money. $35,000 reached Baghdad, but it was not enough. The group lacked weapons, and these did not arrive. In May 1941, the rebels, backed by most of the army but without enough weapons, faced the British army, which was reinforced with units from the Transjordan Arab Legion. 11. But it seems that Al-Hajj Amin did not lose heart at these critical moments while still on the summit of a pan-Arab revolution. He was euphoric about his involvement in a successful coup against the British Empire. As Mufti, he cried jihad against the British, who once again swung against him and even schemed to abduct him. To this end, they released from prison David Raziel, the commander of the Zionist underground known as the Irgun, but Raziel was killed in Iraq before he could attack the Mufti. 12. The boldest of the Husaynis, Abd al-Qadir, did not limit himself to organizing the revolt but fought alongside the Iraqi rebels. He was caught by the British and held in detention for 2 years. When he was released, he went to the Hijaz, where he stayed for some 18 months. His son Faisal, the future Husayni representative in the Palestinian leadership in the 1980s and 1990s, had been born in 1940 in a Baghdad hospital. The coup held out for 26 days, until the end of May, when it was crushed by the British Empire. On May 29, before Nouri al-Said was brought back to Baghdad by the British, Al-Hajj Amin and Jamal fled the city. Before leaving, Al-Hajj Amin pointed to the Jews of Iraq as the party responsible for the failure of the coup, an explanation that satisfied several officers and hundreds of soldiers in the Iraqi army. On June 1, when a large group of Jews went out to welcome the returning British army, these units attacked them and then turned on the Jewish homes in Baghdad. In this pogrom, known as the Farhad, 179 Jews were killed and many houses and shops were pillaged. 13. This was the first chapter in the Mufti's role in World War II. It made the Zionist Jewish community in Palestine hate him and placed him alongside Hitler in the collective Zionist memory of the enemies of the Jewish people. But the main chapter of that history was Al-Hajj Amin's activity in the Nazi capital during the Holocaust. Courting Mussolini and Hitler. In May 1941, when the short-lived coup collapsed, Al-Hajj Amin and his wife, Aisha, escaped to Tehran. They were accompanied by other Husaynis, among them Jamal, Salim Hussein, and Safwat Yunus, as well as the leader of the revolt, Rashid al-Gailani, and 80 of their comrades. The Italians sent a special emissary, Count Alberto Malini, to act as liaison with the Mufti and to see to his needs. At first Al-Hajj Amin was royally received by the pro-German Shah, but when British forces invaded southern Iran and the Russians moved into its north, the monarch's position became precarious. Al-Hajj Amin had come to Iran at a bad time, just as the government changed and a pro-British orientation replaced the pro-German one. Jamal's route was even less fortunate. He went straight into the British-occupied zone in southern Iran, was captured near the town of Awaz and was sent to a detention camp in Zimbabwe, then Rhodesia, where he remained until the end of the war. Al-Hajj Amin was luckier. He himself described how Malini came to the house where he was hiding in Tehran a few minutes ahead of the local police and spirited him away to the Japanese legation. The British did all they could to capture the Mufti. The anti-British Shah fell in September, and a new Shah, Muhammad Reza Pahlavi, took the throne, promising to favor the Allies in the war. This political reversal prompted the Reuters news agency to report that the Mufti had been captured and would be brought to a swift trial in Baghdad. 14 So confident were the British that it would be a simple matter to capture him that they worried what they would do once he was in their hands. They discovered that it was doubtful his arrest would serve their purpose. He might become a martyr to his cause. Using him as hostage to pressure the Husayni leadership in Palestine, however, might be more productive. In the event, they failed to capture him. Al-Hajj Amin remained in a small pavilion in the garden of the Japanese embassy for 20 days. He lost half his weight, which altered his appearance. In October he decided that this was insufficient and prepared for flight by shaving off his beard and mustache, dyeing his hair and putting on a Western suit. In this guise, he had a new passport photograph taken. 15. It was his third flight in October, an ill-omened month in his life. Again he disguised himself as a woman and set out with an Italian passport bearing a woman's photograph. He mingled among the women of the Italian legation, who traveled on a local bus via Russian-occupied Iran to Turkey. He experienced some unpleasant moments at the border crossing, on the Iranian side, when the Russian officials became suspicious. But eventually he was allowed to proceed. He made the rest of the journey through Turkey in relative comfort on a train heading west to Istanbul. Once again, the Asma brothers came to the Mufti's aid. Nabi, who was romantically involved with a certain lady in the intelligence department of the German Foreign Ministry, represented al-Hajj Amin's interests to the Germans. Even before the Mufti's flight, in July 1941, Nabi and Fawzi al-Khawqji had been preparing a pan-Arab conference under Germany's aegis, hoping to promote a new national authority and declare an alliance between the Arab nation and Germany. The memoirs of the Asma brothers reveal that they shared al-Hajj Amin's hopes of reproducing the agreement Sharif Hussein had struck with Britain, but with a different power, an idea put forward by some senior figures in the German Foreign Ministry. Nabi's brother Adil had been with Fawzi al-Khawqji in Berlin since the beginning of 1941. Nabi wrote to his brother that before he and al-Hajj Amin headed for Germany, they wished to know if the Arab nation would be supported. If not, they would turn to the other side. 16. While in Istanbul, al-Hajj Amin and his Asma friends heard that British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden, while answering questions in Parliament about al-Hajj Amin's fate, had said that the Mufti, the empire's great enemy, was almost captured in Tehran, and we are still pursuing him. 17. Al-Hajj Amin did not stay long in Istanbul. His friends sent him on another long train journey, to Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria, and thence to Rome. Once in Rome, al-Hajj Amin discarded all his disguises and put on his traditional robe and tarbush. It has been suggested that he put off meeting with Rome's fascist leaders until his beard grew back. He was always very conscious of the connection between his external appearance and the message he wished to convey. Now he wanted to personify religious authority and tradition, as well as national leadership. In Rome he was described as one of the leaders of the Arab nation, and on his arrival he expressed the wish to collaborate with the government of Italy, provided it publicly recognized a unified Arab nation with a distinct national character. A virtuoso stage director, Mussolini housed the Mufti in the splendid Villa Scarlatti near Rome, a residence fit for a visiting leader. It is possible that al-Hajj Amin was dazzled by the grandeur, servants, a car accompanied by a brace of motorcycles, and forgot for a moment that in Palestine, the place nearest to his heart, he had become a marginal figure. 18. Italian documents state that the Mufti planned a fascist Arab state, but it is not known whether he said as much or whether this was an Italian paraphrase. Perhaps al-Hajj Amin said this to curry favor with his hosts, and if so he achieved his purpose. After a month in Rome, the Italian Foreign Ministry recommended that the government support al-Hajj Amin and provide him with funds and a liaison officer. 19. Al-Hajj Amin stayed in the Italian capital until the end of November and was joined by his faithful aide, Izzat Darwaza. The highlight of this visit was al-Hajj Amin's meeting with Benito Mussolini at the dictator's palace in Venice. He was met on the stairs by Il Duce's personal secretary, who led him through one immense hall after another. In each hall sat a minor official behind a small desk who stood up and greeted the visitor with a fascist salute. Finally, in the doorway of the last hall, Mussolini awaited him, smiling broadly. Al-Hajj Amin would say later that he felt as if he was meeting Napoleon. Mussolini amazed him by his extensive knowledge of history and his manner of a Roman Caesar. 22. Al-Hajj Amin's dismay, however, their meeting was short. Al-Hajj Amin had expected a lengthy conference with a person he believed would soon be one of the rulers of the world, or at any rate the Middle East. Al-Hajj Amin conducted himself gravely as the leader of the Arab nation, which Mussolini's reception of him seemed to affirm. He had prepared a long, well-reasoned survey of each region in the Arab world, and even wanted to air his view of the situation of the Muslim population in the Balkans. The farther he was from Palestine, the more he took on the role of a modern Arab caliph and shed that of Palestine's national leader. 21. Though Mussolini was more interested in speaking than in listening, Al-Hajj Amin managed to make his first statement. He had just enough time to request Italy's support for an independent Arab state that would include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Transjordan, as the best way to counter the threat of the Jewish national home. Not once since leaving Baghdad and heading to the Axis states had Al-Hajj Amin mentioned the demand for an independent Palestinian state. All his appeals had been on behalf of the entire Arab nation, as though he were an Istiqlali, an associate of Ani Abd al-Hadi, rather than the head of the party of the Arab nation. Perhaps he thought that nothing less would interest the Axis governments, or perhaps he was temporarily in despair about the prospects for an independent Palestine. Il Duce, for his part, talked almost exclusively about Britain and about the blood pact he had made with Germany against it. He agreed with his guest that the Jews had no right to Palestine, but emphasized that he was not anti-Semitic. He asked the Mufti to guarantee the rights of the Christian Maronites in Lebanon. Al-Hajj Amin gave him his solemn word to do so, as though he were about to be crowned king of the Arab world. In fact, Al-Hajj Amin obtained nothing. At the very least, he had expected the meeting to yield a joint declaration, thereby confirming his standing as the new leader of the Arab nation. But the pompous Mussolini, or at any rate his advisors, understood that the Mufti was incapable of unleashing the Arab world against Britain. At best he might be able to help Italy when the campaign for the Middle East began, that is, in 1940. Using the pretext that the Germans had to be consulted about it, Count Melini informed Al-Hajj Amin of Mussolini's decision to postpone the joint statement for the time being. The only gains from the meeting were Il Duce's promise to arrange for the Mufti to meet Hitler, and the promise of the Italian foreign minister, Count Ciano, to provide him with a radio station. 22. Al-Hajj Amin reached Berlin in November 1941. After his stay in Rome, his penchant for grandeur and ceremony reached unprecedented dimensions. His entourage had increased to include several personal secretaries and the Italian diplomat Melini. He was met at the railway station by senior officials of the German Foreign Ministry, who took him to the palatial residence reserved for the ministry's important guests. Al-Hajj Amin at once began to polish the joint declaration that Mussolini had postponed, believing that he could persuade Hitler to endorse an Italo-German commitment to Arab unity and independence. He himself was convinced that such a declaration would rouse all Arabs, perhaps even all Muslims, to rebel. During their journey to Berlin, Melini had, ingratiatingly or sincerely, encouraged Al-Hajj Amin to believe that such a prospect was feasible. 23. 2 days after his arrival in Berlin, Al-Hajj Amin heard that his greatest rival in Palestine, Fakhri al-Nashashivi, had been murdered in Baghdad. It is possible that he knew that this would be Fakhri's fate. The Germans, too, must have been pleased, as Fakhri had been energetically recruiting Palestinians to join the British forces. Though he was not very successful at that, he did recruit more men than Al-Hajj Amin would do for the Axis. Nearly 10,000 joined the British armed forces. When Fakhri went to Baghdad, where many of the leaders of the Palestinian uprising were still staying, a tribunal of rebels appointed itself a field court and sentenced him to death for organizing the peace bands, paramilitary groups that had fought for the opposition against the Palestinian guerrillas. He was shot and killed on 8 November 1941. 24. Dr. Musa Abdullah al-Husayni, then in his late 30s, informed Al-Hajj Amin of the murder. In 1938, as has been said, Musa Abdullah had led the Husaynis abortive contacts with Zionist leaders in Britain. He was still a socialist in 1938, when he went from London to Nazi Germany, and he was captivated by the Germans, or, at any rate, by the German Thea Maria, whom he later married. As soon as Al-Hajj Amin arrived, Musa Abdullah became his guide and right-hand man. But at this time Al-Hajj Amin was not concerned with minor matters such as local politics in Palestine. He believed he was on the verge of international glory, and he eagerly anticipated his meeting with Hitler. First, though, he had a meeting with the Nazi foreign minister, von Ribbentrop. They conversed in French, and the talk was pointless. Finally, 20 days after his arrival in Berlin, he got his audience with the Führer. Hitler's interpreter recalled that the meeting began badly. Upon his arrival, Al-Hajj Amin was invited by the chef de protocole to review a small guard of honor that awaited him in front of the foreign ministry. Then he was taken to see Hitler, where the mishaps began. Hitler ignored Al-Hajj Amin's outstretched hand and the interpreter's suggestion to offer coffee to the guest. The photograph taken of the two men sitting on the edge of their armchairs as though about to rise would be useful to all the enemies of the Palestinian national movement, from London to Jerusalem, who wanted to harm the Mufti's reputation. Al-Hajj Amin launched into a lengthy speech and, unlike his meeting with Mussolini, was given enough time to display his knowledge of conditions throughout the Arab world and to explain the importance of a joint statement. Hitler responded with pathos, referring to the Nazis' commitment to Arab independence, but he spoke chiefly about the Jews. "My main struggle is against the Jews," he began. "The elimination of the Jewish people is part of my overall campaign. They want to establish a state that will be the basis for the destruction of all the nations in the world." It is possible that Hitler did not use the words "eliminate the Jews," but this is how it was engraved in the memory of the Mufti. After this there was no stopping Hitler. It is doubtful if the interpreter translated everything, but the message was plain enough. In 1969 Al-Hajj Amin tried to reconstruct his response to that speech. By then he was aware of the damage that his association with Hitler had inflicted on the Palestinian image. He claimed that he was slow to answer because he felt cornered. "I replied that I was convinced we had an ally in our struggle against Zionism and the British, and said nothing more." 25. At their second meeting, he recalled, he clarified his meaning. "We regard the Zionists, not the Jews, as the destroyers of the world. You are a sentimental people," said the Führer. "I invite you to visit my research center, and there I shall convince you of the global conspiracy." In 1942 Al-Hajj Amin spent 3 days in such a center in Frankfurt. In retrospect, he sought to depict himself as having accepted some of the Nazi analysis of the Jewish problem but not its solution. He similarly described a chilling discussion he had with the Nazi ideologue Alfred Rosenberg, whom Al-Hajj Amin made no effort to persuade because he was like a religious man on this subject. Politically speaking, Al-Hajj Amin gained little during this visit. Hitler did promise to support the Arab struggle but wanted to postpone publicizing the fact until German forces had reached the Caucasus. He made a dramatic point of revealing to his visitor Germany's secret plan to reach the southern Caucasus. The Führer was interested in the military potential that Al-Hajj Amin could rally. Al-Hajj Amin was embarrassed, as he could not hide his objection to the idea of sending Arab soldiers to fight against the Arab soldiers in the Allied armies. Did he feel that in Germany, as opposed to Italy, he was viewed as a representative of an inferior race, and therefore not a serious ally? 26. Whatever the case, the people around him testified that at this time he was still exalted, feeling that suddenly everything was about to happen. His enthusiasm infected Rashid al-Gailani, who had also fled to Berlin. In February 1942, the two met the King of Italy, who gave them the longed-for public statement about Italy's unreserved support for the Arab nation. In the summer of that year, the Axis forces won impressive victories in North Africa, seized Tobruk, and moved towards Egypt's western border. That summer the Mufti met Count Chano, Mussolini's son-in-law and foreign minister, and suggested preparing the inhabitants of North Africa for the victory of the Axis powers. To that purpose, he published an open letter to the people of Egypt. 27. He began to work fast, feeling that this gamble had gone well. But during his stay, the Asma brothers accused Al-Hajj Amin of not keeping them in the picture. They complained that instead of adhering to the policy they had agreed upon, Al-Hajj Amin was selling Arab support to the Axis powers too cheaply. 28. After some time, Khashoggi, too, began to feel that Al-Hajj Amin was seeking glory at his expense, and began to avoid him in Berlin. Khashoggi's main complaint was that Al-Hajj Amin did not involve him in discussions on military matters, in which the Mufti had neither experience nor expertise. Al-Hajj Amin had several discussions with the Germans about the possibility of an anti-British revolt with Nazi help. On one subject, Fawzi al-Khawqji supported al-Hajj Amin. He and Rashid al-Gailani helped the Mufti to carry out an idea he proposed in 1943, namely, the creation of a pan-Arab committee led by himself, with equal representation for members from Syria, Iraq, and Palestine, and with Rashid al-Gailani as its foreign minister in charge of contacts with the Axis powers on the future of the Arab Middle East. 29 This placed al-Hajj Amin at the center of a new pan-Arab project designed to bring about unity and independence with Axis help. Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni, Fawzi al-Khawqji and Rashid al-Gailani adopted much of the Nazi vocabulary. They often took part in propaganda broadcasts from Berlin and Rome, spouting anti-Semitic vituperation, which may have been their composition or, more probably, translated from the Nazi propaganda ministry material. They made one minor contribution: they taught the Nazi ideologues, such as Alfred Rosenberg, the difference between the term anti-Semitism, which offended them, and anti-Jewishness, which they supported. Palestinian historiography was long uncomfortable with discussing these statements and their moral implications. However, recently they have openly and sensibly revisited this chapter of ill-fated liaisons, describing the players as a few individuals who were detached from Palestine and its politics and no longer attuned to the genuine predicament of the people there. This was not a formative chapter in Palestine's history, but it is one that cannot be ignored given how it has been manipulated by Israeli historiography to Nazify the Palestinian movement as a whole and to justify brutal oppression, ethnic cleansing and occupation. For the purposes of this narrative, these events are highly important as an indication of al-Hajj Amin's transformation from a bright, sensible leader of a movement into a hallucinatory figure losing touch with reality and assuming roles and capabilities far beyond those he actually possessed. 30. The reversals suffered by the Germans and Italians in North Africa did not faze the Mufti. He proposed that the Germans declare the independence of the Maghreb and recruit a Maghrebi army to fight on their side. But the Germans had promised the region to Marshal Pétain, the leader of Vichy France, and could not guarantee its independence. Al-Hajj Amin worked diligently for the Germans through 1943. He persuaded Muslim leaders in India to support anti-British action, organized a Bosnian division in the Balkans and military groups to help the Germans in the northern Caucasus, and promoted the idea of creating a Muslim state in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Then the idea arose of creating an Arab army division that would fight alongside the Axis powers. 130 men began to train on the sands of Cape Sunion, not far from Athens, but the project fizzled out. In the Balkans, Al-Hajj Amin wrote a booklet called Islam and Judaism, which could hold its own with the racist flyers distributed by the SS to German soldiers. Albania's Muslims honored Al-Hajj Amin when he helped create a local SS unit that would later take part in murdering the Jews of the Balkans. In the Caucasus, too, Al-Hajj Amin enlisted Muslims to the war effort, above all to the German SS units. The Nazi discourse suited his aims and helped his enterprise. Palestine and Jerusalem might be far away, even perhaps from his mind, but he was still convinced that he was riding on the wings of history and helping to free the Arab world and to unify it. While Al-Hajj Amin was rallying the Palestinians to the losing side, Winston Churchill acceded to the Jewish Agency's request to form a Jewish brigade in the Allied forces. The brigade did not take an active part in the battles, but it became the basis for the Zionist military effort and highlighted the Zionist commitment to the Allied war. The final accounting shows that the British armed forces included 12,000 Arabs from Palestine and 27,000 Jews, including the Jewish brigade. But still Al-Hajj Amin believed that the goddess of fortune was smiling on him and the Palestinians. He spent most of the war in Bari in southern Italy, now and then visiting Berlin to broadcast anti-British propaganda in Arabic on German radio. Only towards the end of the war, when the Nazi defeat became certain, did he realize that he had made a mistake. He was then in Berlin, and the Germans offered to send him in a submarine to an Arab country. However, a Swiss government radio broadcast offering political asylum to refugees convinced him to buy a small car and set out in May to the Swiss border. But the border was snowed in, and Al-Hajj Amin and his companions could not proceed. The Germans offered to take him across in a light aircraft, but the Swiss government, ignoring the pleas of diplomats from Arab countries, did not want him. Back he went to Germany, this time to Constance, in the French occupation zone. From here it was a short route to France, where he was held first in prison, then under house arrest and finally in fairly comfortable conditions. The soft treatment was due to France's annoyance with Britain at the end of the war. France, which had given Al-Hajj Amin refuge in Lebanon in 1938, 7 years later gave him refuge at home. And just as in 1938, the British government dithered about his treatment and did nothing. It could have asked for his extradition, but then what? Should he be put on trial? Lord Gort, the new High Commissioner in Palestine, wanted nothing to do with him, imprisoned or free. For a moment it looked as though Al-Hajj Amin would be tried alongside the Nazi leaders as a war criminal, as the Zionist organizations in the United States demanded. In the atmosphere that reigned after the war, this was not unthinkable. Al-Hajj Amin's behavior during his stay in Europe showed that he warmly approved of every Nazi act against the Jews, including extermination. Adolf Eichmann's deputy, Dieter Wieliseny, claimed that Al-Hajj Amin had acted in the countries adjoining the Nazi-controlled areas to bar the entry of Jews escaping from the concentration and death camps. But the context in which the Mufti acted would have obliged the judges at Nuremberg to deal with the highly complex connections between the Holocaust and the Zionist movement, and between the latter and the future of Palestine. It is doubtful that anyone in the American Justice Department, let alone in Britain, cared to untangle them. The leaders of the Jewish community in Palestine also probably preferred these political and moral complexities not to be dragged into court. In any case, Al-Hajj Amin's identification with the Nazi death machine made it difficult for him to reintegrate into Palestinian politics and overshadowed everything else he had ever done. Many historians in the world, especially in Israel, have depicted him, unjustly and inaccurately, as a mini-Hitler. Al-Hajj Amin decided not to take a chance and fled once more with the help of French friends. The dates were again symbolic. He had fled Iran on May 29, 1941, and on May 29, 1945 he took on the identity of a member of the Syrian embassy in Paris and left for Cairo via Italy and Greece. Rumors about his movements caused excitement not only among the Husaynis, who were unable to find out much about them, but among the Palestinian population. It was said that he was on his way to Palestine, and people prepared to celebrate his return. But Al-Hajj Amin did not reach Palestine, and he would later feel obliged to explain why. He said Britain had banned his entrance and he did not want to risk it. 2 years later he did make an effort to enter Palestine. At this time, he was living in Cairo, which had become his home thanks to King Farouk. The rotund king was anxious to show his people that he was an Egyptian and pan-Arab patriot, while showing the British government, particularly its local ambassador, that he was still an independent and crucial actor on the Middle Eastern scene. 31 Cairo was also home for Al-Hajj Amin because other Husayni exiles were living there, notably Munif, who prepared an apartment in Heliopolis for Al-Hajj Amin. 20 days after his arrival, Al-Hajj Amin had an audience at Abadan Palace, where the king urged him to move into another royal palace in Inches and live there as long as he liked. The following day, the Egyptian government issued a statement welcoming the hero of the Arab nation. At this time, there were still substantial British forces in Egypt, and the British ambassador conducted himself more like a colonial governor than a foreign diplomat. But the British were no longer omnipotent in Egypt, being constrained by a national government and a king who worked, albeit slowly and inefficiently, to bring an end to their dominance in their country. Consequently, Al-Hajj Amin could count on the Egyptian government's protection as well as its hospitality. The king of Palestine enjoyed a comfortable exile in the Inches Palace, and when that venue seemed insecure, he was moved to Farouk's summer palace, Muntaza. From this place of exile, Al-Hajj Amin began to rebuild his position as head of the family and the Palestinian people. In the autumn of 1947, he discussed with local British officials the possibility of returning to Palestine, but to no avail. 32 Being out of Palestine, he lost some of his power. Jamal was playing a greater role in preparing the Palestinians for the most important battle of their history. Nevertheless, Al-Hajj Amin remained the symbolic leader and would be blamed for the tragedy of 1948, though he was not the only leader of the national movement. Jamal was well served by his brother Tawfiq Saleh. Throughout the war, while Al-Hajj Amin and Jamal occupied themselves with inter-Arab and pan-Arab politics, Tawfiq deputized as the president of the Palestinian National Party, maintaining the family's primacy in local politics. In this he was helped by a family friend, Emil Al-Ghuri, the suspended secretary of the Arab Higher Committee. Together they made the Husaynis party of the Arab nation into a sound and efficient body that functioned throughout the country. They also acquired influence in the important newspaper Al-Difa in Jaffa, which began to show support for the family and its party. The newspaper had been founded by Ibrahim al-Shanti in 1933 as a counterweight to Philastin, which often reflected the opposition. During the post-war years, the opposition showed signs of weariness and decline. The representatives of the former Al-Istiqlal and the Defense Party attempted to create a counter-force but failed, though they remained strong enough to prevent unity. 33 In December 1941, the British authorities brought back from exile 3 Husaynis of the uprising leadership, though not Jamal, in the hope of starting a new, more fruitful dialogue with the leading party. But this was insufficient. The opposition was disgruntled because the government had failed to use the opportunity to crush the Husaynis' political power. 34 The Husaynis grew stronger, or maintained their position, but the Palestinians as a political force began to lose important positions, such as the municipality of Jerusalem. In the 1940s, Daniel Oster was elected head of the municipality, and thus Mustafa al-Khalidi, Hussein's successor, became Jerusalem's last Palestinian mayor. On the other hand, the family's position as a religious icon was waning. During the war, the Nabi Musa celebrations were neglected. Even when they did take place, for example in 1942, the ceremony was no longer a family affair. The governor of Jerusalem, Keith Roach, became the custodian of the Prophet's flags and banners, which had formerly been kept by the Husaynis and were now stored in the Sharia court. The family's stamp faded from the important festival, and the wings of the Husayni phoenix were clipped. 35 The festival was celebrated for the last time in 1947, and the custom of visiting Nabi Musa would only be revived 40 years later, on April 17, 1987. The last Husayni to hold a religious position in the city was Sheikh al-Haram Arif Yunus al-Husayni. Though in his black robe and white tarbush he resembled the Mufti, he actually kept away from politics and was on good terms with the opposition and the authorities. It was not only Jerusalem politics that eroded the Husaynis' standing. The Judaization of Jerusalem continued apace, and the Husaynis fought in vain along with other Palestinians to block it. The struggle climaxed in 1943, when the municipality under Daniel Oster presented its comprehensive city plan. It included massive construction and the development of services, mainly on the Jewish side, and the expansion of an area near Mount Scopus that was designated a nature reserve at the expense of Palestinian landowners. That year the municipality also wanted to assign enormous tracts in the Jerusalem area to housing for poor Palestinians. Said al-Husayni, honorary president of the Association of Palestinian Architects, led the opposition to the scheme and thwarted the publication of a tender for an alternative plan for those areas based on socialist and egalitarian principles instead of the interests of an aristocratic regime. Any move that could improve conditions in the overcrowded Palestinian neighborhoods was seen by the urban notables as a direct attack on their estates and their wealth, and as imposing a Jewish ideological character on the city. 36 The Husaynis viewed these proposals as continuing the plans of the 1930s, which discriminated against the Palestinian neighborhoods. The aged head of the family, Ismail al-Husayni, had died in 1945. He had refused from the start of the British Mandate to play any part in local politics. He was the last of the Arab Ottoman notables of Palestine, but this aristocracy was not viable under British rule, let alone under Zionism. Ismail had never become a notable of nationalism, its world was entirely alien to him. His one contribution to national Palestine was to found the Palestine Commercial Bank. But he died before it opened, and it had done little before the downfall of 1948. Though they lost Jerusalem, Palestine was still predominantly Arab and the leadership was still the Husaynis. For 2 years after the war ended, Jamal was the central figure in Palestinian politics as a whole. With Ismail's demise, Jamal became the head of the family, as well as the head of its Tahiri branch. As has already been said, the political significance of the branches had ended with the Ottoman Empire. During the Mandate they retained their meaning only in connection with marriages, wherever the family could impose its will. It ensured that the matches took place not only within the family but within the particular branch. 37. After World War II, Ishaq Musa, who had always embodied the apolitical tendency in the family, began to take a greater interest and more involvement in the struggle for Palestine. He agreed to direct the Palestinian Cultural Committee. Launched in the summer of 1945, it mainly organized lectures to promote cultural awareness in the community and cooperated with similar bodies elsewhere in the Arab world. At this time, Ishaq Musa arranged an exhibition of Palestinian literature at the Orthodox Union in Jerusalem and published an extensive bibliography of the Palestinian literary contribution to Arab culture. The exhibition contains some 200 works by Palestinian authors written during the Mandate. Raja al-Husayni and 8 other Palestinian intellectuals were members of the committee. 38. But this was not the time of the intellectuals, it was chiefly the time of external diplomacy and internal organization. Jamal understood both missions. But to complete them he had to be released, which was not easy to achieve. Egyptian Prime Minister Nahas Pasha believed that the British would agree to release Jamal in time for the launch of the Arab League in December 1944. But they did not, and Musa al-Alami was appointed to represent the Palestinians on this important occasion. Jamal was finally freed at the end of November 1945. In Palestine at this time, local and regional politics intermingled. It is doubtful whether the Husayni heritage, based as it was on politics of notables, could safely have guided the people's destiny in such a complex situation. Palestine's fate was about to be decided on the international stage, where the Nazi horrors had been exposed. The Palestinians had to present their case before international public opinion, through the new international organization, the United Nations, where Zionist positions were clearly favored. Now it was the United States and the USSR that determined the rules of the game. Since 1942 David Ben-Gurion had been busy rallying the Jewish vote and American sympathy, while Al-Hajj Amin was courting the Nazis and Jamal was out of action in prison. Jamal returned to Palestine just before the arrival of hundreds of thousands of Jews to reinforce the Zionist community. Together the newcomers and the more veteran settlers constituted a well-established and determined community. Its leadership had used the war years to build up an army and acquire experience in warfare, and it would be ready to take over the country once the British Mandate ended. Moreover, there were many indications that Britain would not be able to hold out much longer in Palestine, or in the Middle East as a whole. Worse, the Zionist leadership at that point had decided on its future policy toward the native Palestinian population. Vague past ideas about massive expulsions and ethnic cleansing began to transform into real plans and an overall strategy that would result in the expulsion of half of Palestine's indigenous population and the destruction of half of its villages and cities in 1948. None of the Husaynis seemed to sense the pending catastrophe. Palestine in 1945 was dominated by the Arab League, a regional body that failed to achieve the goal of Arab unity but enabled its Secretary-General, Azam Pasha, and other Arab leaders to use Palestine as the touchstone of the members' pan-Arab patriotism. In reality, it became the arena in which the Arab countries jostled for prominence in the Arab world, either with rhetoric or by actually grabbing chunks of Palestine. Palestine 1946, districts and district centers during the Mandate period. The League's first act was to try to create a representative body for the Palestinians, because the end of the war revived an attempt by the new Labour government in Britain to reach an agreed solution to the problem of Palestine. Prime Minister Clement Attlee and Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin had promised Labour voters to solve the problem, but having no clear plan, they could only react to events on the ground and did not initiate any forward moves. The effects of the war, acute economic hardship and widespread devastation, dictated the answer, which was to quit Palestine. Before doing so, the British made one last diplomatic effort, motivated by Bevin's desire to involve the Americans in the solution. He wanted to obtain their commitment to a British presence in the Middle East and believed they could put pressure on the Zionist movement. 39 As a first step towards this last attempt, the British government released Jamal to enable the formation of a local leadership, which was needed to turn over a new leaf. When the war ended, the Arab League tried to unify the warring Palestinian camps by setting up a new Arab committee. It passed a resolution at its first conference impelling the Arab nations to discuss the future of Palestine. In November 1945, even before Jamal's return, a League delegation led by Jamil Mardam, Syria's representative in Cairo, arrived in Palestine. The delegation set up a 12-member committee consisting of 5 Husaynis, including Jamal, 5 leaders of other parties, and 2 independent members, Musa al-Alama and Ahmed Hilmi, an economist affiliated with Istiqlal. Jamal returned to Palestine in February 1946 and became the head of the committee and its dominant figure. By the end of March 1946, the 5 delegates from the other parties refused to recognize Jamal's position and conducted separate negotiations with the League. Then they formed their own Higher Arab Front as a kind of alternative to the Higher Arab Committee. 40. During this predicament, Jamal needed Al-Hajj Amin and kept the Mufti in the picture. Working from his residence in Cairo, Al-Hajj Amin and Jamal tried to rally diplomatic and military support to counter the growing Jewish power in Palestine and to fight the battle for Palestine when the mandate ended. When their appeals to Arab governments failed, they tried to stir Arab public opinion. Though they received a great deal of support, it was not sufficient to save Palestine. While the leadership of the Jewish community actively prepared for the takeover of Mandatory Palestine and the associated diplomatic struggle, strove to increase the influx of Holocaust survivors and made a fairly successful effort to build up a military force, Al-Hajj Amin, Jamal, and the rest of the Palestinian leadership continued to tread water. The international arena was left to Arab diplomats, who retreated before the moral vindication of Zionism provided by the Holocaust. Whereas in the past the Palestinian position had been listened to and its arguments in favor of protecting the natural and legitimate rights of the majority native population in Mandatory Palestine seen as valid, after the war Zionist diplomacy skillfully linked the tragedy of the Holocaust with the problem of Palestine and its solution, winning sympathy in quarters that had previously been indifferent or hostile. Europe wished to atone for Nazism at Palestine's expense, and the local political leadership, the Husaynis, and almost everyone else did not possess the skills to face this travesty. Nevertheless, one might have at least expected Jamal to concentrate on preparing Palestinian society. In contrast to the early discussions on the Jewish side about possible scenarios at the end of the mandate, Jamal began very late and covered little ground. In May 1946, he raised the possibility that war might break out in Palestine and suggested that serious consideration be given to evacuating women and children. 41 But the women and children were not evacuated, and the men were not conscripted. Jamal was also responsible for the failure to create a wider Palestinian front, and he overlooked the significance of the split in the local Communist Party. The Palestinian members who quit that party and formed the National Liberation League might have been deluding themselves about separating the Jewish laboring masses from the Zionist leadership, but they knew the Palestinian working class and had good connections with it. Instead, Jamal accused communist leader Jamal Nasser of collaborating with the Zionists, and so the Husayni leadership had no channels to the peasants or the urban workers. 42. Jamal also tried to break up the close relations between the Liberation League and the Arab Workers' Congress, the largest Palestinian labor union, organized in 1925. He suggested that Sami Taha, the union's leader, form an alliance with him and offered to include him in the new Higher Arab Committee, showing that he was aware of the national leadership's disjunction from the workers. But Taha remained faithful to the principle of class solidarity and refused to forego relations with the Jewish trade unions. The series of dramatic events that began in 1947 with the British decision to quit Palestine put the kibosh on the delicate contacts between those diverse social forces, the Husaynis, and the labor unions. By the summer of 1947, anyone who did not obey the Higher Arab Committee was regarded as an enemy. Thus on September 12, 1947, Sami Taha was murdered near his house in Haifa. The assassins were never caught, but no one had any doubt who had paid them. 43 A few weeks later, when the UN had passed the partition resolution and Zionist forces began the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, the relations between the Husaynis and the Union leaders improved, largely thanks to Abd al-Qadir al-Husayni. When he fell in battle, the head of the Arab Workers' Congress wrote Al-Hajj Amin a letter of sympathy. But this improvement of relations, so vital to the Palestinian interest, came too late. 44. Jamal was also hampered by the absence of a clear division between the internal and external authorities, such as that which existed on the Zionist side. Consequently, he had to concentrate on repulsing the final diplomatic campaign in the country's history, the Anglo-American Commission sent to study the situation in Palestine. The commission was one of Ernest Bevin's worst failures. This British Foreign Secretary, who at his first press conference confidently declared that he would gamble his political future on a successful solution being found to the conflict in Mandatory Palestine, began to despair about Britain's involvement in the Holy Land. He enlisted the help of the United States, but misjudged President Truman's Zionist commitment following the Holocaust and the effectiveness of the pro-Zionist lobby surrounding the president. The result was that the Anglo-American Commission, which was supposed to replace all the previous commissions and propose a solution to the problem of Palestine, did not reflect British interests and sang the tune composed by the Jewish Agency. The repeal of the White Paper and the recognition of the Jewish claim to a state were only two of its pro-Zionist recommendations. Jamal, who had testified before the commission when it visited Palestine early in 1946, had not imagined such a setback. Now he began to work quietly on a new Palestinian course of action. He asked for the British mandate to be prolonged and called for an attempt to reach agreement in the hopes that the uncompromising Jewish stance expressed by Ben-Gurion back in 1942 would be softened. 45. When he came out after testifying before the commission, Jamal was surrounded by Jewish journalists, most of whom he knew, and was as always revitalized by such an encounter. What will be the outcome of the investigation, the journalists asked. But Jamal preferred to discuss the situation on the ground, and he made a prognostication that would not be realized. If you believe that a Hebrew state will come about, you're mistaken. If you think that an Arab state will come about, you are again mistaken. Things will go on as before. If only the two sides, the Arabs and the Jews, had any sense, they would reach some sort of agreement. Is it possible to reach an agreement? Asked one journalist. I believe it is, Jamal replied, but on one condition, not with the existing Jewish Agency. Nor with the existing Higher Arab Committee either, another journalist remarked. Perhaps, replied Jamal on a conciliatory note. That was his last friendly encounter with the country's Hebrew press. 46. Jamal was mistaken, the Jewish state did come about, while the Anglo-American Commission became a footnote in history. Except for one of its recommendations, to enable the immigration of another 100,000 Jews, it defined the difference between the British and American positions. Bevin made one or two further attempts to keep his promise to solve the conflict, then gave up. He convened another Anglo-American commission, resulting in the Morrison-Grady report, which recommended dividing Palestine into cantons, such as those in Switzerland, an idea that both sides rejected outright. To conduct the negotiations, the Arab League now appointed a body that gradually displaced the Higher Arab Committee and barred it first from taking part in the diplomatic struggle for Palestine and later from preparing for the military campaign. The Syrian resort of Bludan reappeared on the map of Palestinian history. But whereas Al-Hajj Amin had been an honored participant there in 1937, in June 1946 the cause of Palestine was appropriated by the Arab League. When the League met in Sofar, Lebanon, to discuss the Palestinian struggle a few months later, it did not even bother to invite Al-Hajj Amin. His dismay can only be imagined, given that he had formed a close association with the Arab League when he settled in its birthplace of Cairo. 47. Jamal was more welcome in Bludan, though not more effective. He demanded that the Arab states provide military support for a revolt if an Anglo-American solution were to be forced on Palestine, based, he assumed, on the creation of an independent Jewish state. The representatives of Syria and Iraq declared their full support. Since the end of World War II, Syria had been in favor of aggressive action, though it did not support the Husaynis. The Iraqi delegates were two-faced. They supported the ambition of Transjordan's King Abdullah, the kinsman of their Hashemite king, to take over all or part of Palestine, assuming he could reach an agreement with the Zionists. At the same time, in pan-Arab gatherings, whether secret or open, they were the keenest supporters of comprehensive military action. 48 Jamal tried to impress the delegates by claiming, falsely, that he had recruited 30,000 young men for the revolt, but it is doubtful anyone believed him. This diplomatic effort did yield some results that inspired false hopes in the Palestinian public. In January 1947, after years of conflict, the British government recognized the Arab Higher Committee. A few months later the committee was also recognized by the United Nations. But the gesture was almost meaningless, since over the following months, hit by a severe winter of austerity and economic crisis, the British government resolved to quit Palestine. The Palestinian leadership tried frenziedly to devise ways of dealing with the imminent power vacuum. The Jewish Agency, by contrast, had been preparing for this juncture since the 1920s. Jamal directed the team that struggled to create a Palestinian state out of nothing to replace the British mandate. Perhaps he had the necessary qualifications, but he had neither the means nor the time in which to do this. Nevertheless, he carried out some impressive operations. At his initiative, the Arab Higher Committee set up the Arab Treasury, the supreme financial institution of the national movement. It solicited funds from the Arab world and sought to nationalize the nation's capital. It was a good replica of the Zionist financial structure, but it was founded too late. The pace of organization had become more dynamic in May 1946, when Al-Hajj Amin began to play an active part in these moves. Under Al-Hajj Amin's direction, the committee began to function as a government in waiting, with ministries and collective responsibility. The general headquarters was in Cairo and the local headquarters in Jerusalem. Such a structure, which might have suited a European government in exile, only weakened the Palestinians' ability to act. 49 Al-Hajj Amin was more effective in obtaining and storing arms in various places in the Arab world. The main burden fell on Jamal, who carried on as best he could. In April 1947, he nationalized the People's Fund, Istiklal's private finance ministry headed by Ahmed Hilmi, a dim personality who would become the prime minister of a symbolic Palestinian government in Gaza at the end of 1948. But Jamal was unable to nationalize Musa al-Aloma's project for saving the land, and the organization of funds and infrastructures faltered. After intense efforts, in June 1947 Jamal succeeded in unifying the two main youth movements, the Husaynis Futurewat and Nimr Hawari's al-Najada. He placed Mahmoud Labib, a retired Egyptian officer, at the head of the unified organization. But in August, Labib carried out a fairly successful operation against Jewish youth in Tel Aviv, and the British authorities expelled him. Hawari also harmed the common enterprise by reaching an understanding with the Jewish Agency. He then served the Hashemites until 1950 and finally settled down in Israel and became a justice of the peace. But all the operations together could not create a Palestinian fighting body, build a firm financial foundation for taking over the power bases in the country and sustain the diplomatic campaign. The greatest obstacle on the diplomatic front was that, since February 1947, the British government had adopted the basic Zionist argument that a vast gulf existed between Jewish progress and Palestinian backwardness. In their eyes, this made it impossible, if only on social grounds, to let the Palestinians run the country, except under Jewish dominance and outside supervision. In vain Jamal tried to prove to the mandatory government that illiteracy in the Arab population had greatly diminished and that the Palestinians could no longer be described as an ignorant population by comparison with the Jewish community. Had he not been a member of a notable family, and had he been conversant with the ideology and discourse of nationalism, Jamal might have explained to the British government that progress and illiteracy were irrelevant to the question of who owned the country. 50. Being outside Palestine, Al-Hajj Amin probably could not help Jamal to impose his authority. The family, that is, the Tahiri branch, mistakenly believed that it stood at the center of events. In fact, Al-Hajj Amin had to resort to violence to impose his authority and that of his family. Once again, though on a smaller scale, accounts were settled and enemies eliminated in the urban power bases that Al-Hajj Amin valued. The murder of Sami Taha, the Palestinian trade unionist, has already been mentioned. Most of the actions were not as violent and consisted mainly of jostling to dominate the national committees. These bodies ran the local struggle after having made their appearance during the Great Uprising. Al-Hajj Amin tried to create new committees to replace them everywhere but succeeded in creating only 3, and they did little to stop the Zionist determination to cleanse Palestine. One victim of the account settling was a member of the family, Fawza Darwish al-Husayni. Fawza favored collaborating with the Zionists against the British and had founded a party called Filastin al-Jadida, New Palestine, for this purpose. In his opening speech before a mixed Palestinian and Jewish crowd at the party's founding, he said, "Experience has shown that the official policy of both sides has brought nothing but harm and suffering to both. The Jews and the Arabs used to live together in amity and cooperation. I myself went along for many years with my cousin Jamal al-Husayni. I took part in the events of 1929, but over the years I realized that this road leads nowhere. The imperialist policy is fooling both of us, Arabs and Jews, and there is no other way but to unite and work shoulder to shoulder for all our sakes." Fawza was manipulated by Zionists such as Haim Kalvarisky and by more genuine peace seekers such as the leading members of Brith Shalom. The latter pressured the British police to find Fawza's killers, believed by everyone, including the police, to be members of his family. The day before he was murdered, Fawza had made a brave speech attacking Jamal for his uncompromising attitude towards the Jewish community. "They will no doubt incite against us, perhaps even attack us, but if we can demonstrate cooperation with the Jews, useful and productive cooperation, the Arabs will follow us. Because many of those who are following Jamal are doing so from lack of choice." 51. On March 10, 1947, the day Fawza was killed, the newspaper Al-Wahida, which favored Jamal, published a strong attack on all who cooperated with the alien invaders who had come to Palestine after 1918. 52. Fawza stood out because he had chosen political cooperation with the Jews, but individuals who had personal relations with Jews were not affected. For example, Safwat's son, Fuad al-Husayni, an attractive man with whom many women, Muslim, Christian and Jewish, fell in love, had a long affair with a woman who would later become the wife of a prominent Israeli journalist. Their relationship was well known yet did not provoke particular annoyance or censure. 53. These internal dissensions came at the expense of the most important campaign in the history of the Palestinians, in the diplomatic arena of the United Nations. The UN had been in existence for 2 years when it took up the question of Palestine. It was still an inexperienced organization wholly dominated by the United States. In May 1947, it handed the problem to a committee of experts, but unfortunately these experts knew nothing about the subject and some of them were indifferent to it. The UN Special Committee on Palestine, UNSCOP, sat on the issue from May until November and brought forth the partition resolution. In 1988, the Palestinians would still regard this resolution as a crime committed by the world against them. Partition meant the recognition of a Jewish right to part of Palestine. Palestine, United Nations Partition Recommendation, November 29, 1947. Fawza would have accepted it, perhaps even Musa Kazim, but not Jamal or Al-Hajj Amin. Had the Nashashivis been a major political power, they might have supported it. But once it was known that Britain was about to quit, they attached themselves to King Abdullah, who thought that dividing the country between himself and the Jews was a good idea. The leadership of the Jewish Agency eagerly welcomed the proposition, and the absence of a formal agreement between them was due to Ben-Gurion's territorial aspirations to rule over most of the country, Abdullah's concern not to seem to betray the pan-Arab interest, and the atmosphere of uncertainty before the outbreak of hostilities. The two sides agreed informally that Abdullah would stay out of the territory of the Jewish state, and in return the Jewish state would let him annex large chunks of Palestine. This was how the West Bank was born, and the Jewish state was spared a direct attack by the Arab world's best-trained army. Pettiness and religious sensibilities prevented them from agreeing to the partition of Jerusalem, which they would do after the war, but otherwise their understanding prevailed. In February 1948, after Bevin's main advisor on Palestine, Harold Bealey, was sacked, the British government also supported this agreement without reservation and directed the commanders of the Arab Legion to uphold it. The British, the Hashemites and the Zionists all objected strenuously to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state, believing that it would become the Mufti's state. Thus Al-Hajj Amin ended up as the bête noire of the three most powerful factors in the struggle for Palestine. But worse was already happening on the ground in February 1948. That month a small group of Zionist leaders and military commanders, under the guidance of David Ben-Gurion, finalized a master plan for the massive expulsion of the Palestinians from any part of Palestine that they deemed to be the Jewish state. In February they evicted by force 5 villages, and in March they had already produced Plan Dalet, a systematic blueprint for the ethnic cleansing of most of Palestine. Neither Al-Hajj Amin nor Jamal was aware of this or paid attention to what happened on the ground. It seems also that even if the Palestinians had taken a different position or a different Palestinian leadership had been in place, they would not have weakened the Zionists' determination or undermined their ability to cleanse Palestine of its indigenous population. The only way Jamal and Al-Hajj Amin could counterbalance Hashemite ambitions was to stick to Egypt. Jamal relied wholly on the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. As early as May 1946, when the movement launched a branch in Jerusalem, Jamal, as vice president of the Higher Arab Committee and Al-Hajj Amin's deputy, honored them with his presence. In a way, the effort reaped some success. The Brotherhood provided half of the fighting force sent by Egypt into Palestine on May 15, 1948. However, this was not enough to avert the catastrophe. 54. Jamal represented the Palestinians before the UN investigating committee that came to the country a few days after the Exodus affair made international headlines. The Exodus was a ship that came from Europe with many Jewish survivors of the Holocaust in a PR campaign meant to embarrass the British for their anti-immigration policy. As expected, the ship was refused entry and made its way back to Germany, a symbolic return that enraged and galvanized Western public opinion. Jamal had to vindicate the Palestinians' moral position at a time when world public opinion tied the fate of the Holocaust survivors, like the passengers caught between hope and despair on board the Exodus, to the solution of the problem of Palestine. The case of the Exodus persuaded many about the Zionist argument that the Holocaust proved the necessity for a Jewish state in Palestine. Jamal was not at his best, perhaps because of the charged atmosphere. He also made the mistake of allowing the committee to invite a separate Christian Palestinian representative, as though there were two Palestinian peoples in the country. At least Henry Kitten, a Jerusalem lawyer, made a better presentation than Jamal. 55. As we have seen, it was the Arab League that waged the diplomatic campaign on the future of Palestine, and it systematically prevented Al-Hajj Amin from taking part in it. Al-Hajj Amin represented an independent Palestinian position, and the League, particularly its General Secretary Azam Pasha, used the opposition and the Hashemite king of Transjordan to undermine the Mufti's efforts to obtain substantial support for the struggle in Palestine. As noted, Abdullah had his own agenda and was supported by Britain, Iraq, and the Jewish Agency. Britain's diplomatic moves were all carefully coordinated with the Arab governments rather than the Palestinian leadership. Consequently, the Palestinian leadership objected on principle to the Anglo-American delegation and to the Grady, Morrison report and Bevan's plan, which was based on it. It regarded them as attempts to undermine al-Hajj Amin's legitimate claim to represent the Palestinians. This was also the background for al-Hajj Amin's refusal to accept the UN partition resolution. The British effort to exclude the Mufti went furthest in January 1947 when, in a last attempt to solve the conflict on the basis of Bevan's plan to divide Palestine into cantons, it convened a meeting in London to discuss the proposal and barred al-Hajj Amin and his representatives from attending. When this conference failed, the British government decided to quit Palestine for good. When the League first became involved in the Palestinian issue following Britain's decision to return the mandate to the UN, al-Hajj Amin was not worried. In September 1947, the League met in Sofar and gave al-Hajj Amin £180,000 to buy arms, but then it all turned into a prolonged nightmare as the League systematically undermined al-Hajj Amin's standing. His diminished prestige in the eyes of the League members was demonstrated in the seventh session of the League's Council, which met in Aili, Lebanon, to shape their policy on the UNSCOP and Britain's imminent departure from Palestine. Not only did they fail to invite al-Hajj Amin, he was the subject of a minor debate instigated by King Abdullah and the Iraqi delegates about his subversive activity in Iraq and his part in the revolt of Rashid Ali al-Gailani. Feeling that things had gone too far, al-Hajj Amin went to Aili without invitation, stormed into the council session and was allowed to stay. 56. This was one of the lowest points in al-Hajj Amin's career. Like others, he heard the Arab intelligence experts' reports about the strength of the Jewish community and warnings that the Arab world would be unable to present a serious military challenge to this power unless it mounted its maximum military force. He learned that the Arab statesmen preferred the extension of the mandate above all other political solutions. He was dismayed to find that his rival Abdullah had won, because he had been the only one to act on the diplomatic front. Al-Hajj Amin's own ally, Egypt, was less than eager to send an army into the battlefield, and without Egypt he was lost. In Aili it became evident that it was mainly Hashemite Iraq and Transjordan that cooperated in limiting al-Hajj Amin's role, sometimes with regional support. The first independent Syrian government after French colonial rule ended, being a fairly democratic republican regime, was more loyal to Palestine than were the Hashemites, and more loyal than it has been given credit for in the history books. But it was not loyal to al-Hajj Amin, it pinned its hopes on Fawzi al-Qawqji. As we have seen, al-Qawqji was a leader of the Syrian uprising against France who during the 1930s took part in pro-Palestinian activities and directed the pan-Arab volunteer recruitment for Palestine. He was obedient to Damascus and therefore was presented as the Mufti's rival. He was even appointed commander of the Arab Salvation Army, a volunteer army created to fight for Palestine. The first volunteers of al-Qawqji's Arab Salvation Army arrived early in 1948. Most of them came from the margins of society in their own countries or belonged to fringe groups, people whom the Arab governments were quite happy to dispatch to the battlefield. 57 Al-Qawqji found the Palestinian opposition easy to get on with, and thus inadvertently he helped to weaken the Palestinians further. Policy of opposing the Mufti was not due to personal hostility, as was the case in Amman and Baghdad, but mainly to serious fear that al-Hajj Amin would embroil it in a hasty operation before the British actually departed and before the League exhausted attempts to prolong the mandate. Perhaps this was why the Syrian government held up permission for al-Hajj Amin to send young Palestinian recruits for military training in Syria in preparation for the imminent clash with the organized Jewish forces that had been training for the decisive battle since the end of World War II. In vain, al-Hajj Amin begged the League in Aili to place him at the head of a government in exile and appoint him commander of a pan-Arab army. The League set up a military commission for the deliverance of Palestine, headed by an Iraqi general, Ismail Safwat, who was promised a budget of £1 million. However, only part of the money was provided, and when the general tried to coordinate the inter-Arab activity in preparation for the final British withdrawal from Palestine, he was hampered by a lack of genuine cooperation. 58. Something similar occurred in Egypt. In December 1947, the League met in Cairo, and once again Iraq and Transjordan vetoed al-Hajj Amin's participation. The leaders of the Arab countries resolved to intensify efforts to help the Palestinians and increase aid, but the resolution meant little, as the Arab armies held no training exercises for the forthcoming battle. They still had not coordinated their diplomatic or military strategy, or significantly increased their arsenals. While the Jewish agency went into high gear, al-Hajj Amin's proposals to prepare for the creation of a separate political framework for Palestine and for a civil takeover of the country were rejected. His plea for pan-Arab funding of the Higher Arab Committee was rejected because of the Arab League. The only outcome of the Cairo meeting was the division of Palestine into 4 command sectors. The Husaynis got 1, the Jerusalem sector, headed by Abd al-Qadir, who made the best of the situation and recruited a relatively large force of thousands. This force gave him a higher status in the military enterprise than the League had assigned him. 59. But al-Hajj Amin did not give up easily. He fought back against the League's intentions to neutralize him. Early in 1948, he proclaimed the establishment of a civil administration, in effect, the government in waiting that should have been formed in the 1920s. The League gave in a little and declared that every part of Palestine that was liberated would come under that administration. But this was al-Hajj Amin's only success in attempting to wrest a central role in salvaging Palestine for himself. He was so preoccupied by the vital struggle with the League that he hardly prepared for the British evacuation, and worse, he was unaware of the beginning of mass expulsions of the rural areas by the invading Jewish forces. In Palestine, all these maneuvers gave rise to the feeling that the Arab world was sitting on its hands. The social and economic elite in Palestine was already preparing for a hasty collective departure. Some 70,000 Palestinians left, believing that no one could stand up to the Zionist movement. All of them meant to return, but did not want to find themselves in the battle zone. The rest of the population swung between hope and despair, unaware of the catastrophe awaiting them in the next few months. In less than 3 months, between February and May 1948, large chunks of Palestine fell to a Jewish occupying force, mixed cities, major junctions, and isolated villages. It began as a civil war, but around March that year it turned into de facto ethnic cleansing, the expulsion of the Palestinian population from the territory of the Jewish state. In the first stages of the war, the Arab volunteers did not distinguish themselves in battle against the Jewish forces. They would do better in later stages, but it would be too late. Before the Arab armies entered Palestine, more than 200,000 Palestinians, among them many Husaynis, found themselves in refugee camps. A few had fled out of fear of the war, but most were driven out by the Jewish forces. When the war broke out, they were joined by about 500,000 other Palestinians, most of whom had been expelled from the territory designated by the UN as the future Jewish state. The ethnic cleansing was accompanied by some 40 massacres. The Nakba, the Palestinian catastrophe, happened while the Husayni family was leading the national movement. The dreadful stories about the expulsion and massacres reached the Husayni leaders, and their failure to raise an outcry about it would cost them and the other notables a heavy political price. They would no longer have the trust and support of their society. The Husayni family's collective memory of the Nakba is dominated by the heroism of Abd al-Qadir, above all on the date of his death, April 8, 1948, in what became known as the Battle of Kastel, a village west of Jerusalem on the road to the coast. He was eulogized by his second-in-command Kamal Arakat, known as Abu Da'aya. Khalil al-Sakakani wrote in his diary that, the eulogy was one of the finest heard in that funeral. The masses that followed the cortege showed that the family was still popular among all strata of the population. 60 Abd al-Qadir was buried in a chamber on the harem beside his father, Musa Kazim, and Sharif Hussein, the leader of the Arab revolt during the Great War. They are enshrined in the pantheon of the Palestinians' collective memory, and in 1950 the respected periodical Majalat al-Azhar compared Abd al-Qadir to Salah al-Din al-Ayyubi, Saladin. No other member of the family has been so lauded. 61. Abd al-Qadir's son Faisal was only 8 when his father was killed. I didn't know my father because he was always on the move and came home rarely, but I read and heard a lot about him, said Faisal, who in the 1980s would become a leading political figure in the occupied West Bank. Though he barely knew his father, towards the end of the 20th century Faisal continued Abd al-Qadir's legacy by adapting himself to the national mythology and committing his own family to the service of the national movement. The movement's organization, the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, made no such demand of any other Husayni, because no member of the family, not even Jamal and Al-Hajj Amin, has retained a place to equal Abd al-Qadir's in the nation's pantheon. 62. The day before Abd al-Qadir's death, Jamal al-Husayni, as representative of the Higher Arab Committee, and Moshe Sharad, the representative of the Jewish Agency, negotiated indirectly in New York. Jamal refused to meet Sharad directly, and messages between the two were passed by the President of the UN Security Council. Their purpose was to try to achieve a truce in the fighting in Jerusalem. Sharad and others in the Jewish Agency, with typical Zionist Orientalist prejudice, feared that the Jewish community in the city, being largely of Middle Eastern origin, might not be able to withstand the pressure. They therefore wanted a break in the fighting and even agreed to a temporary halt in immigration. Jamal's position was uncompromising. He demanded they stop the implementation of the partition resolution. The UN refused. Once implementation had begun, no one in the international organization dared to propose reconsidering the resolution. It should have, however, as it was a resolution accepted by only one side and forced on the other, who were the majority and natives of the land. Reconsideration would have meant reopening the negotiations over Palestine on the basis of a settlement acceptable to both sides. 63. But neither the death of Abd al-Qadir nor Jamal's firm stance, which had been so sorely lacking during the UNSCOP investigation, could save the Palestinian people from catastrophe. And when it came, it swept them all away, villages and towns alike, fields and houses throughout Palestine, including even the Husayni homes in the Husayniya quarter in the city of Jerusalem. The Nakba, the demise of the local aristocracy. During the Nakba, many of the Husaynis were living in the strategically important Husayniya neighborhood. Volunteers from the Arab world who came to save Palestine, together with the remnants of Abd al-Qadir's fighters under the command of another nephew of the Mufti, Khalid al-Husayni, took up positions in some of the neighborhood houses, not Husayni residences, incidentally, but Nashashivi ones, notably Ragib's house. As early as March 1948, the Jewish armed force, the Haganah, tried to capture the family's stronghold but was foiled by British intervention. The neighborhood overlooked the road to Mount Scopus, and it was from there that a Zionist convoy to the Mount, the site of the Hebrew University and Hadassah Hospital, was assaulted in April 1948. On May 15, the Israelis launched a forceful attack on the neighborhood. 5 houses were totally destroyed, but the Husayni homes remained standing. The Nusiaba family living nearby felt they had been abandoned. "We were unarmed and undefended," they wrote in their memoirs. 64. A British force was not far, in the Mufti's old house in Sheikh Jarrah, the house that had been built by Jewish contractors, which was now occupied by Katie Antonius, the widow of George Antonius, who had been renting it since 1943. The neighborhood's inaction made it look useless, yet it was kept inside the Arab territory by the Transjordan Arab Legion. Not so with the Arab neighborhoods on the western side of the city, among them Bakke, Talbiya and Malha, which fell to the Jews. Jerusalem fell, and with it most of Palestine. With Abd al-Qadir gone, the Husaynis took no part in the Palestinian armed struggle during the war, which was in any case feeble compared to the Jewish or the pan-Arab efforts. Khalid al-Husayni was not a charismatic figure, and Al-Hajj Amin did not approve of his appointment as Abd al-Qadir's successor. In each neighborhood a different commander stood out, most of them from Iraq and Syria, or from the poorer classes, as for example the commander of Kataman, the above-mentioned Kamal Irakat, aka Abu Da'aya. For the leading figures in the family, Jamal and Al-Hajj Amin, the war was entirely a political campaign, since they did not experience the fighting and did not become refugees, much less survivors of massacres. To many this meant that they had lost the moral and political right to lead the Palestinian people. This reversal did not happen all at once and was not perceived during the war, but by 1951 there was a man who thought of himself as the Mufti's legitimate successor, a young student of engineering in Cairo, a member of the Al-Kidway family of Gaza, named Yasser Arafat. Another man, Ahmed, the son of the Mufti of Acre Azad al-Shukayri, whom the Husaynis had known in the late Ottoman period, waited a few more years before he became the leader of the Palestinian people in the eyes of the Arab League. But that is a subject for another book and other studies. During the war, Al-Hajj Amin spent most of the day in a small office at the Arab League. He was profoundly embittered and probably did not believe the optimistic reports from the front that appeared in the Cairo newspapers in the first days of the war. In the winter of 1947, he had realized that the Arab states were either not interested in saving the Palestinians as much as in fulfilling their territorial ambitions, as in the case of Jordan, or unable to do so, as in the case of Syria and Egypt. 65 But though he probably did not expect a miraculous redemption, he had not imagined that the downfall would be so catastrophic. His first secretary in Cairo was Dumayya al-Sakakani, the daughter of Khalil al-Sakakani, and the source for this part of the account. 66 Her father had left his house in Kataman when the fighting broke out and settled in Cairo. The connection between the Sakakini family and the Husaynis was renewed on June 20, 1948, this time as exiles. Dumayya, her sister Hala and their brother Sari had been living in the Heliopolis quarter of Cairo since January, not far from Al-Hajj Amin's first residence in the city. One evening Al-Hajj Amin visited the Sakakinis, and they talked about unsung heroes. Al-Hajj Amin told them about a Palestinian fighter known as Abu Da'aya, who had been badly wounded in the Battle of Ramat Rachel, south of Jerusalem, and had been airlifted from the battlefield straight to the Cairo military hospital. Abu Da'aya was a skinny young leader whose men told stories about him fit for the annals of any war of liberation. He was a goat herd from the village of Suraif near Hebron. This village had already played a part in the fighting, for example, in the attack on the Etzion block convoy. He should not to be confused with the first Abu Da'aya, Abd al-Qadir's deputy. His bravery had been so impressive that the Jordanian commander of the Jerusalem sector mentioned him in the book he wrote about the war. When Khalil joined the conversation, his daughters urged him to go and visit the wounded fighter, who was completely paralyzed. Consequently, after Al-Hajj Amin's visit, Sakakini took his daughters to visit Kamal Irakat, who was the deputy of Abdul Qadir in Castle, and took over command from him. A warm friendship grew between them. But the patient was transferred to Beirut, where he died from his injuries. Khalil began to write a book about him but did not finish it. Such was the encounter between Al-Hajj Amin and the man who had fought in his name and had tried in vain to defend Palestine. During the war some 750,000 Palestinians ended up in refugee camps. Some remained in Palestine, either in the territory seized by Egypt, in the State of Israel or in the West Bank. They were victims of what would today be called ethnic cleansing. Behind them they left properties, villages, and a homeland. By May 15, Al-Qa'qi's Arab Salvation Army and the thousands of volunteers had failed to defend the mixed cities and the main roads. Nor could they stop Jewish forces from seizing the centers of power, such the customs, the ports, the treasury and most of the British army bases in the country. Now and then they managed to inflict heavy damage on isolated Jewish settlements and convoys making their way to besieged outposts north and south of the country. After the Jewish state was declared, Arab armies invaded the country, raising the hopes of the population. It also raised their concern about hasty surrender to the Jewish forces. They feared that a victorious Arab army would punish those who gave in too readily. Most of the Palestinian inhabitants were unarmed and did not fight very hard, hoping that the Arab states would come to their aid. In the first week of the war, Syrian units crossed into the north of the country and surrounded some isolated Jewish settlements but were unable to break through. The Arab Legion captured the Jewish quarter of Jerusalem's Old City and Gush Etzion in the central sector, but, abiding by an unwritten agreement with the Israeli army, it did not advance beyond Jerusalem and the nearby villages. In the following weeks the Legion held back, abandoning the towns of Lydda and Ramleh, with their tens of thousands of inhabitants, to the Israeli forces. In Lydda the expulsion was accompanied by a massacre of the young men in the city's mosque, prompting the rest of the population to join the thousands from nearby Ramleh who had already been driven out of their houses in a march of death toward the West Bank. The Legion also abandoned the Egyptian army, which became trapped in the Fallujah enclave. This army was made up of Muslim Brotherhood volunteers, Sudanese troops, and a regular Egyptian division. During the first week of the fighting, it made some impressive gains. It came close to Tel Aviv, having captured several kibbutzim en route. But its lines of supply became too stretched, its ordnance ran out and it could not fight off the Israeli forces. During the truce, the Israeli army recovered, rearmed itself with weapons from the Eastern Bloc and drove the Egyptians back onto the Sinai Peninsula. The central part of Palestine fell in July. The north was lost in September and October, and by January 1949 the south of Palestine had also been occupied by Israel. Some 800 villages, 6 towns, and more than 1 million Palestinians were divided between Israel, Egypt and Transjordan. The finger of blame was pointed not only at those who expelled them, or those who had promised to help and instead betrayed, but also at those who had insisted on leading and failed. In the summer of 1948, while the Palestinian social and cultural life was totally destroyed, an absurd drama took place, involving many Husaynis. That July, the Arab League proclaimed the formation of a Palestinian Arab government. When Palestine had still been in one piece and Al-Hajj Amin wished to establish such a government, he had been rebuffed. Now the League defied the harsh reality with a meaningless act of desperation. The inspiration behind this initiative was Jamal al-Husayni. He went to all the Arab capitals, and this time, unlike the months before May 1948, he was fully supported, except in Amman, where King Abdullah would not hear of it. Abdullah already knew that he stood to acquire a fair chunk of Palestine, not because he fought to save it but thanks to his agreement with the Jewish Agency before the outbreak of War. 67. Only in October was the Arab League able to keep its promise to the Palestinians and call on the leading figures in Palestine to form a government in Gaza. These were Al-Hajj Amin's last days of grace, though in fact he was functioning in an imaginary reality unrelated to the disaster on the ground. The 85 men who took part in the opening session on October 1 formed the Palestinian National Council, which elected the All-Palestine government. Al-Hajj Amin headed the council, and the government was led by Hilmi Pasha, one of Al-Hajj Amin's men in the Higher Arab Committee. All that this futile exercise left behind were phrases and symbols. Al-Hajj Amin's opening words in Gaza were, based on the natural and historical right of the Palestinian Arab people to freedom and independence, we hereby declare, which would remain the central motto of all the Palestinian documents up to the Palestinian Declaration of Independence in November 1988.68. The symbol that has survived from that time is the Palestinian flag, whose colors derived from the banner of revolt raised by Sharif Hussein in 1916. The black, white, and green flag, with a starless red triangle on the left-hand side, has rallied Palestinians to their national struggle up to the present time. There were several Husaynis in that virtual government. Jamal, in recognition of his deeds and abilities, was named foreign minister, and Said's son Rajai, who had been active in politics after First World War but then withdrew to the sidelines, returned to the arena as Minister of Defense. On the face of it, these were the two principal ministries, but in reality they were of no importance whatever, as this government vanished in history's oubliette as abruptly as it had appeared. King Abdullah swore to oppose this government to the end, and the British government instructed all its representatives in the region to do all they could to destroy it. 69 But it was the Egyptians who gave it the coup de grace. Egyptian Premier Mahmoud Nukrashi ordered Al-Hajj Amin to return to his exile in Cairo. When he refused, an armed Egyptian officer came to his house and took him away by force. With Al-Hajj Amin's political demise, the government fell apart. Rajai, who became addicted to politics, accepted the post of Saudi Minister of Transport in 1949, perhaps the clearest signal of the family's disappearance from the country's leadership after the Palestinians had lost Palestine. 70. Of course, the Husaynis did not cease to exist in 1948. While Al-Hajj Amin lived, he was first at the heart of Palestinian activity, then on its margins. After his death in 1974, there were still some prominent Husayni public figures, for example, Dr. Hatem al-Husayni, the director of Al-Quds University, and the First Lady of Palestinian Nationalism, Amina al-Husayni, the widow of Abd al-Qadir and mother of Faisal al-Husayni. Faisal would make his appearance as the last remaining Husayni in Palestinian politics after the War of 1967. He soon discovered that to join the new leadership it was not enough to flourish the family's ancient lineage. The key to success was a faded document testifying to membership in Fatah, proof of personal sacrifice in the national cause. In this history of the family, however, 1948 does mark the end. For in that year the curtain came down on the Husaynis as a social and political entity. When the war ended, it became clear that as well as losing their homeland, houses, and properties, the Palestinian people had also lost their aristocracy. Other Arab nations lost their aristocracies as well, but under very different circumstances resulting from local radicalism, whether socialist or nationalist. The author is no admirer of aristocracy, a leadership based on blood relations, enjoying many privileges and in almost complete control of the society's resources. But at a certain stage in the history of every nation, even opponents learn to appreciate the grandees and notables. Forming a bridge between past and present, between power and the people and between tradition and change, they enable social transformation to occur in a moderate fashion, and their destruction provokes revolutions. Their premature annihilation, before an alternative leadership has had a chance to arise, before the society has adjusted to a new reality, results in disaster. This was the Palestinians' disaster. Epilogue. Though this account of the family's history has come to an end, the story is not over. In 1948 a chapter in the history of the country was closed, a long chapter that began at the start of the 18th century and ended with the Nakba. The part played by the family throughout this period, most notably by Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni, will continue to occupy generations of Palestinian historians. But there are still other chapters involving the individual Husaynis who continued to play important roles in Palestinian politics after 1948. Al-Hajj Amin was not allowed to participate in diplomatic contacts that occurred after the 1948 war. In April 1949, when the Palestinian issue was raised at the Lausanne Conference with the UN's bumbling attempt to revive the partition resolution, this time with Arab consent and Israeli refusal, Al-Hajj Amin played no part at all. When he heard that on May 13, 1949 the Arab delegations in Lausanne had endorsed a protocol expressing their willingness in principle to negotiate a peace settlement with the Jewish state, Al-Hajj Amin wrote to his old acquaintance Adil Arslan, the Syrian foreign minister, "Do not recognize Israel. Whoever says he intends to do so is committing grave treason." In Syria, Al-Hajj Amin concentrated on opposing every possible attempt at reconciliation with Israel, such as the one made by the Syria.N ruler Husni Zaim in April 1949. His somewhat hostile Israeli biographers V. Al-Peleg described him as striving against the formation of a new reality. 2. Nevertheless, in the early 1950s, Al-Hajj Amin was still the most politically prominent member of his family. However, the connection between Al-Hajj Amin's activities and the family began to evaporate. Other members of the family pursued various personal careers, some fairly successfully. For example, before his death in 1954, Yunus al-Husayni published 3 basic books on social and economic development in Palestine, on social thought in the world and on the cities of the Middle East. 3. Al-Hajj Amin's main activity was behind the scenes, mainly trying to prevent the Jordanization of that part of Palestine, the so-called West Bank, that had fallen to the Hashemite kingdom. Demographic reality in the enlarged kingdom made it into a de facto Palestinian state. Al-Hajj Amin hoped that this would challenge the legitimacy of Hashemite rule, if not across the Jordan, at least in the West Bank. King Abdullah's almost open peace negotiations with Israel, and his 1949 concession of the Little Triangle, an area of the West Bank, to Israel, were added reasons to undermine the Hashemite ruler. Finally, although it should be said that there is no clear evidence connecting Al-Hajj Amin to the murder of King Abdullah, those directly involved were very close to him. It is likely, but not easy to prove, that he decided that the king should pay with his life for the peace moves and for his betrayal during the war, the abandonment of Lydda and Ramleh in particular. Perhaps he also thought that such a dramatic event would destabilize Greater Jordan and lead to a new geopolitical configuration. As always, Jamal worked in the opposite direction from Al-Hajj Amin's. He toiled above all to encourage the population of the West Bank to preserve its distinct identity and strive to create an independent Palestinian entity. Jamal's messages often included the term kiyan, entity, a vague word that substituted for state until the aims of the Palestinian national movement were defined. But beyond all this, the Husaynis made little contribution to the movement's reawakening in the 1950s and 1960s. 4. Al-Hajj Amin's collaborators were Transjordanians and Palestinians who wanted to settle accounts with King Abdullah, perhaps also with the dynasty. Of the family, only Al-Hajj Amin's kinsman Dr. Musa Abdullah al-Husayni was directly involved in the plot. In Germany, Musa Abdullah had been Al-Hajj Amin's right-hand man. After the war, he was detained in Belgium, before he was exiled to the Seychelles in 1947. After his release, he taught at Beirut University and soon afterwards moved to Amman. In Amman, Musa Abdullah joined the forces of Abdullah al-Tal, the commander of the Arab Legion in the Jerusalem sector, and appeared to be a keen proponent of the Transjordanian scheme to annex the West Bank and integrate it into the Hashemite kingdom. It later became clear that he had worked his way into the Hashemite establishment in order to undermine it. He had a chance to display his acting ability at the Jericho Conference, convened by King Abdullah to compel the West Bank grandees to call for the unification of the two sides of the Jordan River and declare him king of the joint entity, by expressing great enthusiasm for the scheme. The palace rewarded him with the post of liaison officer with the Red Cross, a kind of honorary consul to the international body with a senior political and diplomatic status. His amiable personality won him the favor of the monarch for whose assassination he would be chiefly responsible. But perhaps we are doing Musa Abdullah an injustice by depicting him as a schemer who wormed himself into the king's favor in order to kill him. Perhaps he truly wanted to integrate into the Hashemite world, and it was only his bruised ego when he failed to be elected to the Jordanian parliament in 1949 that changed his feelings and caused him to contact Al-Hajj Amin and volunteer to act against the Hashemite monarchy. Be that as it may, after his parliamentary setback, Musa Abdullah opened a travel agency in East Jerusalem and worked in close cooperation with an Israeli travel agency, organizing pilgrim tours on both sides of the city. 5. By the time he returned to Jerusalem, he was already in close contact with his exiled relatives in Egypt, Al-Hajj Amin, Rajeh, and Ishaq Darwish. The four joined forces with Abdullah al-Tal, who had turned against the king because of Abdullah's attempts to reach a separate peace treaty with Israel. Together they laid plans to bring him down. Musa Abdullah became the pivotal player in the conspiracy, his mission being to strengthen his connection to the palace and to charm the king. He also located a potential assassin, a 21-year-old apprentice tailor in Jerusalem, Mustafa Shukri Ashu, provided him with a handgun and instructed him to wait for the right opportunity. On July 21, 1951, the king was scheduled to visit the towns of the West Bank and Jerusalem, and Musa Abdullah joined him in Nablus. James Lunt, a senior officer in the Arab Legion, was greatly impressed by Musa Abdullah, then 40-odd years old, his British education, as noted before, he had graduated from London University, and above all by his obvious devotion to the king. 6 Musa Abdullah accompanied the king in his car on the way to prayers at the Haram al-Sharif. Once there, he hastened to open the car door for the king, bowing demonstratively. A few minutes later the king told his bodyguards to move aside so he could wave to the cheering crowd. Mustafa Shukri Ashu was already there. He seized the moment, fired at the king and killed him. 7 Musa Abdullah's physical proximity to the king just before he was killed immediately drew suspicion to him. Jordanian security services at once hunted down all the members of the al-Husayni family who were active in Jordan and arrested them. In Cairo, Al-Hajj Amin published a statement denying all connection to the murder. Musa Abdullah was questioned and tortured, and he admitted to planning the assassination. Later in court he declared he was innocent, but was found guilty. On September 6, 1951, he was hanged, together with others who were convicted with him. Other members of the family, Tawfiq Soleh and Dud al-Husayni, were arrested on the day of the murder but were released for lack of evidence. 8. Despite suspicions of complicity, Al-Hajj Amin still wielded considerable influence in Jordan during the 1950s. His erstwhile follower Sheikh Taqi al-Din al-Nabhani founded the Islamic Liberation Party to rival the Muslim Brotherhood. In 1958 Jordanian intelligence suspected that Al-Hajj Amin and Jamal were still active in local politics and financing the party. Al-Hajj Amin was also suspected of collaborating with Iraq's revolutionary leader, Abd al-Karim Qasim, who came to power in a military coup in July 1958. Soon after coming to power, Qasim set about creating a Palestinian army and an independent organization for the liberation of Palestine. These moves did little for the country, but in the long run prompted Gamal Abd al-Nasser to create the PLO with Ahmed al-Shukayri. 9 Through him and the new organization, forces in Palestinian society, mainly from the refugee camps, were pushing forward the concept of the Palestinian entity, which was blessed officially by a special meeting of the Arab League Council, the Foreign Ministers' Assembly, that took place in Shudra, Lebanon, in May 1960. These moves sidelined Al-Hajj Amin altogether. But he was still the leading ambassador for the Palestinian cause in the mid-1950s. It was to his credit that the Palestinian issue appeared high on the agenda of the Afro-Asian bloc that emerged to challenge the rigid Cold War dichotomy forced on the world by the US and the USSR. At the 1955 Bandung Conference, Al-Hajj Amin was accredited as an observer and helped make the situation in Palestine one of the major issues discussed. 10. But Al-Hajj Amin failed to recognize the centrality of the refugees in the new movement. 11 He waged a Sisyphean struggle against the reversal in Palestinian politics and the transfer of the leadership to the refugees. He organized demonstrations against the PLO's proclamation of the independent Palestinian entity in 1964, having tried some years earlier to play a major role in creating a new, independent Palestinian organization, instigated by Qasim. 12. Nasser's protege, Ahmed al-Shukayri, tried to mollify Al-Hajj Amin and offered him the presidency of the nascent Palestinian National Council. But Al-Hajj Amin and the organization to which he remained attached, the Higher Arab Committee, refused to take part in the launching conference in Jerusalem. The conference is illegal, the Higher Arab Committee declared in a public statement, because it does not represent the Palestinian people and its goals. 4 years later Ahmed al-Shukayri tried again through another Husayni, Dud, to conciliate Al-Hajj Amin, but the ex-Mufti demanded that the new concept of the entity be identified with him. He was quite out of touch with reality. Not only had he lost his political authority, in the eyes of certain Palestinian historians he also lost his moral sway. 13. The conflict with Ahmed al-Shukayri diverted Al-Hajj Amin from the national path to such a degree that when a conflict erupted in 1967 between the PLO and King Hussein of Jordan, Amin supported the young king. The forces of evil is how he referred to the PLO in speaking to the Hashemite monarch, though luckily for his image, these words were not recorded in the Palestinian history books. 14. Thanks to Hashemite support, Al-Hajj Amin was able to visit Jerusalem, a small consolation. Early in March 1967, he was received in the city as an important personage and visited the scenes of his childhood and youth that he had not seen for 30 years. Inside the Al-Aqsa Mosque he asked to withdraw into the mihrab, the Muslim prayer niche, of Salah al-Din al-Ayyubi, as he used to do as a boy in the early years of the century. The mosque is the same as it was in 1937, when I left it, he said to a journalist a couple of years later. 15 After 2 weeks, he left the city. When the plane circled above Jerusalem's airfield I saw the Dome of the Rock smiling at me. I left a bit of myself in every corner of the city, on every one of its hills. 16 He never returned to Jerusalem, not even after his death. Israel refused permission to bury Al-Hajj Amin in his native city. Even in death, he remained Zionism's worst enemy. Do you hate the Jews? He was asked by the Egyptian journalist Zuhair Mardani at his Beirut residence in Mansouriya in 1969. As was his custom from youth, Al-Hajj Amin delayed answering. He summoned his servant, as always, by his first name, and asked for another cup of tea. What was he thinking about before he gave his answer? Pictures of the refugees, or more remote scenes of his deportation from Palestine. I'm a Muslim and my position is based on the Holy Quran, he said. Then he added, I do not dip my pen in the ink of hatred. Mardani waited, knowing it was not the whole answer. The former mufti pedantically tidied the books on his desk. Most of them dealt with the problem of Palestine, and he gazed at them as if searching for the reply. He gave a very indirect and winding answer. How much can one man, whatever his status, change an existing situation? All the efforts that were made did not lead to a solution. All we know is that emotions alone cannot solve a crisis. We're in the midst of a bloody conflict, and we have no choice but to pursue it. Mardani had the impression that Al-Hajj Amin was not moved by hate and was facing reality with reason and common sense. 17. By the 1970s, nothing was left of Al-Hajj Amin's status. He had been pushed to the margin of Palestinian action and memory. Another member of the Husayni family remained engraved in that memory as a heroic figure, to some extent balancing out criticism of the former mufti. Others, mainly the Husaynis who remained in Jerusalem, were not content to shape their image for posterity but returned to public life in the spheres of welfare and education. A notable example was Khalid al-Husayni, Abd al-Qadir's brother, who succeeded him as commander of the Palestinian forces in Jerusalem until the end of the War of 1948. Afterwards he became the director of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, in the district of Nablus and made his home in that town. He was perhaps the only Husayni who worked directly with the refugees, but apparently they were not grateful. Towards the end of February 1951, he was twice attacked by an armed refugee in Nablus. The second blow was fatal. He was projected as the main culprit in the Palestinian catastrophe. The family believes that the Hashemite Secret Service was behind his assassination, and it has been said that the murder of King Abdullah was an act of revenge. In the 1990s, Khalid's work was continued by his son Sharif, who worked in Orient House. One of the few Husaynis who engaged in political activity during the 1980s, he joined the Palestinian leadership in the occupied territories. The story of Ishaq Musa al-Husayni, who made a name for himself in the 1950s, is quite different. He became a known spokesman for the Palestinian cause in the region and beyond. At first he went to Aleppo in Syria and in 1949 settled in Beirut, where he taught at the American University until 1955. Like other members of the family, he was impressed by Gamal Abd al-Nasser, and in the late 1950s he moved to Cairo and taught at the American University there. During those years he wrote one of the pioneering studies on the Muslim Brotherhood. In the 1960s, he contributed to the cause by writing books about the Arab character of Jerusalem and Palestine. 18 During the following 2 decades, he was regularly invited by leading universities in the West to lecture on Arabic literature. He returned to Jerusalem in 1973, almost 30 years after he had left it, and to the subject of Palestinian literature as distinct from Arab literature as a whole. He has done a good deal to strengthen higher education in East Jerusalem. He died in 1990 at the age of 86. Faisal al-Husayni. The best-known member of the family at the end of the 20th century was Faisal al-Husayni, the son of Abd al-Qadir. He played a major role in the Palestinian leadership in the occupied territories and in the Palestinian Authority. In May 2001 he died of a heart attack while on a frustrating political mission to Kuwait in an abortive attempt to secure a reconciliation with the Kuwaiti regime in the wake of Arafat's unequivocal support for Saddam Hussein in the First Gulf War. Since the Palestinian Authority, to which Faisal belonged, did not enjoy the full support of the Palestinian people, and since the future of Palestinian politics remains obscure, it is not yet possible to define Faisal al-Husayni's place in his people's history. The climax of his political career was probably the eve of the Madrid Conference in 1991, where he was a senior member of the Palestinian delegation at the peace talks with Israel. But he lost his seniority to Mahmoud Abbas, aka Abu Mazen, who succeeded Arafat in 2004 as president of the Palestinian Authority. 19. Faisal al-Husayni was born in Baghdad in 1940, when his father Abd al-Qadir was staying there with al-Hajj Amin. But soon afterwards, he moved with his family to Cairo, where he spent his first 20 years until he returned to Jerusalem as a young man in 1961. He was very active as a student in Cairo, and in 1958 he founded the General Union of Palestinian Students, which became one of the pivotal institutions in the PLO. In Jerusalem he was attracted to the Palestinian nationalism propagated by Fatah, and he worked in the organization's office in East Jerusalem before the June 1967 war. At the age of 27, he wished to be even more active and asked to be recruited to Fatah's fighting units. When the 1967 war broke out, he was attending a course offered by the Palestinian Liberation Army, the military organization created by the Arab League, and he returned to Jerusalem in secret. In November 1967, he was arrested for possession of weapons, which he had received from Arafat, who commanded Fatah in the territories and was trying in vain to start a popular uprising against the Israeli occupation. Before giving the slip to the Israeli army and crossing to Jordan, Arafat held a brief meeting in Ramallah with Faisal al-Husayni. At his trial, Faisal said that he himself did not believe in the efficacy of the armed struggle and wanted to dedicate himself to the political path. This statement led the judges to sentence him to only 1 year in prison. When he was released, he married his cousin Najat al-Husayni, who bore him a son and a daughter. For years he engaged in private business, then worked in his uncle's X-ray Institute in East Jerusalem, helped with the development of the lands at Ain Siniyah, and in 1979 returned to public life, founding and directing an academic institute of Arab studies. He made an important contribution to the collection of archival and academic material that enabled young Palestinian historians to reconstruct the history of the country and to recreate almost from nothing the Palestinian collective memory that had been effaced by Israel since 1948. Not surprisingly, the Israeli authorities would not accept him as a purely academic figure and several times placed him in administrative detention. When the First Intifada broke out, Faisal was in Abu Iyad's camp in Fatah, which was looking for a political way to realize the gains of the uprising. He had led the advisory team of PLO delegations at various meetings in the Arab countries that drew up a well-defined Palestinian position and consequently took part in the Palestinian delegation that went to Madrid in 1991 to discuss a comprehensive peace settlement of the Arab-Israeli conflict. 20. But there was little in Faisal al-Husayni's modern biography to connect him to the family history. The son who did not follow in his father's footsteps, said the Israeli journalist Pinhas Inbari, meaning that Faisal had worked to bring about Israeli-Palestinian peace, whereas his father had fought against Zionism and paid with his life. But it must be remembered that the family had ceased to be a meaningful political body in Faisal's life and in Palestinian politics as a whole. It was Faisal's younger brother Ghazi who believed he was following in his father's footsteps when he joined the Islamic Jihad movement, whose name echoes that of the organization created by Abd al-Qadir, al-Jihad al-Muqaddas. 21. Let us conclude this book not with Faisal al-Husayni, but with al-Hajj Amin. Towards the end of his life, al-Hajj Amin occupied himself more and more with the pan-Islamic world, since he had been deposed from all significant positions in Palestine and the pan-Arab arena had faded since 1967. He tried to participate in the first pan-Islamic conference in Rabat, Morocco, in 1969 but was prevented by the strenuous protests of the PLO, which wanted to eliminate him as a representative of Palestinian nationalism. When the second conference was held in Lahore, Pakistan, in 1974, al-Hajj Amin was invited, since by then he had become weak and his health had deteriorated. The conference took place in February, and in July of that year al-Hajj Amin died of a heart attack in the Mansouriya quarter of Beirut in Lebanon. 22. The following year, the civil war erupted in Lebanon and the former Mufti's house was burned down by the Maronite Christian Phalangists. Mona Bori, today a refugee in Texas, was a neighbor and managed to photograph some of the archives in the house that burned down. Some of the missing material was seized by the Phalangists, and no one knows where it is or what was contained in the material that perished. But whatever it was not likely to diminish al-Hajj Amin's grave responsibility as head of the family for his people's tragedy. At al-Hajj Amin's grave, his only son heard the leaders of the PLO praising and eulogizing his father. His 6 sisters did not come to the funeral. But Sola remained in Spain and did not follow the family's political tradition. Nor did the fulsome eulogies last very long. After al-Hajj Amin's death, the question of his place in Palestinian historiography was raised. He himself had tried as early as 1954 to engrave the official version of his life and role into Palestinian history. In newspaper articles and anthologies, he repeatedly described his positive role in the struggle for Palestine, hoping that the catastrophe would appear as a terrible concatenation of irresistible hostile forces. At the heart of his historiographical analysis was the British betrayal. His mixing of rational thinking with demonic mythology served to diminish his historical stature rather than enhance it. The discussion continued without him and focused on his responsibility for the Nakba. Even before he died, Palestinian historians and intellectuals of the left severely criticized the role of the upper class, with the Husaynis at its center. The urban upper class remained alien to the armed struggle throughout the period of the Mandate, argued Hisham Sharabi. This class especially benefited through that period. The problem of the Husaynis, Sharabi stated in 1969, was that they perceived Zionism not as the ultimate danger but as a nuisance, while to the peasants and the workers Zionism was a tangible threat. 23. During the 1980s, the discussion became clearer and more focused. The attack on al-Hajj Amin was led by the Palestinian historian Sami Shakib, and the opposite viewpoint was presented by the historian Husni Jarer. In 1988 the two conducted a thorough debate that left the Mufti's historiographic image in tatters. 24. In the next decade, the picture became more balanced when Philip Matter published the first comprehensive Palestinian biography of al-Hajj Amin, offering a balance sheet of achievements and failures. 25. Only Abd al-Qadir al-Husayni's reputation has remained impeccable, and perhaps it was natural that his son Faisal, rather than al-Hajj Amin's son Saleh, went on to play a part in Palestinian politics. It also redounded to the Husaynis' credit that Yasser Arafat, the unquestioned leader of the Palestinian Revolution from 1969 to 2004, was related to their family on his mother's side. Furthermore, he always made a point of telling everyone that in 1948 he had been Abd al-Qadir's personal secretary. Above all, al-Hajj Amin should not be confused with his family's pivotal role in the history of Palestine, for good or for worse. Its achievements and failures, and those of the other notable families, were those of Palestinian society as a whole. And since the Husaynis, more than any other family, were at the center of Palestinian politics on the eve of the 1948 catastrophe, they bear heavy responsibility for its occurrence. And yet, one should not for a moment forget the nature of this responsibility. It was the inability to defend and organize a community that was the object of an ethnic cleansing ideology and praxis. It is very difficult to assess whether an alternative leadership would have fared better in the face of such a calamity. By 1948, the family had declined not only because of the Nakba but also because the Arab Ottoman world to which it belonged was gone forever. In the words of the English travel writer Colin Thubron, who visited Jerusalem in the 1960s, the Husaynis no longer rule over the city's religious life, nor do the Nashashivis rule over the municipality. A whole generation has departed from the highway followed by their ancestors for centuries. 26. The Husaynis are not what they had been. Their history shows that they were part of a culture, an experience, and a life that vanished in 1948. The desire to resurrect them lies at the heart of the historical political thought of all Palestinians, wherever they may be. This thought animates the struggle over this country, and if it were understood by the other party in the conflict it could lead to reconciliation.